I know Postal Joe, or what is it? Aunt Passion says, I know Marte worked hard on the intro, but the AI looks kind of odd. Well, it does to me, but that's the best I could do because I'm an amateur at this. So
I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah,
I think it's solid.
I don't think it's bad. It's better than nothing. But anyways,
yeah, exactly.
I had an intro I was going to roll out, and this was the intro. We have a dual union that's going on right now. Let's go ahead and roll that out right now. Okay, let's bring that out real quick. Hold on real quick. Let me bring this up. That up real quick. All right, give me 1 second real quick. I got a message from one guy. Hold on real quick. If you can entertain the crowd real quick, I could see if I could bring this guy on real quick. Just be 1 second.
All right. For sure. Yes. So yeah, Marte, obviously he's talking to The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. Huh? That's who he is texting with. I don't know if you know, but Marte and The Rock, they used to work out together all the time.
Not his daughter. Not his daughter. That's not happening.
Not his daughter. Not at all. Daughter, boom, down thumbs. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, about my story earlier. So yeah, Crazy Bone was a no-show, and so this it was unfortunate, and it was the downfall of the IWL. But you know, to my credit, the wrestling side was fucking flawless. The wrestling side was good, and that freaking the wrestling side of the show is up on the IWL YouTube channel. You could see it for yourself. But it was an ambitious project. It was ambitious, but I told myself if this doesn't pan out the way that I want it to, that's it. It's over. And that is when I decided to retire because it didn't pan out the way that I wanted to. It didn't go the way that I wanted. It was a money sinker. It was a thumbs down. And that's when I was like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to take a break. And that break turned into 10-year retirement.
So now, I'm trying to see if this guy can come in real quick because apparently people who are in the industry have side jobs. Maybe not going to make any assumptions whether or not of how much money they make. They have side jobs. But he messaged me right now. I'm not going to say who it is, but I'm going to see if he can at least call into the show right now because he may have time because I'm like, if you can tune into the show, you could definitely come on the show for a second. This guy has worked with Snoop Dogg. He's worked with who else? And it's really weird. And I'll tell you this, how weird it is. He's met Jay Dyer. Shit, you not. He's worked with Jay Dyer and Jim Bob, but also mainly works with Snoop Dogg. It's so weird. But I'm going to see if crazy. So yeah, it's a weird combination, but I'm going to see if he can come on the show for a second. We've been talking for a minute. But he just, of all the people that messaged me, he did, but we can kind of shoot the shit for a little bit, but I'll play Mass Pike's intro real quick. This was the guy where, you know what? Like, let's just say that he had an accident, couldn't come in or whatever, something happened. I want to do a redo on episode 4. We're just going to say that this one may be a bust. If the other guy who I don't want to mention doesn't come in, that has worked with Snoop Dogg, work with Jay Dyer to some point, and Jim Bob does. This guy has worked with damn near everybody. You probably heard one of his pieces of music on the radio recently too. Actually, it's a pretty decent hit. It's crazy, the people. But anyways, if he doesn't show up, I think we're going to do a redo on episode 4 and have him come in because I've been working with him for a while. It's not like him to not respond. So this is weird. That's why I have a instant response of concern more than anything else. But I'm going to play the intro, and this is who we're going to have on the show because I said I wouldn't ruin the surprise for everybody. But obviously, we've already said who it is, and we're going to still keep it a mystery on the next episode. We're just not going to tell you which one he's going to be on. Let's roll out his intro.
Now, I've done it.
I think I'm getting me. What? Larry Hoover. Dripping work.
Girl, you need a little drink in your system. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me what you want, I can get it for you. Baby, all you need, I'm the boss, I get it all for you. Just to be your man, baby, let me be your man. Okay, got you. Tell me what you want, I can get it for you. Baby, I'm all you need, I'm the boss, I get it all for you. Just to be your man, oh, baby, let me be your man. Oh, yeah. Prada and Louis, platinum chains and diamond rings. Got some Maserati, baby, got it all for you. Just to be your man, oh, baby, let me be your man. Oh, I'm telling you that I just wanna love you, baby. Oh, I just wanna love you, baby. Here in Paris.
No love, straight mob.
First class from row, motion picture film is my show. I really hate what we going through. Lost grip on love, don't know who to trust, and it feels like I'm at war with myself, searching for the contenders, only to find pretenders. So I'm on the move to find love that can last forever, baby. A diamond and a pearl, so surreal, you're a treasure. I need you in my world. I found love here in Paris. Oh, I found love. You already know we in Paris, France right now. I can no longer pretend answers in your tears. I am speaking for every man who's. See, we out here in Toulouse, you feel me? Your boy Mass Pike Miles.
Yeah, so that was the artist that we were going to bring on. There are a lot of stories that I'll tell you about my run-ins with a lot of these guys who are in the industry, a lot of the artists. But he's worked for Rick Ross, Maybach Music. He's written songs for Jamie Foxx, a lot of industry artists, and more. When I was working with him in the industry, so that's the thing, though, is like I'll even talk about my relationship with these guys. So with Mass Pike Miles, I don't know if it's too much to kind of reveal a little bit, but I can say this much. I was helping him with a pescatarian diet because of his preferences at the time. And he was traveling through Europe on tour at the time. And we were working together. There are also other industry artists that I've worked with. I've worked through RL, through the group Next. I don't know if you ever heard of that. They came out with the song Wifey. So I've worked with him. He has since got a personal trainer who stole him from me, actually, because that happens in the industry too. So I've worked with a lot of celebs. I've worked with Carrot Top. I personal trained him in Vegas because he has a residency out there. I've trained with a bunch of people. DJ AM, trained with him, like a bunch of other people. I think me and Tiesto were at a gym right now, and are at the time in Vegas. I forgot what club it was in. It was a gym, but he saw me working out with this, training with this other DJ, and Tiesto walks in. And I couldn't even get a word in. The guy interrupts and was shaking hands with the other DJ, and we're talking. And he said, well, he's great. He does good work. And then he said, you do? And then I shook his hand. He walked off. So I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be working with Tiesto or not. Like that's, so I had a lot of run-ins with these people. There were times like in when I told you when I ran into Jean-Claude Van Damme and Mickey Rourke, I got a training session with them and I started training with them. And I don't want to go into that because I don't want to divulge too much information about what was discussed, but that was a great conversation. But I've met people who came and gone. Like it's crazy.
Did you train Mickey Rourke for his role in The Wrestler?
No, that was way afterwards when I was training with him, and he wouldn't stop talking. He kept talking about his first marriage, and I forgot what movie he was saying that he met her on this set. Like they met during that movie, and he was talking, but he kept all right, let me stop. I don't want to get into his business.
Yeah.
But Van Damme was looking, and Van Damme was like, "Will you just shut the we're trying to train here, and you're like talking about these. We came here to escape these problems." Like,
yeah.
It's like, so it's me, him, and Danny Hester, who had won the Olympia, the classic physique Olympia, the first one. He's the first reigning person. We're going to get him on the podcast. He said that he wants to come on the podcast, so it's only natural for me to get him on. And of course, if Danny's going to be on, you know who else is going to be on there at the time. So it's like, and then if Mickey's on, I told you that the reclusive so-and-so is going to be on. So it's like this trickle down effect of like, if I can get one person to come on, everybody else is going to follow suit. And it's weird how this works. If I'm on, Mass Pike Miles was supposed to show up. So that, I guess it didn't work out that way, but we're going to find out what happened. Hopefully he's okay. He's got a family and stuff. So I know people got their own lives and things going on, but back to this. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I've had a lot of experiences in the industry. I didn't want to get on here just talk about me and stuff, but a lot of these people, it's like if I go through my Rolodex, I'd be like, damn, I can't believe I met them and I actually know them. Like, and we have conversations sporadically. Maybe this person like once every 3 months, one person every month, one person every so often, like every other week or whatever. And hold on, here we go.
Gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to.
Oh shit! Never mind. I saw a head. I was like, okay, hold on. Who's backstage? False alarm.
Yeah, false alarm. False alarm.
I was like, what the hell? All right.
So Marte, my question I have for you is, these some of these people in the music industry, how come we haven't gotten a Marte Rayless freaking song? Why haven't we seen you in the studio yet?
What? Because I can't sing. I have other skills.
Got auto-tune. They got auto-tune, it would be perfect.
Okay, if you're going to put my feet to the fire, I saw you dancing backstage. You got rhythm. How come you're not a backup dancer? What's up? No, hold on. Let me go ahead and be a snitch and rat you off to your audience. You guys don't know this, but I can see him on camera as the music's playing.
Oh, they saw me.
He was bobbing his head. Oh, they did? Okay. The guy's got rhythm. He could be a dancer.
Oh, no, I can't. I'm like, no, I can't.
Hold on. By the way,
there is no auto-tune for dancing, though. There's no auto-tune for dancing.
You can keep Vic off of only OF if you make sure that you pay these super chats and make sure that he's paid up. Avoid that from happening so he doesn't become that kind of backup dancer. Let's avoid that.
Yes, let's avoid that at all costs.
Yeah.
No one has to see that.
At all costs, yeah. So I don't know what's going on, but I hopefully he's okay, man. God bless my brother Miles. Hopefully everything's going okay with him and his family and stuff. But I had a bunch of questions lined up that I was going to ask him so that way people could get to know him. I know him pretty well, but he grew up having kind of like a semi-rough life, man. And I wanted to get him into talking about all this stuff and break down his roots, how he got into the industry, his meeting with Rick Ross and Maybach Music, how that got started, how the split kind of happened, what prompted it, without mentioning too many names because there's a little bit of beef I don't want to get into. Also, I do want to throw a nugget of drama out here. Vic, you and I were talking. There was supposed to not only be Mass Pike Miles on this podcast, but there was supposed to be somebody else who is associated with 50 Cent that I wanted on the podcast. But the only problem with this is Rick Ross and 50 Cent don't mix. So I'm just going to be honest right now because 50 Cent is beefing with T.I. With this beef going on right now, Rick Ross shot shots at 50 Cent. And the guy that's working on 50 Cent's new, I think I could say this right now. I think I could. It's not a secret. He's working on a paid in full series right now. And the guy's doing production for 50 Cent's music, the production. He's doing all that stuff. He's a good friend of mine. I was going to have him on the show, but because this drama popped off and Mass Pike Miles is associated with Rick Ross, I don't think that would have been a good combo. And then I had to play kind of middleman for a bit. And Ty had said, hey, we're a neutral party. We're not involved in this. We just want people to show up and be nice. And of course, that did I don't know. Possibly we can have them on at separate times if Mass Pike Miles wants to show up again. But my 40XL, damn it, I said his name. My other guy maybe on at a separate time. But yeah, that's going to be a fantastic interview as well, too. I met him through the sport as well, too. So had a pretty fulfilling career, which isn't over yet, but it's pretty exciting knowing a lot of these guys. But also, I met a lot of friends along the way and made friends, and the brotherhood has increased for sure.
Nice. Yeah, it sounds like it, man. Sounds like sounds like the brotherhood is pretty big, man, in your circle. So that's pretty awesome.
There's a person in the wrestling circles who has without saying his name, you're going to know who I'm talking about. I mentioned his name. He's going to be on the podcast too. I don't want to. So audience, Vic's audience, I just want to let you guys know the reason why I'm talking in kind of mystery and being very ambiguous is because I do want to kind of sheath the names of keep the name sheath of who's going to be on the podcast, because this prevents a lot of infiltration, people trying to bombard our comment sections, and nefarious people from trying to just disrupt these presentations that we're going to do. That's literally what we're doing, is a presentation of somebody's life and letting you get to know these people. Like Mark from Deadliest Catch was on, the guy from World War Debate on, some bodybuilding legends I brought on that a lot of people, if you're in that sport, you're going to know who the hell these guys are. Like all these people. I think I did. Oh gosh, I do want to say who this person is. I'll message you. Damn, I hate that I have to be ambiguous, because the damn P-verse that's on here that likes to infiltrate and bombard channels. Like, if it wasn't that, I'd tell you guys who it is. But he's going to be on. I've been on his podcast. He's a big name. So he's going to be on. I'm going to send him another text. Also, I have another guy who's well known from a degenerate industry. I'll just say that. He's going to be on too, but he's also anti that industry. Everybody knows who he is. You guys are all going to know who he is. He's an
Ron Jeremy.
No, not that bad. But he was in a very degenerate industry, but everybody knows who the hell this guy is. But he has since turned his back on the industry, is now fighting that industry, which I think is a good cause. And I do want to bring that to light. He's a star. You want to say in his own right, to some degree, he's a star, ex-star. So people like this, I've met a lot of people, bro. Like but the person that I'm talking about is from the wrestling world. He's black and has alopecia. I'm just going to give you that. Vic, you're going to know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, So believe it or not, me and him had an endorsement contract together, of all things. And the person lives in California who I just re-signed the contract with. He'll be on the show, but he takes forever to freaking respond. I don't know if he's just so busy with family and stuff, but that's just how these guys are sometimes. I'm going to see if he can come on as well too. I'm still working on that as well too. So all of this is working in the background as I'm setting up, getting more people on the podcast, so that way people can see this. Yeah. So that's about it right there. As we wait, I don't know if he's going to be on, to be honest with you, just to be forthcoming with you, because he hasn't even seen the text. No amount of bringing this up is probably going to change that from him seeing that, but hopefully he's okay. I'll just say that. But
yeah, I hope he's okay too. I hope everything's all good.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay, because I mean, things happen all the time. Aaliyah took a plane flight, stuff happens, it's like, we don't want, anybody else to be harmed or hurt in their daily lives and not have a no-show because some safety issue or something happened, some family emergency. I don't know. So
yeah, let's hope him and his family are okay and they're safe, What was I going to say? Yeah, according to the other person you're talking about, not the black person, but the other one. Yeah, it's curious. Like, I know him. He has an impressive like physique and stuff. So, do you guys, huh? Yeah, he's a big guy.
Yep.
And so, did you guys ever? You just know of him because you guys are just contracted to the same sponsor, or what?
Yeah,
you know him?
It's weird because in the sponsor that we have is Christian, believe it or not. This is before I got baptized and converted over and all this other stuff. I was like Christ leaning. I was leaning into Christ during that time. But it was like, in order for me to work with them, I definitely had to turn away my degenerate ways at the time, and I definitely had to leave that away. But I was already a pro at the time, and my past is not a good past, of course. But it's like I had a little bit of a wanting to have a redemption arc, but I didn't know I was going to turn pro. If I had knew I was going to turn pro. It never did any of that BS. But getting into that, it's like, you know, after some time happened, we'll call it a grace period. I had like probably like 7 sponsors. I was probably one of the most sponsored athletes in the nation during that time because I was a genetic phenom. And having all these sponsors, it's like I started rolling into nationals, turned pro at nationals. And next thing you know, there's this whole field open of now international competitors that now I have a target on my back. Now I'm getting more sponsors, but in the fight for sponsors, like you're literally having to kind of sell yourself to some degree. But one thing that they look for is they research your past, they research your history and all this stuff. And I'm just like, damn, man, like this is bad. But MHP signed me to a contract from New York. I got signed with a guy named Kai Grain, who's a very popular, famous bodybuilder during the time. He had almost won the Olympia next to Phil Heath. But I got signed under a contract with him and went to New York to sign this contract. And then not to mention this, but I got signed to that same sponsor out in California. But she was like, she asked me a question. She was like, has your past changed? Are you still involved? And I was like, damn it. Like these people do their researches. Like they do research and they want to make sure that if you're going to represent their company, they don't want to have a blemish, man. So I really, I don't know what I told her, but it must have been good and sincere enough to say, you know, moving forward, I've renounced all that stuff in my past and I got signed. Next thing you know, like I'm finding out Bobby, never mind. I'm finding out that there's a guy signed to the contract and then there's a big guy signed to the contract with that person. And there's other people like UFC fighters signed to this person too. And I'm just like, okay, we're all signed to this business. So I guess we're all a big family now. Like I was signed with all these people. Like, so the person with alopecia, what federation were they with? Cause I'm not too keen on wrestling.
Well, he made a name for himself in WWE. So that's where he got big. And then after that, he took time off to do MMA, and then he went to TNA Wrestling, and then he went back to WWE, and now he's in AEW. So he's been in those big promotions. Yeah, he's been pretty big. You know, like I said, he made a name for himself first in WWE, so that's where he made a big name. As far as I know, I don't think he made a name for himself in the independents. I think he was just discovered by WWE. They trained him, and then he became a wrestler there. So, Batista, no, it's not Batista, Davo. It's a black guy, so it's not Batista, but similar to Batista. Plus, also Batista's never been in TNA Wrestling or AEW. So. Yeah,
I got a message from the guy that works with Snoop Dogg. He said he could do a show on Friday, and I'm like, no, I'm talking about right now. Like it's like, oh, these people are so freaking busy. But anyways, that's a bust.
Yeah.
But yeah, that person, I didn't know they were involved in all that stuff.
Yeah. He's had a big career.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know that they were, because I don't know how big he is. Truly, you know way more than I do about the guy with alopecia. I didn't like. I hate to call him that. I wish I could call his name but I don't want to like. You know, yeah. So I don't. I didn't know that, but it's like I'm working with people and I don't know their status or how big. But it's like, you know. But I've had conversations with these people. They know who I am, but it's weird because I'm like I don't know who you are. But then when I tell people like this, they're like, I don't know who they are, but they know who I am. It's weird for people to hear that. Like, yeah. Like certain people that I can tell you about right now, they'd be like, yeah, I already know that guy. Like the guy's stunt double that knows me. I'm going to speak in this way. I know it's very ambiguous to your audience, but there's a purpose.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
So the guy who plays the stunt double to you would call him an A-list actor or not? He's definitely not a B-list actor, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. I would consider A-list. Yeah.
So he was in classic movies. He plays a stunt double. I'm going to see if that actor can come on as well too. That guy knows who I am, and I don't know who. And I've seen his movies, and he's never met me, like ever. But he knows who I am. That's weird. I've seen his movies, and the guy knows who. Like it blows my mind. But we're gonna see if we can get him on too. So. Stunt double looks just like him too. I shit you not. So yeah, that's going to be very interesting too.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like on a side note. I want to ask you, Marte, because you seem to have kind of like a pretty, big career bodybuilding and such. What made you want to go into like the debate, like the internet debate sphere and stuff?
Oh, this is gonna be like Marte, the celebrity guest. Now he's in it.
Marte is the impromptu celebrity guest today, guys.
Okay, I guess I don't even know if I could call. I have like like a box of magazines with photos of me in them and advertisements for bodybuilding and like supplement advertised. Like there's a whole box here that I have. I don't know if you can call me a celebrity. I mean, I am a pro in 2 different world classes. Maybe, I don't know. But I feel like it's too egoic for me to say that. What got me started was I started doing interviews. I got interviewed by RX Muscle, by different independent news outlets, things like that. When I turned pro, came here, there's like 4 or 5 gyms with big ass posters of me, all this other stuff. So I became like a local name as well too. Just coming here and then competing in Europe, doing all that, doing all these interviews. I found out that I didn't like, I was very inquisitive. So when people ask me questions, well, no, I don't think that's true. Well, why do you think that's true? Questions can kind of seem like an attack. So when I was asked during these interviews, the same questions again, like how many meals do you eat a day and all this, it became very boring. So then I started learning in these interviews to kind of change the questions and reframe them to where it's like, do you think it's difficult to diet and get like to 4% body fat and still maintain a relationship? Because isn't that a form of male PMS? Things like that. When I started talking about this, it's like, okay, that's no longer talking about bodybuilding, but also there's overlap because we need to function in society and have relationships. That was very intriguing because there was a host that pushed back against that. And I said, no, we started kind of having a mini debate. And I didn't know I was like crushing people before I had these debates anyways. But that happened and it ended up blowing up and it got clipped a few times. And then another podcast had reached out to me and said, hey, I was wondering if you could have you on on this podcast and then talk to you about relationships. And I said, you sure you don't want to talk to me about sports? Because everybody else wants to talk to me about the industry, my stats, all this other shit. And, we just got in this conversation. No. They were like, we want to know the man behind the muscle and all this other stuff. We want to know your viewpoint on everything. And it ended up being like, I was spouting common sense shit, but the common sense stuff was controversial, weird enough. And then next thing I was on a different podcast debating over relationship dynamics and all this stuff. And it was like during the beginning of Red Pill stuff. It just happened to coincide with this. And that's how all that got started. And during that time, I was like training some celebrities out in Vegas, traveling, doing all this, and also getting ready to compete in another show. Maybe it was like the Europa. Like this year or next year, I plan on doing the New York Pro. Like even now, I plan on getting back into this, but that's what I was making the rounds, just doing that. And that's how I kind of got into debate. Was I started appearing on shows that were non-sports related, but people knew me from sports. But I just started getting passed around to different podcasts, and they were just like, this guy, he just creates drama. And I'm like, because I'm spouting common sense things, this is crazy.
Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. So then it just spiraled from there, and then it just led to you kind of just be like, hey, man, I like doing this. And so like you just started going around doing debates and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Well, it wasn't just the fact that I like doing this, but I like talking about ideas and concepts. People can get very boring because I became like some object, like a piece of meat, if you will. Like people were just like, oh, look at this freak or whatever. And when you become this material object in front of people, they assume you don't have a brain. You don't have a mind.
Yeah.
Right? He must be the stereotypical box of rocks. Whenever I start talking about things and my ideals about how relationships should run, monogamy is superior to polygamy and all this other stuff, and just having these ideals, because more women is more problems. I don't care who you are. And me talking about this, it's crazy because even the idea that a man can't lead and follow at the same time, that's a very difficult thing and almost impossible. You either have to lead or follow in a relationship. Like when I started talking about the relationship dynamics, people were just like, damn, this bodybuilder, what is he talking about relationships or politics for? Shut your mouth. But usually libtards would tell me that. It's like, and these were conversations I'd loved having, because talking about sports and how many meals I eat, how many calories, and how much I can bench press, all that shit got boring because fans interrupted me all the time and were asking me these questions all the time. And mind you, like, even I think this was before the podcast started, I was talking about how I was treated in Europe. as opposed to how it's in the United States. Two stark differences. Crazy.
Yeah. No, you're telling me how you're treated over there, like pretty much like you're like a mini celebrity over there, and it's pretty crazy. So yeah, I was just curious because, like I said, it seems like you had a full like career, like a full outside, I don't know to call it success story, but you had a full, you had a full thing. So to see you and you're on like these different type of debate channels doing debates, I was just kind of fascinated. It's like, oh well, what made Marte kind of start to go into this to this sphere and stuff? So that's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I think during that time I was getting a lot of attention. Not just because of sports, but I think I was very intrigued because it wasn't about the same boring things. It wasn't about what I ate and what I did and what's the next place I'm competing at, or if I'm on the road competing and doing something else and who I've defeated in the past. And it wasn't about any of the stuff because it just becomes boring to some degree, and you're pretty soon standing in your house looking at the world outside your window, so to speak. When it comes to this, it's like now there's such a broad world out there, and I can understand why I can go to a house and be bored at looking at a football game and be more interested in the snacks and stuff, because I've been so, ingrained in sports for a very long time. We're talking about ever since I started becoming an athlete. I silver medaled at the Grand Canyon State Games for wrestling, ran track at JUCO, red shirted at Phoenix College for wrestling when they had a team. So it's like, and I did all this shit, and I knew I was going to do something because I'm not the tallest guy in the world. I'm like 5'5". It's like, what am I going to do? I'm a short king. I can't play basketball. I can't play NFL, but I'm running track in college for Coach Dave Barney at the time, who ran for Arkansas University. And he's telling me, he was like, you have such a stubborn mindset when it comes to sports. I literally have to force you to stop, because if I tell you to run through a wall, you believe you could probably actually do this. And I just have this mindset about everything. So when it comes to debates, I can kind of seem prideful to some degree to some people, but I think that's because I have a competitive nature that stems from all that, which it may be perceived as prideful sometimes. So just to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, no, I could see that in you, that you're very competitive. You have this natural, just competitiveness to you when it comes to everything, even some things like debates, So yeah, I definitely see that. Is your goal to be like a big like debater? Is this something you see to do on the side, and what you actually want to do is just, do you want to become known for as the bodybuilding or the debate, or like what do you want to be known like for? Like what's your like goal with your I guess career?
I don't put like a label or a destination on this. I just know that I love what I do. When I started out doing bodybuilding, I didn't really have a plan or a goal, to be honest with you. And that's okay not to have like a destination.
Yeah.
It's good to have a goal. You can have a goal without a destination, meaning like I want to qualify for the Olympia, but I don't know where I'm going to place. But hopefully I wish everybody else good luck. And that was the same mindset I had to debates, is like, if I'm going to compete in the show, I wish them all good luck, So we have to think about things as like, our time is very important to us. Our time is not only just important to us, but we have to also understand that there's robberies that happen in broad daylight all the freaking time. And the robberies that I'm talking about is if a competitor's taking a 19-hour flight from Uzbekistan, or there's a guy I'm going to compete again that's taking whatever flight from Russia to here, I'm spending a lot of money on food, which is $1,500 a month. There's a lot of money on training because the gym membership, there's a lot of supplementation, maybe a lot of the extra sups I have to take on the side. Also, I have a coach too. I have all these other expenses in training, and I can't show up to birthdays. I will never show up at a bar mitzvah, but you get the whole point. I'm missing all this because I'm on a diet, suffering, and training. I'll never get that time back. But the guy taking this 8-hour flight from Russia to get here is coming to whoop my ass. So if I get beat by him, I just got robbed in front of a whole audience of 3,000 people in broad daylight, in front of 7 people who are judges, for time I'll never get back. So when you view things like this and you're in a competitive arena competing against the elite, these are people that are traveling. Maybe like this is the only way that they feed their family because they're a pro athlete in their country. they don't want to lose. And then I have the USA on my back, the flag on my back. That's even more incentive for them to take us out because we're not viewed highly upon. Like, I think we're the only nation that I think Russia can compete against, like on a pro level, and which is crazy because I'm backstage and there's people that have interpreters back then. I don't know what they're saying, but I know those guys are from Russia or Ukraine or whatever. And I'm competing against these people, and all they know is like that's the USA guy. Like there's a guy from England that called me a Yankee, whatever the hell that means. And I'm thinking, like, I'm just like, damn, everybody's gunning for us to take our heads off. So there's a little bit of politics in play here because I'm representing the United States. So I always think about it like this because it's extra insulting to me when people from Boyd attack me all the time or do things like this. It's like they don't know who they're attacking but I have to represent them to other nations. Like if I'm backstage and there's only 3 of us from the United States representing the United States, like we have to wear our country on our back. And then they go home and telling them how they whooped American ass coming back. Like I don't want people doing that and robberies in broad daylight and all this. So I have like a little bit of burden. I think that's good to have, man, to shoulder the burden of all this responsibility and hold this accountability of me have to perform on game day. I think that's good, man. I like that. But I try to bring that mindset into debate too. So love it.
I think that's a good point too, because in America right now, there's such a divide, like, oh, white people, black people, this and that. But when you say that, like, oh, people from like England or whatever call you a Yankee, it just goes to show that they don't see you as, oh, this black guy. They see you as like this American that they're here to compete against. And I think that's what a lot of people in our country who are so divided by race don't really understand.
Yeah, it's really weird because, I mean, during the time when I went out there, it was like I was competing at the Grand Prix out there in Europe. And I think when I was competing, the disparaging comments I heard from people in London, but mind you, they had a big knifing epidemic during the time. And it was post-show. I was eating some fish and chips and some vinegar, whatever the hell they were eating out there. And it was like, I'm just hearing comments about how, the Yanks are kind of screwing up and they're following this, this crazy leader named Trump during the time. And I'm just hearing this during and saying, this is bad. And I'm just like, you guys can't even have guns, but you guys have a knifing epidemic. They take the knives away. You guys are going to have a rock epidemic. And next thing you know, this is going to become Afghanistan. And we had this conversation. I was just like, damn, I can't even be out here talking like this because I have such a big mouth. So it's very funny because I saw murals painted of Trump in London, where it's like graffiti art disparaging images of our president. And I'm just like, this is bad. So we're not viewed highly in other nations. That's what I knew when I was traveling internationally and competing. That was fairly odd too, just seeing that.
Yeah, I bet that's what his name was Mike, right? The Deadliest Catch.
Mark.
Mark,
Yeah,
sorry
Mark.
about that. Sorry.
Mark
Yeah,
Selbach.
Mark. Yeah, Mark Selbach. Yeah. That's what he was saying too, that we're not favored highly. We're not really looked at highly in other nations and stuff. And when you went to take a break, I asked him, I was like, well, what do you mean? Like, do you mean our government? Do you mean us as a culture or people? And he was like, kind of like both, it's like I guess other people from other countries just view us as kind of arrogant and kind of just arrogance, we think we're better than everybody. Yeah.
There was a lot of entitlement. When I talked to a lot of the Brits out there, that's what I got. Not only was it entitlement, but we were ignorant sheep that were following something into our own death somehow. And it's just like, this is bad, but you guys have a massive knifing epidemic here that's not even bad. Like I was literally told before I went out of the hotel to tuck my watch, which was really weird. And I'm just like, okay, I guess it's really bad out here, but you guys are going to complain about the United States. I feel so much more safer out here in the United States compared out here with you guys. That was one thing that I got. And I was just like, this is very, very funny that you guys are going to make disparaging comments, but you guys are less safe out here than we are in the States. So.
Yeah, no, for real. I was watching a wrestling video today, and it was a story from Chris Jericho's book about how they were wrestling in Brazil. The WWE had a show in Brazil, and it was Chris Jericho versus CM Punk, and CM Punk held a Brazil flag, and he was holding it up because he was the good guy during the match. Chris Jericho, being the bad guy during the match, he took the flag and he threw it down on the ring floor and he kicked it. And right before the match, like they're about to get into it, people from backstage ran out and said, Chris, you got to fucking apologize right now or they're going to fucking arrest you. because he kicked the Brazilian flag. And so they had to stop the match, and he had to get on the microphone and apologize for doing that to their flag, or else they were going to arrest him right then and there. Like, there were soldiers literally backstage waiting to go out there. And so, but I guess, yeah, it was insane. I was like, holy cow, just from trying to be a bad guy and like, yeah, fuck your flag, but he almost got arrested. And I guess even after that, WWE has never been allowed to wrestle in Brazil since, even after he apologized. And
That's
like,
insane.
yeah.
Hey, Vic, I don't know if I'm just buying time here a little bit. I feel like I've got to buy some time. I do want to play the news coverage of the cow thing because people are probably confused and didn't know what you were talking about. I could play it in its entirety. I don't know if you want to play it in its entirety, but it's weird. Weird Marte lore, by the way.
Yeah, Marte. No, it was weird Marte lore. When I saw it, I was like, holy cow, this is a whole new lore right here. But yeah, no, you could play the whole thing. I have no problem with that.
Literally, holy cow, I guess. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Car mystery. A Valley man says he hit the animal right on a city street, but he has no idea where the cow came from. ABC 15's Jason Valentine talked to that man tonight, and he feels like some rancher owes him a new car.
This is what a one-ton animal does to a car. Still little bits of fur stuck in the shattered windshield. Marte Reyes says he hit the animal coming home from Walmart. Now he wants to know, where on earth did it come from?
It's hard to believe that a 2,000-pound hamburger just flew through my windshield like that. It's crazy.
Flying cows surprised the folks in Twister, too. But that was Hollywood movie magic. Marte Reyes was on 7th Street in North Phoenix when it happened to him.
I see this big blur that comes right in front of my car and smash right there. All I see is airbag and glass splash me in the face.
The airbag blew up, burns and cuts on his arms. The cow got it worse. Its fur still stuck to Marte's car. But now comes the mystery.
There's a physical bull on the side of the road, horns and everything. We live in a city. That's a bull. I'm still trying to process this.
Bull, cow, whatever you call it, where the heck did it come from? Deer Valley Airport to the south, a cement plant to the north. There is desert to the east, but it's fenced and the animal is branded, so somebody owns it. And Marte says that person owes him a car.
It's almost like as if a dog breaks loose from an owner and attacks somebody. It's like, is the owner really responsible for that? In most cases, yeah.
Phoenix police told us they passed the cow off to the Department of Agriculture to try to find the owner. Police also told us dirt bikers and four-wheelers sometimes leave gates open on grazing land. Either way,
I'm out of a car right now, and it sucks.
And that ain't no bull. I'm Jason Valentine, ABC 15 Arizona.
Yeah, I was like, this is bull. Some
This is bullshit.
Literal bullshit that just happened that day.
It's funny because last night, Bandit was on it, and Bandit was like, "Oh, well, it looks like you drove a Prius," and you're like, "No, it's not a Prius." But watching it back again, I could see why people think it's a Prius. Even someone in my section, Kyle, he was like, "Marte driving a Prius," but no, it's not a Prius. It was a Honda. So let's just get that rumor out of there.
Honda. Just know it's a Honda. I'm telling you right now. I went over the steering wheel. It was a Honda logo just to show you guys last night. So yeah, definitely a Honda, bro. Whew, dodged the bullet, the Prius bullet. So not a liberal. Not fully.
I know, right? Imagine if it was a Prius, that would have been the bigger scandal here. Like Marte drove a Prius. That would have been the new scandal over there, That
would have been the worst scandal if Marte drove a Prius full card. Yeah, that would have been crazy, man. But dodged a bullet that one. It was just a Honda, thank goodness. So it's
dodged a bullet, but did not dodge a bull, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I was saying, like you were asking me, like, how did the news cover this whole footage? And pretty much, like, I'm pretty well known in Arizona. Not to dox my state, but it's a pretty large state. You'd have to find out where in Arizona. But like, if we think about this, it's like there were like a couple people who pulled over because the accident was so bad. There was a bull on the side of the road, massive bull, and this is what happened. I'm driving, and alongside the road, there's like no lights. And I was driving home from Walmart because I've gotten like a bunch of steaks, beef, chicken, bodybuilder shit. And I'm like, I have to make a food run. Driving back home, and the weirdest thing happened. It happened in just a few seconds. I saw horns, I saw eyes, and then everything turned black. Upon recollection, I knew that the bull was charging me, which is really weird. So we just went on like this.
That's crazy.
And
Charging you? I thought it was just walking across the road and you hit it, but it was charging you?
Charging me. It went through the windshield. If you saw the windshield caved in,
yeah,
it went through the windshield. Like it. So yeah. So I don't know how none of the horns hit me in the chest or whatever, but it kind of did this. It's weird. I did see the horns, but my head hit the steering wheel. Well, no, I think it was the bag or whatever it was. But I don't know how this happened, but I wasn't like really badly injured during this whole period of time. But when I had come to and kind of woken up, there was the bull, and then I smelled a lot of smoke, and like I had this chalk on me, probably from like the exploding airbag. And there was like two cars and somebody trying to pry a door open, and next thing you know, like one of the first things I heard, it sounded like I was in a tunnel. And then when the voices started becoming more clear, the first thing I hear is, I think that's Marte. Somebody says, I think that's Marte. It really is Marte. I don't know who this person is. It's like, I don't know who this person is. But mind you, like I have 5 gyms in Arizona where I have a big ass poster of me. So so all I'm hearing about is, oh my God, that is him. Get your phone. And it's like the last thing you want to hear when you're pulling yourself out of a vehicle of a wreck. And I'm just like, hey, what's going on? My car's gone. Like, so I don't know. It was a pretty bad day for me. Pretty shitty day, bro.
Damn, man. Yeah. The biggest thing that sucks is that, man, the insurance didn't even cover it, man. So fucking, you never got your car reparations. That's what sucks.
No, I didn't get that. One of your commenters says the irony of buying beef and then slamming into a bull.
Yeah, I know, right? I was thinking that too. The irony of going to buy a bunch of meat and then you hit a bull. You know,
it's probably what somebody could probably say it's karma because maybe he had to get his get back or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
come on,
I know,
bro.
right?
It's so bad.
Like, I know what you have in that car. I'm gonna go right toward your car. That's insane, man. A bull to go head on into your car. That's
it was
crazy.
Galloping. It was galloping. Yeah. Like it was galloping. And I know it was like, so I was like, I didn't even have time to brace myself. It was dark. So yeah, I just saw a galloping bull hit me head on. And I guess nobody won that battle. I saved my life somehow. I don't know. Just bad, man. Just a bad day. They didn't even let me. And I asked them, I was like, well, there's no compensation because my insurance is saying that this is a true act of God situation. The animals don't follow guidelines or bylaws or any of that traffic stuff. So it's like they call that a true accident because it's just nature. So there's nobody that you can get the insurance from or exchange information. It's a fucking bull. So, and then I asked, I was like, well, if that bull's just going to sit there and you're going to let the meat go bad, I can butcher this, right? And the guy's like, no, you can't butcher it because as you can see right here, if you walk with me, there's a brand, so it belongs to somebody. I'm like, oh, so I can't eat it. This bull can jack up my whole car and screw my whole life up, but I can't eat this cow. And the guy's like, nah, man, because it's property. I'm just like, oh, so my life got even worse that day because I couldn't even eat steaks because it's just bad, man.
Yeah.
I wish that was the case, though.
Yeah, you couldn't even cook it up, but it sucks though. And like if they see the brand right there, it's crazy that they couldn't even trace it back to who owned the bull in order to, that's what sucks too.
The guy, his name was Aldo Vasquez. He was like one of the reporters from Channel 5. He was like, is there any way that we can find out? Because he used the same logic. He was like, well, there's a brand, so it belongs to somebody. Somebody owns this. They called Wildlife Fish and Game. They called some of the property owners, and everybody denied having this bull. So I was like, yeah, you guys would deny this, even if it was your bull, maybe because like, yeah, I'm just like, what? But yeah. But yeah, I've had a pretty good career in pro sports. We did Super League, and that was pretty awesome. It was a new sport that Nike had came out with, and coming out with the sport, they had selected people who were world record holders and also people who are power lifters and all this. And I've done powerlifting for a long time and done World Strongman. And I got a call from Vegas, and it was a guy named Jay Jung. He owned like this, Guy's probably a millionaire, owns a couple gyms out there. And he said, hey, I'd like to see if you can try to qualify for our team. And I was like, qualify for your team? What? He was like, you're an athlete, right? You've done wrestling and everything else. I've done a lot of research on you. And I was like, yeah, I've done some things. And he was like, according to what we show, you've also done strongman. I said, yeah, I've done that. And he was like, how would you like to test your mettle against the best in the world? That's all I needed to hear. And I was sold. And I was like, okay, who and where? He was like, well, you have to qualify for Team USA. And he was like, Nike's also sponsoring the whole thing too. It's also being sponsored by, well, there was a bunch of other people who were sponsoring this too. And he was like, all you got to do is come down to Vegas and qualify. Went down to Vegas and I destroyed the deadlift world record holder at the time. So that happened. And then we went against Team Canada, destroyed the shit out of them. But they had this international meeting before we all started. It was like weigh-ins. There was a bodybuilding legend, Dorian Yates, that was there. Titan from American Gladiators was there. His name is Mike O'Hearn, by the way, if you guys know who that is. There's like memes about him. The guy who has the Don't Hurt Me meme and all that. He was there. Yeah. A bunch of other superstars and legends. Matter of fact, Dwayne Johnson was there too. A bunch of other people were there. And while we were there, I'm like sitting in a room with probably like damn near, if you can like compare people to superhumans, literally this is what they were. So they called it the Rise of the Superhumans, the first competition we had. And I was literally competing against people that are trying to self-delete themselves to destroy me. Like they have the same mindset. And I think as an athlete, you have to have that mindset to where it's like, I'm going to kill myself in the process of trying to delete you. And I've never been in a room with so many people with that same mindset. It's almost like there's this buzz. Like I'm there, Titan's there, Dwayne Johnson's there, and all these other people. And I'm just like, oh, I just want to run through walls. I want to just run through the opposition and destroy anything. They also had that mindset, but it's like everybody was seeing red, but it was the calmest seeing red moment at the athletes meeting. So these meetings are very serious. If you wear like a Adidas socks or whatever else at the event, you get fined $2,000. You have to wear all Nike. Whoa. So you have to wear all Nike. There's like a fine for being late, $1,000 fine for being late. That's also in the IPV for bodybuilding. If you're late, you get fined a lot of money too for that too. So a lot of people don't realize that in the league, they'll charge you a lot for frivolous fines and petty stuff. But yeah, I ended up having a pretty good showing. I beat another world record holder that day. That was pretty good. I have some of the footage. I actually showed it to you in one of the clips I played. Where it's like me and Michael Hearn in one of the pieces of footage I had. There's also me and Rusty training and a lot of other highlight footage and reels that I have too. But yeah, that was a pretty good experience, man. I enjoyed that.
I bet, and that's how I know that the bodybuilding industry hasn't gone woke or anything, because eventually that whole fining $1,000 for being late would have been put to rest, because someone would have said, well, that's racist. That's racist. They
would have said that. Well, that's the thing though, is like, I mean, we have colored people time. So it's like, even with Emmett's whole controversy on like saying, well, no, it's 27 minutes. It's not 47 minutes. I'm like, well, I'm functioning off of colored people time. That's what we're working on. It's accurate by the raccoon standard. I'm just telling you right now, us coons consider that colored people time. So it's like, it was a pretty good podcast last night. So it was good stuff, man.
That was good stuff too. I liked that. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the back and forth between you and Emmett.
He's a good sport.
Yeah, no, he is. It was entertaining stuff. I was joking around. I was like, oh, I'm going to start my own news network. It's going to be MSV1C instead of MSNBC. It's going to be MSV1C, and that's going to be my news network.
Yeah, that's Emmett. What's his name with Don Lemon's name?
Yeah, with Emmett Lemon. Yeah, oh man, he was so pissed. He was like, hell no.
Emerson Cooper.
Emerson Cooper. What's funny though? What's funny is he was accepting of that. He's like, you know what? That's not so bad as long as it's not Don Lemon.
He owned it too. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
he's also gay. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
you're just
they're
gonna
both
own
gay.
training one gay for the next gay. Okay,
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought was funny too. That he was fine with that. He's like, oh, and it's like, oh, all right. I mean, they're both gay, but okay, whatever. Emerson Cooper.
So I will say that there's going to be a news network war. I posted in the Discord that there's going to be a war. These vampires have been sucking the truth out of media for a long time, and the Trash Panda Network is here to reconcile all this and dig the truth from the trashes of the dumpsters so that we all can be revealed. So yeah, that's why I wanted to come out with this, because I know there has to be a competing news network. He just can't run the block and, own a monopoly on news networks. So that's why we came to prominence.
Yeah, no, competition is always better, You need someone out there to push you, and then you push him, and it just everyone benefits. So I am down. I'm down for the Palestine news wars. I am here for it, brother. I can't wait to see it. Is there any stories that you've heard that you're working on or that you're gonna talk about soon?
We are going to do a segment on the worst superpowers to have during a debate and the best superpowers to have during a debate. That's going to be a special funny segment. We're also going to have the origin of the Palestine News Network and the Trash Panda News Network beef, how it all started. So I'm also going to talk about the origin story on that. We're also going to cover other things as far as debate news, media, and also this war popping off in Iran. But we're going to cover this from the coon perspective. It's not going to be from the raccoon perspective. I mean, that's what I mean. It's all the same thing. But
the raccoon. Yeah, that's it. I thought that was funny too, the Trash Panda, because at first I was like, why the Trash Panda? Then when you're saying coons, like, oh, I get it. I was like, that's good stuff right there, Marche. That's clever.
Yeah, we're gonna have some well-spoken black people on the channel. That's what's gonna happen. So it's definitely gonna be a thing that's gonna be happening. But getting back to this, I think I would encourage anybody that plans on working out or training, make it a lifestyle. I think it's extremely important. I made it my lifestyle. I think that not only has fitness and health been the mainstay of my lifestyle, but I think it'll benefit you, because sooner or later you're going to grow old, man. And then somebody's going to have to wipe your ass and you're going to fall and break a hip and all this, but that can all be prevented. If you get fat as hell, you're going to have to put like a towel on the end of a stick and then wipe your ass somehow. You don't want to be in that position. Not only this, but you want to make sure that, you're able to take care of other people too, because when you get older and you fall on your hip and you break your hip, that's because of loss of bone density, because of lack of training. Weight training increases bone density, and that can help out health. So these are also things that I also promote too. I don't talk about it too much because, like I said, before I got into debates, we were talking about everything in just pounding bodybuilding into the mud so much to where it was like, I live, eat, and breathe this to some point, and I never had a break, because once you're doing bodybuilding, you can't leave it, because you're eating 7 meals a day. It's at home. And then when you go, you're bringing Tupperware everywhere else with you. So it's like, you'll never escape bodybuilding. So on podcasts, when I started getting into like these debates, it was like a breath of fresh air, because my mind isn't solely fixed on my next meal or the training I have to do and everything else. I do love to suffer, but I needed a break from this, because I was kind of almost approaching some kind of burnout. But so I do want to discuss, like, me and Andrew Wilson, us meeting. What happened though is I was on a podcast and I started getting into researching some of the red pill content. I feel like they had a point, but it wasn't grounded. It wasn't sticking to some point, because I was like, yeah, but I want to be in a monogamous relationship. I know having like more than one woman isn't good. Even though it's like, short time stuff and all this, you're still going to end up with a cold bed at night. That's not the future that I want. There has to be something more substantial. And to be honest with you, you almost missed Muslim Arte. That was almost the thing that was going to happen. And I can explain why. The reason why I was leaning towards Islam is because I noticed that if I wore a Jesus is Sissy Lala shirt in Walmart, I would have made it through the whole week. Might have got some ugly looks, glances, and things like this. But if I wore Allah is gay shirt, I probably wouldn't have made it 2 days, right? I probably would have got stoned, stabbed, or something would have happened, because the Muslim community out here is pretty big too. So think about it. So I've lived in a disciplined state for the most of my life when it came to planning meals, learning how to control the passions of self when it came to dieting, discipline, staying away from temptation, desserts, all this stuff. Like I've truly mastered that when it came to all this. My impulse control was like S tier, all that. But I didn't see a reflection of this in society. And I looked at Western Christianity. Western Christianity was falling. Not only was it falling, but we had lesbian pastors. The rainbow flag was being erected. And I was like, why would I be associated with Christianity during the time? I didn't know what Orthodox Christianity was, mind you. But I did know that I didn't know a lot about Islam, but I did know that they were disciplined as hell. They were so disciplined that if you insulted their religion, they would do something about it. Like, I'm like, damn it. Well, at least there's something that's consistent there because there's rainbow flags at this one. There at this Christian church, there isn't one at this one. And I was like, okay, I think Islam is where I'm leading to because judge me if you want, but this is just my ignorance at the time. I was like, well, Andrew Tate seems disciplined and he's leaning into Islam too. What's wrong with this? What could go wrong? But I was on a podcast and I started looking into doing more podcast appearances and stuff like that. And I started watching the Whatever podcast and I saw a man on there and I was like, this guy's making a lot of sense. Who the hell is this? He looks like the average person. Like he doesn't look special or anything different from anybody else. And it was Andrew Wilson. And I was like, I don't know who this guy is. Like they're just bringing up random people because I didn't know who he was at the time. And I was listening to a podcast and he started making a lot of fucking sense. And then I listened more and more. And next thing you know, I caught the next episode. And I was like, whoever this Andrew Wilson guy is, he's really interesting and has a lot of stuff to say. Then he brought up orthodoxy. And he said, well, if you ever get a chance to check out a parish. And I was like, so I started going online and looking this up. And I was like, oh, they're really disciplined. Discipline is really attractive to me. So I started leaning into that because I can't be a elite athlete, in the elite, and then function with some lackadaisical belief system. Those two are like, oil and water. They won't mix. So I started researching all this.
Marte, your audio went out.
Yeah, I reached out to them, and next thing you know, Rachel Wilson started talking to Andrew, and Rachel Wilson is very familiar with pro bodybuilding and all this stuff. And next thing you know, I became Andrew Wilson's trainer, and I was coaching him for a bit. So that ended up being pretty good. But mind you, before that, I was coaching a lot of other celebrities, and I was training a lot of other people before that. So it wasn't anything like different from training anybody else, coaching Andrew Wilson, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah. No, that's very awesome. Man, I had a question for you. Let's see. Let's rewind a little bit. So you talked about how you met Andrew. Actually, I had a comment. I was like, man, somewhere in some other parallel universe, there's Muslim Marte who's teaming up with Manar versus like Andrew and someone else. Imagine that. That would be crazy.
There would have been another universe where I would have been debating Andrew representing the Muslim side. That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's a good thing. People in my chat are saying, thank God he's on our side and stuff like that. And I got to say that too, thank God you're on our side, because a Muslim Marte would not have been good. Not have been good.
Yeah, I was like this close to going towards Islam because I wanted something that was more disciplined, firm, and consistent when it came to like the ideology. But upon further like reference, like hindsight is always going to be 2020 regardless. But looking back, I was like, damn, would have been an idiot move on my part. That's just my opinion. If I offend you, we can debate about this next week and I can set it up by anybody in the audience. But that's the thing though, is like, I'm glad that I'm on this side, and I'm glad that I chose to lean towards Christ and Christian values. And I've been in catechesis for like 2 years before I even got baptized. So it's a while. So when people do the whole conflation with me and Nala Ray, it's not the same thing, because Nala Ray goes and she gets dunked. There's two things that I have, because there's like a war right now. There's a potential debate that could happen on Word War Debate with me and Pearl's producer. Maybe not her producer, but he works on her production. There's kind of a beef that's happening between me and him on Twitter, where they're bringing up a lot of personal attacks. I'm not like foreign to personal attacks, but they've conflated and compared me to Nala Ray, and they said, well, Marte is no different from this, right? Well, the problem with this is I don't have a problem with Nala Ray's past if she's changed her ways. That's nothing I can ever judge. What I can judge is the fact that she has renounced her ways, but then became a female minister. Like that's like something that I have an issue with. The other thing that I have an issue with is with this whole conflation is, yeah, she can go get baptized tomorrow night and then get a coffee in the same shop that's adjacent to the pool that she got baptized in. In accordance with Orthodoxy, I had to go through the whole process of catechesis, like 2 years of studying, research, having to go to classes, having to be disciplined, learn a prayer rule, all this other stuff. And then they decide whether or not it's time for you to get baptized or not. It's much different, the process of this. I love the fact that there's so much discipline in this form of Christianity that you just can't say, I can just turn into that tomorrow. Which she turned into a minister, has her own online ministry, comes out, and next thing you know, she's evangelical, like as if 6 months ago she didn't have all this in her mouth. And it's like, this is crazy. So there's a massive distinction between me and Nala. Plus, I didn't do intercourse I didn't do that on camera. She did, but I'm not going to dive too much into that. But it's when they do this whole conflation, I just don't I feel like it's such a reach. I think that if somebody has redeemed their ways, even Nala Ray or any of these other people, if they've since redeemed and changed their ways, I can't judge them. I really can't judge them. As long as they're walking that walk towards Christ, we all should be given that walk, no matter what. Everybody should be given a chance, because if they were to tell me, Marte, you can't ever be forgiven because I'm a secularist and you're always doomed because you're past, that means that Christ died for nothing. That means that baptism doesn't work anymore and nobody should be given a redemption. What a nihilistic world that you live in. If we're going by that logic, it's very nihilistic. Crazy.
Yeah. And that's what people confused. They'll be like, why are you talking crap on Nala Ray? I thought you guys were all about redemption and forgiveness and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, yeah, no, we are, but that's not, she's obviously she's switched one grift to another, it seems like. And, like you said, she's like a female minister and stuff like that. It's not that she's, it's not that, oh, she used to do F and therefore it's that it seems like she just pretty much turned one grift into another. And she's still putting out videos that are still there's no nudity in there. There's no explicit adult content, but there's sexually suggestive innuendo still in there. It doesn't seem like she's fully conformed. And she's definitely not a figure that we should be prompting up and listening to this soon. She got baptized and then a month later she was on Michael Knowles talking about how she was saved. And it's like, okay, that's not how this works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, there's also examples too. Even recently, I can tell you right now, ever since I started getting back into heavy duty training with my coach and doing all this, and then planning on trying to qualify for the Olympia, and then not only this, but having to do the Europa and compete at maybe some Grand Prix, do all this again. I've had two photographers reach out and say, hey, I was wondering if you can do a photo shoot. And I was like, no, I'm good. You don't want to know what the photo shoot's about? It's fitness related stuff. No, I'm good. I'm so adverse to photo shoots now because of the past and because of reputational damage and all this, that I don't even want to do a regular schmegular fitness photo shoot. I don't want to do that at all. I can do progress pictures before and after, but I choose not to do this. People could say, well, damn, you look like a Greek god. 6 months from now, I can look like some statuesque figure, where it's damn, I don't know. That's impressive. Yeah, it's going to have to be impressive underneath my clothes, bro. That's the kind of discipline I have. Whereas Nala Ray took off and she's like, oh, we're just going to insinuate. It's not exactly corn, but we're just going to, flick her tongue on a biscuit or a muffin, whatever it was she did in the last reel. And it's we're just going to insinuate. It's not exactly corn. I'm so averse to anything like that you have to be viewed as kind of a monastic because you don't do anything even adjacent to that, to where it's somebody asked me, they said, are you going to debate theology, Marte, at some point in the future? Because you're an Orthodox Christian, you're now baptized, you're learning more about the religion. Would you ever do this? And I would say, No, I put a 10-year hiatus on me. And I said, before I make this decision, this isn't like a decision I made with a priest or anybody else. But I said, should I be the person that wants to debate theology? Let's say I know all my shit. Let's say I know the Bible from front to back. I can interpret it just as much as anybody else. I still have to give myself 10 years before I can even have the conversation with myself about it. The reason why is because there is no statute of limitations on your public status or bad image, according to secularists in the world and everything else like this. Mind you, let's say that the world does forgive this. Well, this is now personal. I'm giving myself this 10-year hiatus from doing theology or anything like that. Even having the mere conversation with myself about this in my head and deep diving about how I'm going to go about debating theology 10 years from now, that's just a conversation. So I think that if more people who've had like a degenerate past take the time and don't rush into this and say, I'm just going to rush out and just give the word and do all this, we wouldn't look like such shams. I mean, in the overarching Christian community. But thankfully, Orthodoxy doesn't have a lot of that going on right now, or any of that I can see. We don't have that because there's so much discipline, so much reverence, and there's a lot of gatekeeping that happens, to be honest. I think gatekeeping is extremely important. That should be done because we now have Western Christianity that hasn't done gatekeeping. We now have rainbow flags. We now have ministers. We just had a debate where somebody was arguing that the church should be sued because we can't have a lesbian pastor in the pulpit. Like, what? This is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Not enough gatekeeping was done at all. And like you said, it's led to all this. Yeah, like you said, female pastors or even lesbian pastors, or like with the LGBTQ flag in there. And it's like, okay, it's no, like, no, this is not what's needed at all. I want to ask, like, because it's fascinating to me, because like you do the bodybuilding, which is obviously a big discipline with your body, and you're working out your body. Would you say that like debating is kind of like a workout for your mind?
It is, because you're going to look back and you're going to say, damn, I messed up so many times. And you're going to start becoming like hyper analytical. So I'll say this. When I did a debate, the last debate, I wanted this to probably be one of my best performances when it came to like eliminating civil rights. I wanted that to become the most, and I wanted to imagine if I'm on Speakeasy's platform and I'm having this debate, what if I was at some college debating this with some professor about this? I need to come as prepared as possible to where if I can demonstrate this as like a highlight reel to debates, just like sports, and I'm conflating the two. If you can show a highlight reel of something that you are trying to become disciplined at or be better at, would your future self be happy with that? And would that future self say that guy's a pro at what he does? If I looked at any of the debates I did in the past, this is my honest truth, Vic, I would tell you guys that I'm a D-level debater. Not A, not B, not C, a D-level debater. I think that I have so much work to do and so much improvement to do, even though I can say I've done like 88 debates. I've only with the polls that came out, I've only lost 2. One of them was a narrow loss to Destiny. According to Paige, she says that. She's a litigator, so I'm going to say that maybe that's the closest thing to some official judgment. And Emmett reviewed that. He said that was a narrow loss too. And then I lost to Mo Rebuttal. The only one person, those are the only 2 people I've lost debates to. But if I think about this, it's like, I have to think about this. Am I just highly favored because these are on right-wing channels? Oh, wait, hold on. I did do a debate on Wick and we whooped the asses out of those people. And then I think about this. Oh, I did do a debate against Pisco and they didn't do really well there either. So it's like, yeah, I did this on liberal platforms and everywhere else. Here's the whole point. You want to get better to where your last performance looks nothing like your first. There needs to be a dramatic change. And if you are as competitive as I am, you are going to be OCD and weed out the little things like you saying, like you'll start noticing, you start doing this a lot. I did this in the last debate and I'm just like, damn, that's just maybe a lack of preparation and I need to prepare better. So it's not bad to be hard on yourself if you want to fine tune yourself to become a better athlete or a better performer or a better tactician at engaging with the left, because this is kind of a sport, to be honest with you. It really is. It gets judged. It gets viewed. You can practice this. You can look at highlight reels and review where you fucked up at or messed up at. And then not to mention that, but it requires a certain level of discipline. It does. But here's one thing I would say to everybody else. The more you start doing debates, the more you start recognizing where you messed up at, and it most likely doesn't happen again. And you slowly start weeding these little things out, like maybe little ticks or, misquoting things, stuttering, all this. If you have a stutter, like you can help weed all this stuff out later on. The more you start doing this, the better you're going to be. I know I'm saying stuff I'm preaching to the choir here, but I'm just saying, like, if you were comparing this to sports, it's a good thing to be competitive and have a little bit of OCD streak.
Yeah, one thing I say I noticed that you've improved on is before I've noticed you try like I compared you. You're trying to like you're like a Bill Goldberg in a way. Like Goldberg would have these short matches. Like he would go in there, try to get this match done as soon as possible, and then leave. I felt like you kind of slowed down a lot. Like you're kind of more patient. You're not as interruptive. And that's for the better. I think that's a good thing, because I think before you're going in for like the steamrolling. But I think now, I'm just saying, like you went in there when you went in there like Goldberg, like you went in there, you wanted to do the spear, the jackhammer, bada bing, bada boom. But you slowed down a lot, and I think that's for the better. Like you've slowed down a lot, you're more patient, and I think it also helps you formulate your arguments better. So I would say that from what I've viewed of your debates, that's how I've seen that you've improved a lot, is that you've kind of slowed down a bit. And,
I think pacing is extremely important. I think that when you pace and you start thinking before you say something, the mistakes are decreasing a lot. Not only this, but you're able to formulate a better attack pattern, and you're able to recognize. And here's another thing too, is one thing that was like kind of hidden and woven in what you were saying that I caught, like, and this is my interpretation of what you said, is maybe I'm not saying as much. Meaning I'm not interrupting as much. Maybe I'm listening more. That's also another thing too, is because I started noticing that if I listen more to my opponents, you'll start noticing that they handed you a knife. They'll hand you a gun. They hand you a noose. And then your recall gets better because you heard it. If you're not interrupting it, you can now say, nope, that just contradicted what you said last time. But a lot of people don't realize this, that recall is a lot of just listening, to be honest with you, and catching things that people say. But you'll never get this if you're just quick to just have a respond instead of listen. I think approach will always determine a response, but the approach always has to be heard out in full sometimes. Let them talk. Sometimes they'll dig their own grave, and that's a beautiful thing. That's what happened with the last debate. When I said, hold on, so because if I have a bakery and I refuse to cook, make a cake for a lesbian couple, and then at the last second I switched this up, I said, let's go to a church. Do you think lesbians should sue because of their belief system that they're not going to? And next the guy was like, yeah, they should sue because of them. So you think that they should adopt their lifestyle and belief system and forego Christian 2,000 years of unchanged church historical tradition, culture, and all this for lesbian ideology? He was like, yeah. I was like, this is crazy. You just destroyed your own worldview. It's like, and it's beautiful. I love it. When this stuff happens, it's almost like you just kind of want to sit back and just be like, well, that was that. But you have to, there's like 20 minutes left on the clock and you're like, well, this is fun now. But you'll never have these moments of fun unless you let them hang themselves. But a lot of this requires just listening and being patient, man. I'm slowly starting to learn this, man.
Yeah. So, I agree with you 100%. Bandit on my channel, thank you very much for the $5, Bandit. He says, I've noticed that I have more brain farts when I spend more time talking than listening, being on stream versus being in chat. So yeah, I think he's just agreeing with your point that yes, sometimes it's better when you're just listening, because yes, you're giving him the knife or you're giving him the rope to hang themselves with, And yeah, you're absolutely right. I remember that from your last debate where, he said, yes, they should be able to sue. And it's like, wait, what? And so, yeah, that whole debate was funny. I was curious, what did you debate Mo rebuttal on?
So I think I actually did pretty well. It was on the red pill, not dooming men or something like that, not being leading to men's destruction. And my whole point was, I was saying that red pill, what definitionally, what does that mean to you? Like could we have to get into definitions? And I said, red pill is kind of like an awareness, an awakening of the mind of something, like an awareness to a reality that you never saw before. Like I got red pilled into something. And I was like, well, Christianity is very red pilled, isn't it? Because there's a part in the Bible that says it's better to live in a desert than in the house of a quarreling wife. And then there's another scripture that says the roof of a house. So I said, how very red pilled of that. So what we're saying is that I just went that route and I was saying that there's a conflation, and I try to use that, but it was like, but you have to understand though, I will say this to Mo's credit. Mo's a very likable guy, very good guy. Yeah. And not to mention this, damn you, Mo, you have a traditional family, you have Christian beliefs, and you're really likable. Yeah, those are points against me, bro. It's like, I met my nemesis now. Somebody who has me beaten in, like he's beating me out and all these other things. I'm like, damn, man, I don't have a family like that. I don't have maybe the likable nature of Mo. Damn, but people don't realize though, it's one good thing to have good rhetoric, and it's one good thing to have the Socratic method down pat. But it's another thing to be liked by the audience. And the audience like you because you're a really good guy and you have the ideals that everybody else should emulate. Mo, my hat's off to you if you're listening. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Crazy. So, so they took a poll, and then how much did you lose by?
I don't know, but I still think I have it somewhere. I should have like a post that says all the scores that I won or lost by. Mind you, all of this is just subjective, but isn't almost everything subjective in sports? Like bodybuilding subjective, it's judged by a panel of 7 judges, and they have the main judge. It's like boxing is subjective. So it goes down to a decision sometimes, and a judge has to decide. So we have to think about this. Even pro wrestling is subjective, according to maybe scripts or whatever that is. All this is just subjective. So just like this debate you have to approach this as a sport. So yeah, there's polls that happen on Easy's channel after the debate, and they say, okay, who gave you the best argument for tonight, Marte or Mo rebuttal? Mo happened to win that night. My hat's off to him. I couldn't have lost to a better person, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I like Mo. He's a good debater. He's a smart guy. I like him. So yeah, I was just curious about that. I was like, well, wait, I didn't know you debated Mo rebuttal, but then I don't think I watched it, but I do remember that you were going to debate defending the red pill. That you were on the side of the red pill for that debate, right? Yeah.
I was a good I will play devil's advocate for positions that don't blaspheme Christ or go against Christian ethics. I don't think the red pill exactly goes against red pill or Christian ethics at all. I think the red pill, like I was saying, definitionally is an awakening or awareness of reality to some degree. Because when Neo, like I'll even conflate this with the Matrix, they said you can either stay in this delusional realm and be a liberal, or you could be a Republican and take the red. And what did he choose? He chose to be a Republican and fight for the best side, right? But to me, that's definitionally what the red pill is to me. So it's like if you take that approach, he just beat me off of saying that there's hidden axioms, and we got into this. I feel like I want to run it back with Mo and see who will win this time again. So it's like, I don't know. I'm kind of a sore loser in that way, where I want to debate him again to kind of take that win back that I thought maybe I could have had. So.
Yeah, no, that's good. Again, it goes to your competitive nature. You know what I mean? But that's a good thing. But that's a good, that's a good argument that you took using the Bible in order to cite, like, oh, see, look, red pill does take from Christianity right here. I thought that was a pretty interesting. I'm gonna have to go and watch it. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet, but I think I'll go back and watch that just to see how it went.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember when you had your debate channel come out, I think I might have been one of the first debaters. Was it Andrew Wilson?
Oh, yeah. No, you were the first one. It was you and that one guy. I forgot his name. Huh? I
forgot what he was, but he kept interrupting, and he was just so bad. You had to mute. Mute us in that debate. It was just so bad faith.
I had to put the timer on too.
Yeah, you had to put this is so bad. And this is why I like debating people who are used to doing debates, and who, like Rachel Wilson's debate recently. Her intro opening statement that's supposed to be non-interrupted was interrupted twice. And I'm just like, of course it's going to piss James off. And then she started cursing at James. And I'm like, this never ends up well when you curse at the moderator and then you interrupt people's opening statements and all this. And it's like, of course he's the moderator. He's going to say, well, if you're going to do all this, cam up then. And then when she refused to, it's like, then it's all bad. It's World War III. But it's like, I got into an argument with somebody, not an argument. We got into a little debate. It's somebody online. And he was like, well, you know, just because she didn't cam up doesn't mean she's cheating. And I'm like, okay, well, let's concede the cheating. Show me a debate where somebody interrupts twice and curses out the moderator and it goes well for them. I'll wait. So, but if you think about it like this, even if we concede the whole cheating thing or whatever, like on the optics, she looked like she was violating all the rules of this channel and even went to attack the moderator, which is crazy. But like we have to think about this. Like on your channel, that's what happened. The same thing happened. The guy kept interrupting. I don't know if he interrupted my opening statement, but I wouldn't be surprised if I remember that he did or not. But that ended up pretty good debate, I think. I think I won that debate in the poll. I think you had a poll then too.
Yeah. As far as I know, you won every debate that you've done on my channel. And so
Yeah, I think I've won every debate on Speakeasy's channel except for the one against Mo. I've won every debate on Wick's channel except for the one against Destiny, according to my peers. So if I'm wrong, anybody else chime in and tell me if I've ever lost any other debate. This isn't like an act of hubris of me saying, oh, I'm undefeated and all. I can... Humble me, please. If you're a really good debater and you find a great topic, I'd love to debate you because you're just going to make me better. I think we should run towards adversity and run towards gunfire and bullets, proverbial bullets and stuff. I think that it's very important for men to do that. Men these days, they don't do that. They run from adversity. They run from discipline. They run from challenges. And they run to a couch and Cheetos in their mom's basement. I'm totally against that. Inactivity is one of the biggest diseases we have in America right now. And I'm actively fighting that right now, trying to be a walking example of that. And I believe everybody else should too.
Yeah, I completely 100% agree. Do you have it? What are your next debates coming up? Do you have any?
Right now, I'm working on this program, Woke Autopsy, right now. And I'm also working on TPNN, the Trash Panda News Network. And we're rolling this out. I've got some DI correspondents coming. We have a correspondent that's also a fellow coon. She's going to be on. And we also have, of course, they're all animals. We have a snow bunny that's coming on board. You already know what kind of race that's going to be. So we have all this. So it's like, not only do we have a great theme, but we accept everybody, man. We TPNN, we're going to give you the best coverage you've ever seen. But also we have debates happening all the time. Also, there was a debate for a no-show that I had last month against an Agent Smith that was supposed to show up. He was a no-show. It's the first time somebody's been a no-show to a debate with me. Liberal. I know there's a Agent Smith in the Crucible, but this is like a very liberal Agent Smith. If you're out there watching, please don't run from this fade. Like, I don't want you to run from this fade. Let's run this debate back because you missed it. I don't know if you were late for the appointment like Mass Pike Miles was, but if you can, you are going to debate ICE is a net negative for the country. That was going to be the debate prompt. And I'd love to debate why that is. So yeah, I look forward to that one if that is going to happen.
Yeah, man. These debate prompts sometimes are wild. Like you see the Circa versus Rob Noor one that happened recently on the Noor prompt. The Noor
that was great. That was a long. Yeah, let me tell you what. I don't know what Rob is drinking, but he better throw in some Gatorade for these marathon performances he's doing. He better wear some Asics, some good running shoes, because this guy is lasting. He has an Energizer battery pack or something going on. I don't know how the guy does it.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it either. I call him like an Iron Man, dude, because he just Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and going. But that prompt was wild about how a secular nation is better for Christians than a Christian nationalist nation. I was like, well, this is like the wildest prompt I've ever seen. Like, how is that even possible? You know. And he didn't bring any arguments that changed my mind. I don't know if he did with you, but still, sometimes when you hear these prompts, it's like, oh, you know what? Speaking of you, Marte, I believe this one involved you. Remember, there was like a debate. It was like you and Rachel versus Soy Pill and Radical Coder, I believe. And the
we
prompt was
them. The death.
Well, yeah, the death penalty. Yeah, and that was another one where the prompt was like, this is why prompts are important, because prompts could absolutely break you if you're not careful,
Yeah, it was. I remember it was on She Who Shall Not Be Named network, her platform, and I remember her saying that this is the last debate Rachel Wilson's doing because Rachel was going to take a break, and also she was having some problems with her voice during the time too.
Yeah,
it was like, we're going to do this, and we're going to go all the bang, and we're going to destroy these two people. It was going to be Soy Pill, and I think it was Radical Coder.
Yeah.
And I remember that's like in the opening clip that I have, and I was like, do you think that there would be more KKK in the South at night or less if this was the case? And then Soy Pill was laughing because he knew I just destroyed their whole argument. And it's like me and Rachel just went in, guns a-blazing. Those guys got destroyed during the whole debate. It was good. I loved it. Crazy prompt, though. Alongside crazy prompts, yes. For somebody to argue against this is crazy. I think the craziest prompt that I've ever debated was marrying first cousins and the justification of this. That's probably one of the craziest debate prompts I've ever had.
Yeah, that was insane. But I'll never forget that one because it was pretty much like, oh, Soy Pill was like, well, I concede that, yes, a death penalty is a deterrent to crime. And then it's like, you guys were just like, well, that's the debate then. That's what the prompt is.
That's the debate. Yeah. We said that's the debate. And I told him, I said, well, in Saudi Arabia, if people were offing gay men because of certain things, do you think there'd be more homosexuality or less? They're like, well, there'd be less. It's like, come on. How many times are you going to concede this whole debate? Like, it was like I was telling them that during this whole debate. And I was like, I just gave them a simple premise and they kept falling into it. And it's like, Ryan wasn't any help. So it was like us versus Soy Pill, really what it was.
Yeah.
So, it was an interesting debate.
Yeah, it was you guys versus Soy Pill. But Soy Pill's the one that conceded. Ryan was still trying to like, well, no, wait a minute. Like, he was still trying to save it.
He was in denial. He took the blue pill.
Yeah, he was in denial. He was still trying to be like, well, wait a minute. No, well, wait a minute. But Soy Pill was even like, well, no, yeah, it is a deterrent, man. And then that was it. That was the debate.
One thing I'll say, though, is I've debated Charlie. It was me and Fatty versus Charlie. And we whooped the shit out of them. It was Charlie and or Chuck. Me and Fatty versus Chuck. Fatty didn't help me out too much, to be honest. So it was like me versus these two women on the liberal side on Wick's channel. She got destroyed. That's still on my channel. And then I was like, hey, there's this debate that's coming up, Andrew. I was wondering if we could team up. And then Andrew was like, sure, let's do it. And then next thing you know, I had contacted this guy who worked for the LA Times. And I was like, I knew how to source liberals from threads. And when I sourced this guy that was a reporter, journalist for the LA Times, he was the guy that I found because I discovered him with Charlie. And I forgot what that was, but Andrew had brought up his famous quote saying, there's an island off the coast of such.
Yeah. Papua New Guinea.
Papua New Guinea. And he was like, have you heard of this? I was like, I already know where he's going to go. But just understand, though, I will say this, though. There's this massive distinction between me, and this is why I'll say that I'm a D-level debater. Even though I don't lose a lot, I'll just say that and be humble. It's because when you put me against somebody, even a partner with somebody like Andrew Wilson, I become mute. And the reason why I become mute is because you're almost at a halfway point of like, am I going to be a speed bump and get in his way? Like, I don't know what points I'm going to bring up because the last point he brought up was like, damn, I couldn't have said it better. And the whole debate, you're saying I couldn't have said it better when Andrew was talking the whole time. It's like, you have to think about it like this. How can you outdo your partner to some degree or give a better point? That's Andrew. This is the Michael Jordan of debate next to you. And you're like, okay, I have to offer a more compelling point than he just made somehow. Yeah. Good luck, bro. Good luck. And Chuck had said this. She was like, you didn't say anything during the whole debate. And I was like, I was sniping. I was in the back sniping. And it was like, I didn't know. Because it's like, that's Andrew Wilson, bro. I think that if you have Andrew Wilson as a partner, you're doing the debate and you don't say anything, I understand. Andrew Wilson is like debating 5 people in one. Good luck, man, having a word in, because if you're going to think that you're going to offer a more compelling argument than the man himself, good luck, man. Because I wish you the best. It's tough.
Yeah, I know. I remember, I think when I reviewed that debate too, I was like, oh, it's an easy night for Marte because, you know, it's going to be Andrew just cooking the whole time. But, you know, I totally understand because, yeah, it's like, you know, it's Andrew Wilson and it's like it's at that point, it's like, oh, am I only going to be hindering him or whatnot? Like, what more could I really do here? Andrew is pretty much a one man. Like you said, he could take on all of them at once, you know? So, yeah.
The guy's doing like debates at DebateCon, Andrew versus 5 people, things like that. So that's where I had the debate idea. And I was like, I'm just going to just battle 2 people. That's when I had Mr. Work and Menard come on.
Yeah.
And I think I had another 2v1 debate. I forgot where that was too. Right after that, I had another 2v1 debate. Where the hell was this? It was somewhere, either somebody didn't.
Marte.
I think both these. It was one of those situations. I forgot what it was, but yeah, that's one of the debates I had on your channel. It was a handicap debate. It was me versus those 2. And I was like, I don't mind doing this because I felt like that was my way of redeeming myself for being quiet and mute during the whole Andrew Wilson debate. So if somebody says, well, you didn't really say anything, but I was like, I did a 1v2. I can always revert back to Vic's channel and say, look at what I did here. You can't tell me I'm mute if I'm destroying 2 people in one debate. It's just me. Yeah. I'm outnumbered. You're supposed to beat me because you have numbers on your side, but it's like, nope. Yeah. So that ended up being pretty good. But I ended up doing another 2v1 debate after that. I forgot where. It's probably on my channel somewhere. I got to look. I've done so many debates. But yeah, there was another one after that where I destroyed 2 other people. Ended up being a pretty good debate too.
Nice. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, like you said, like no one could really blame you for not really saying much if you're teaming with Andrew. Like I said, he could, you know, he's a force. You know, he's an absolute force. Yeah, what do you do? What do
you do, bro?
Yeah, exactly. You know, so but I think you doing the 2v1 was definitely you challenging yourself, and I think you did pretty well handling Workademics and Manar. I think that was you know, a good showcase for yourself and a good way to test yourself.
Manar is a lot to deal with, mind you. And then Mr. Work was like, and think about this. Manar was probably like the more rational one here because Mr. Work kept almost bombing his own arguments for Manar. And it ended up trading off because they ended up destroying their argument and then it switched off.
Yeah.
And I was like, you guys are both trying to save each other's argument and bail each other out. So I was like, so you guys are doing some of my work for me on your end. Brilliant. I love it.
I'm trying to remember, but I remember there was one point that they made, and it's like, dude, are you really making that argument? I forgot what it was, but it was like so absurd. And I was like, I don't remember what it was, but it was like, you even called her out. So you're like, so wait a minute. So you're saying this is what happened. And they're like, yeah. And it's like,
and then I was like, are they going to have some infighting? Yes. I was like, are they going to have infighting? Because all that's going to do is make my position look even better. But that's the thing that I'm looking at right now. And you know, what's a good idea, Vic, to be honest with you? I think that a good idea would have a panel and just say, I want to debate this, and anybody that comes up. First Amendment actually has a good idea. Hate to say this. You guys can hate me now, but I can explain why. The reason why I think First Amendment has a good idea, he says, come debate a liberal. Notice how general this is? Well, First Amendment, I don't think it really works well for him. But normally on any other normal person, this should work to further development as far as debate. Random people coming up and challenging your ideas. Because now your ideas are going to be stress tested against the masses, against panels, against nobodies and people like that. Now you're going to be able to formulate a better argument and fine tune it and refine it over a period of time. First Amendment not really getting better. I don't understand that. Maybe he must be a sadist or a glutton for punishment. But yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that maybe that's something I should roll out in the future too, is formulate something like come debate me, but it has to be when all these other detractors and people that want to sabotage are way behind me, though. Not now, of course.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only thing. It's like, yeah, because I could see you doing that and being good at it. Is just, yeah, like you said, you got people that are looking to kind of sabotage you and attack you. So, you know, maybe when all that die, I think it's starting to die down, but when it dies down even further, I think that would be best for you to start doing that. But I think that's actually is a good idea to do that.
Yeah, that's why I held the stream yesterday. I think drama that is unnecessary is not good for a channel. I showed graphs on how it hurts you monetarily, on how it causes burnout of a channel, on how, not to mention this, but it's the equivalent of fast food that you're giving to people because it's devoid of any value, right? And also not only this, but it creates a short attention span. People rubberneck to your channel, but then when it looks like it's repetitive beef, they turn away. And then your own viewers will say, oh my gosh, such a toxic drama channel. You're going to have those people evacuate stage left from your channel, and they're not going to want to be associated with that when all you're noticing is this channel's associated with drama. Not to mention this, but you're farming from a source that's very conditional. You're talking about debating people, not ideas or anything that's a concept. These things get old very fast. They do. And then things fall apart. Your channel collapses from the inside. And then not to mention this, but your own people will eat you alive. They'll call you a contrarian if you come at them. You see how you're held to the same standard because now your whole platform is just attacking people. So the reason why I did this is to also explain why I'm not attacking other people and why I'm not going to do this. Because once you do this, you let a green light and say, you know what? Come attack me now because I did this. So now they can place the blame on me for why they can attack me. But if I never attack them, I become a martyr. And I could say, well, I can now block you, you know, and I can have justification for moving forward. And they'll forget it because they're not getting the inherent response that they're trying to feed off of. If you don't give them a response, and if you don't acknowledge your existence, it becomes very vaporous.
Yeah, no, I completely 100% agree, man. I wanted to, you know, because the show's called Woke Autopsy, I wanted to ask you, like, have you ever always been like right wing, or is it something you came to? Like, was there a turning point, or were you just did you always have these views?
No, I didn't have these views all the time. I was a woke liberal, and actually I was a crystal collecting shaman, grandmaster, and right-hand Reiki yoga instructor in Sedona.
Holy crap. Damn, so you were just completely on the other side, completely.
I should have actually bought a Prius to complete the whole setup. I know, right? I was leading a retreat, and I was making like a shit ton of money a month because tourists and people would fly in from Colorado, all over the world to go to this retreat. The person who I learned yoga from was the Tony Robbins of yoga up there, and that's where I was certified, and I learned all this stuff. And this is when I had kind of like renounced bodybuilding for a period of time and lost all this size. And then I woke up one day, I was doing this I think it was like a breathing, it was a breathing exercise with the whole group, because we bring our mats out on this glass, on this grass and everything. And I was like imagining, and I said, well, somehow we get these ideas as men in our imagination, our minds wander. Well, good thing it did this day because I left it all behind. I said 200 years ago, or maybe even 500 years ago, what if there was a warring tribe going over this hill with the grass, over the Sedona rocky red, hills, mountains, and all this other beautiful place. But there's a warring tribe going over this hill, and they wanted to attack us and then steal our women. Well, there's only like 3 guys there. There's me and 2 other guys. Well, the guys have the same physique as the women because, of course, they're naturally vegan and hopped up on shit tons of soy. And then there's like 37 women there. And I'm like, we're screwed if I'm the only defender. And then I looked at my physique and I was like, damn, I'm about to look like one of these geeks here. And I said, we would be decimated. And then I deeply thought about this and said, wait, hold on. We always talk about divine femininity here. How come masculinity never gets brought up? We're guys here. Where are we supposed to go? Wait, hold on. I'm leading this whole group. And this whole revelation happened. And I was like, damn, man, I need to go find divine masculinity, whatever that was, because I was so far from Christ, so far from everything else, that I had noticed that I was participating in one of the biggest narcissist grifts ever. That was a pyramid scheme. And that's all it is. When you're a part of a spiritual community that is saying you can do no wrong because Mars is rising over Jupiter, and you could blame it on being an Aquarius because that was just the off week that you had, you have no accountability, and it turns you into the narcissistic person. And when you could pawn off accountability to everybody else because maybe the stars weren't aligned that night and you haven't meditated good enough, you're basically deifying yourself if you can forgive your own self and just say that you're always constantly right. So all these women up there at that retreat were calling themselves goddesses. See where I'm going with this? You're basically deifying yourself, and you're turning into a narcissistic personality at the same time. I noticed what I was becoming, and I said, you know what? I got to leave. So what I did was I gave my Rolodex over to somebody, and they said, wait, you're going to leave? You're going to leave all this behind? You have a ton of appointments, and you're going to lose a lot of money. And I said, well, blame the universe. Blame whatever it is you want to blame. And I drove all the way to Phoenix, where I had like my condo, drove back to the condo and said, you know what? I'm done with this shit. I said, I don't know what it is I don't know what it is to feel like being a man because I didn't have a father growing up. I was surrounded by women. So what I did was I surrounded myself by more women and did breathing exercises and learned all these spiritual practices that really don't do bunk for me. So I went, signed up for a boxing gym, and got punched in the face. Pretty soon I learned that you have to defend yourself and you have to protect your breathing, not yoga breathing. But if you get out of breath, you get destroyed in a boxing ring. So pretty soon I started doing this, and that's when I started eyeballing Muslim or Islam. And that's around that time that I started looking at that. But that began that journey, and that's when, luckily Andrew Wilson's the person who introduced me to Orthodoxy, and here I am now.
Wow, yeah, fascinating. Yeah, I think that's like a similar story to a lot of it. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people in our sphere that maybe have always been right wing, but I might also, because I'm the same way. I also used to be a huge fucking libtard, and so my journey to where I'm at now started like around when Trump was running for president, and when I started seeing about how the media lied about so much shit. And I was just like, well, shit, if they're lying about this stuff and blatantly lying, what else have they lied about? And
yeah,
it's a game changer. So I'm always interested in hearing people's stories about if they were always this way or if there was a turning point in their lives. So that's fascinating. I didn't know that you collected the crystals though, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, I not only collected crystals, but I also I meditated. I did a lot of inner work, as they said. I did a lot of stuff, man. I had crystals. I was a grandmaster in right hand Reiki. I'm actually supposed to be on a TV show called Almost False, and I'm supposed to be talking about all this on that TV show. Yeah, but it's very interesting, man. We can go down paths of like different belief systems only to arrive at one with what you shouldn't do. So that way you can tell other people so they don't make the same mistakes you make. But I think that that's the whole story of debate. I think that when you formulate a whole set of experiences, you put this all together as a collective of information and data, and you sift through this and you filter this and say, this is what the consistent truth is. And whatever that is to you, you bring this to somebody else and they tell you why maybe that's probably incorrect. And you both come to some conclusion, but it has to be compelling enough to sway the masses. And luckily for us, we have audiences that tune into Cool Vic's program and also Marte Reyes's programs that we have sometimes. And there can be people on the fence sitting at home and saying, I'm indecisive. I don't know what I believe. These people do exist, not blatantly like, I don't know what I believe. Do you believe in something? But maybe you're on a fence. And then you could tune into Cool Vic covering some footage. And next thing you know, you're like, you know what? Vic is offering some good points. I never thought about that perspective before. And next thing you know, they're more right leaning now. And that's what we want to do. It's like, maybe we're not going to change the mind of the person we're debating, but we're damn sure going to reach hearts and minds and change hearts and minds at home. To me, I think that's the whole premise of why we do what we do sometimes.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah. That's what I've learned too, is that when you're dating, when you're debating a person, your goal isn't necessarily to change their mind, but hopefully change someone that's watching, a neutral, someone that's not too far either way, that you could be like, oh, well, I never thought about it. I mean, that's why, that's how it was with Andrew Wilson. Like he said, like how you said, like he said a lot of things that I never thought about before in a way. And I was like, yeah, I've actually never thought about this, like force doctrine. I was like, that is just like a fact that I've never really realized before. And so when I see people nowadays that are like arguing against force doctrine or saying, well, it is true, but, or like, I feel like they're blatantly just trying to misunderstand it, but it's like really simple to comprehend. But I never thought about it before Andrew Wilson, like I never realized that. And when he pointed that out, I was like, yeah, that's actually true. There's no refuting it,
Yeah, it's very simple. Like the whole premise I told you earlier, like, a man can't lead and follow at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Just by saying this kind of evokes the idea of like, what does leadership mean then? If that's the case, if you can't do this at the same time, but then you start observing other relationships where there are men that try to do the same thing, but they end up screwing their whole dynamic up, at home, because now all of a sudden they're not a leader. They're just a conditional placemat for the woman at home. And it's like, that's bad. Like, you don't want that. So there's a subset of men who actually don't know what leadership is. So that's why I do like having these conversations on different podcasts, like what that is. Fatty, bless his heart, he does have a lot of conversations and panels with a lot of Black community people. They have this conversation all the time, but I like venturing out, man. I like getting out there and talking about relationship dynamics, belief systems, things like that. That's really intriguing to me. But in order to have these conversations, sometimes we have to debate. We have to have arguments. We have to have structure, meaning a moderator, because sometimes these things get heated. They get emotional. As you've seen, the first debate that I've had in your channel when I was talking about marriage, and I did try to bring up the idea of, well, maybe let's say that there's 1% of Orthodox people out there. Well, they only divorce 9% of the time. But what if it takes a lot of hard work to get the clean water at the top of the hill, like I brought up? Are you willing to do the work to get the clean water, or do you want to get what everybody else is getting, which is the majority, because they don't want to buy into the 1% clean Aquafina at the top? But it's like any rational person would think about my hypothetical and think, yeah, it sure is a lot of work, but that's 100% clean water, and that's what we're promoting. We want clean water. How do we get it? Do the work. And if you're going to do the work, it means it requires more discipline. You're going to have rocky years in a marriage and relationship. It could be 3 years of hellacious arguments in marriage, but see yourself through to the other side to where you can say, damn, we survived. If we made it through here, nothing can tear us apart. What happened to that mindset? We need to bring that back. And that's through a lot of discipline. A lot of people in these communities, and Orthodox and, other communities, like there's the Indian community. They have a really low divorce rate too. I'm not promoting that, but surely they must have got something right too. So it's like, I don't know, but we have these arguments. There has to be structure. People that are moderators like you have to debate these people even too, by muting them, shutting them the hell up, and creating the structure and creating boundaries. It's going to happen. But I think debate's extremely important. We need to have it in society. Without debating things, society is never going to function or move forward.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, when we stopped having such structure in our society, I mean, look where we're at now. Things haven't been for the better. It's actually gotten worse. So
yeah, I think it's gotten bad. I think it's gotten bad because right now it's like, even right now we have a war that's popping off right now, and it's like, well, we could have been like the previous administration, just giving them boatloads of suitcases of cash, but it's like,
yeah.
But to what end are we going to keep doing this? And then we're going to say, no, we're not going to be funding another person getting government. That's literally what that is. We're giving Iran government assistance. Like, if you keep giving government assistance to somebody, they're not going to appreciate it. Like, think about it. Let's say you have somebody that owes you rent, but you keep giving them a pass every single month. It's like, yeah, how much disrespect are you going to take? It's like, yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. If you just keep letting them slide, it's like, well, yeah, eventually you got to put your foot down. You can't just keep letting them take advantage of you forever. So yeah, I completely agree. That's why I respect what you do, and that's why I want to try to up my game up. So, because I also want to try my hand at doing this too. And so I know I'm not like there yet, and I'm like improving, and I know what I have to improve on. But I'm like, man, I want to get to on level like Marte or like Rob or like Andrew. Like I want to get on their level. Because Marte, if you're a D level debater, well, then I'm a fucking Z level debater, you know? And it's like, well, I got to get up to at least D level. That's where I want to get to at least right now.
Well, you know where I got that from? I was in the Crucible Discord and we have like debates that we do. So I looked at they have like a ranking system. I was a D level debater amongst them. So I'm like, damn, man, I must be like, that's where I get that from. So I'm like, I'm going to own this. You know, if I'm a D level debater, I'm going to own it, man. So, according to them, I'm a D level debater. The guy who's the spoon guy who's on Twitter sometimes, I forgot his name, Aristocrat.
Yeah.
Utensil ranks twice higher than I am. But I don't ever see him in debates somehow. But for some reason, he beats me out. And then Avarice is higher than me on that on the Crucible Debater Discord. He ranks higher than me. There's a bunch of other people who rank way higher than me. But I'm like, I'm D. Like I'm down here somewhere. Like, and they're like up here. So it's like, damn, either I need to work a whole lot to get better or I need to have more debates. So I was like, screw this. I'm just going to start doing more debates and try to get better that way. So, but I do want to ask you a question because you've been asking a lot of questions. I'll throw one right back at you. And this is just to get some introspection from you as a person that, for one, covers debates because you've covered a lot of debates. You've covered the whole thing about the guy saying that Jim Crow laws are going to come back mysteriously. So that this weird premise and idea. You covered a lot of debates. You also cover a lot of news, who's who, some of the drama. You cover a lot. You're basically like the news channel right now yourself. So you might as well call yourself like, what did you say? MSV1C? You might as well do it already. But back to this question that I want to ask. This is just so I can gain some introspection, externally from you. From an avid debate watcher and somebody that watches, reviews debates all the time, what is your blunt, brutal, honest perspective of me as a debater? You can be as brutal as you want to be. You know, Marte, you're trash when it comes to this. You're horrific when it comes to building analogies or world building and debates and examples and all that. Yeah, go ahead. Let me have it.
Honestly, the only thing, like I said before, like, not that you were terrible before, like you weren't, but I felt like your goal was mostly to go in there and kind of just like Bill Goldberg them, you know, spear them, jackhammer them, and then walk away. And I feel like where you have grown is just like you slowed down a bit and you have learned to kind of like be patient and listen and then respond instead of trying to like dominate and like speak over and cut them off. Like, I think you've gotten better at that. And so I think you've only improved. I don't see you getting worse anywhere. I think another complaint I had before that I haven't seen lately is that there have been times where like someone will bring up something where you could have granted them that, like you could have granted them that and it wouldn't have hurted your argument, but you kind of argued that. And it's like, I was kind of sitting there like, okay, Marte, like you could have just granted them that it wouldn't have hurt your argument, but now you're kind of going into this argument over here where I don't think it's needed. And you haven't done that lately either. So I would say that you're actually improving greatly as a debater. I can't really think of any flaws that I see now. I think that there's nothing that I see now that I'm like, okay, Marte, you need to work on this or you're trash on that or something. You're coming a long way and you're only improving. So that's what I got to say.
So as far as the good, that was the bad, but the good, like they're just decent, halfway decent.
Good. You're well researched. You know, you bring up good points. Like you're well researched and you bring up good points. There's nothing really that I see where I'm like, okay, come on, Marte. Like there's nothing really that I could think of.
Okay, good. I'm always open for questions, comments, and criticisms when it comes to this. I do want to get better. So to answer, you had an original question, like where do you see yourself going with this, with debate and all that? So when I say I don't know, I do know that I want to venture out from YouTube, meaning like the environments I want to end up on. Like, I don't want to just like, cause I sent you the thing that I was going to be on Tim Pool, the whole thing. I think I sent you a screenshot of the whole thing. I don't want to get into all that stuff and docs and do all that. But that was going to happen. The whole Jubilee thing. I'm supposed to be on like 2 more episodes. I need to branch out because here's the thing, though. People stay on YouTube and they never leave. They never leave. Now, granted, Jubilee's on YouTube, Tim Pool's on YouTube, Joe Rogan's on YouTube. What I mean by YouTube is like getting on bigger platforms. That's what I mean. Like, because Joe Rogan's on Sirius XM radio. Tim Pool maybe too. Jubilee is on other media, not just YouTube, but they also branch out as well too. So you have to think about this. We got to branch out from the community that we're in and not get trapped. Meaning, like, if you're doing a lot of infighting and just concerned with drama and all this, all you're going to do is be in a black hole and never leave, get commercialized, never get noticed outside of YouTube. Because let's face it, I can sit here and beef with somebody from the Panelverse one day, and then people could say, oh, they're really beefing and it's for real and they're really pissed off. That guy's going to go to work to his 9 to 5 on Monday. I'm going to go to my 9 to 5 the next day. And it's like, nobody else knew that this happened. All I did was hurt my brand, my channel. For what? To me, it has to be worth something. This is our time and our energy. You might as well take shots and try to aim higher. Get outside of YouTube, meaning like other bigger platforms like Jubilee, like I did, like go on Rollo Tomasi, like I did, go on other platforms. And I'll mind you, I'm supposed to get on there again with a guy named Sterling Cooper. So I'm supposed to go on there again. And then there's other platforms I'm supposed to get on. So I'm working on getting away from just being in my own corner of the globe. I need to branch out and get everywhere else. Meaning like if Rollo Tomasi is going to have another thing, I'm texting him, right? Because I could just send him a text and be like, bro, when can I be on, or whatever. And then this guy, I could just text him, hey, when can I be in your podcast or Jubilee? We have to branch out and you have to constantly keep working out. Think outside the box. Don't be afraid, because the worst thing that's going to happen is they could say, no, you can't be on my platform.
Yeah.
The worst thing somebody's going to tell you, but why not take a shot and just do this? I'm just saying, I want to implore everybody else, if you want to work at getting better, try to not be, boy. try to do boy status and break out, man. So
I agree with that. Going back to what you asked about like the positive things from your debates, one thing I will say is that you're good at coming up with actually alternatives. So for instance, with the whole repealing the Civil Rights Act debate that you did, you actually brought up your own alternative on what to do instead. Same thing with the First Amendment debate when he was talking about the reparations. And he's like, well, how do you propose the reparations? And then you brought up your solutions, which he was like, well, that's not reparations. But it's like, well, it is reparations, actually. But then, yeah, but that's what I mean. You're well researched in that you knew that was form of reparations. But you also thought of solutions, which people could easily fall into that trap of like, saying, well, this is bad, or we shouldn't do this, or this should happen. And then they easily get asked, well, what would you do instead? And then it's like, oh, I don't know. But like you did that pretty well, I would say. Like you actually brought up alternatives and solutions. So that's good.
Yeah, we have to do that. Andrew Wilson has said this, and he's brilliantly explained this time and time again. He'll say things like, you have to beat people twice in debates. You have to beat them twice in an argument. One thing that you have to do is destroy their worldview. That happens, right? But then the next part of this is you have to fill that gap in, that void, because you just created a void. That's the second part of this, is being able to argue why this thing is more optimal, this replacement value, of equal or greater value than the last thing that we just destroyed that's nonsensical, doesn't make any sense. So that's the replacement that we're doing. So in order for me to say why civil rights should be gone, we should eliminate this. In matter of fact, you can map this onto everything else in life. If I come home to a wife and all I do is bitch and moan and complain about a job, but I don't have a solution, all I'm going to do is breeding ground for resentment. And she's going to say, well, this isn't a leader. All he does is bitch and complain about work. But he doesn't get anything solved. You have to approach the debate the same way. And you have to say, okay, if I want to repeal civil rights and why I think that this is weaponized against the very same people that it seeks to oppress, it has to be replaced by something. We can't just leave a void, because somebody else is going to come in and fill it with something maybe even worse. So now that I have this, the Unity Through Merit Act that I invented, it's like, if we're going to have the Unity Through Merit Act, this is going to be more optimal because now we're looking at numbers. Even during the debate, the person brought up, he was like, well, you know, what about our apartheid and all this other stuff? Well, weren't there deaths?
Jim Crow.
And I said, well, if you're looking at deaths, we now have a number that we can look at. And if we're looking at numbers, wouldn't this metric be more in alignment with what I'm saying? Because now we're looking at numbers instead of feelings. We're looking at 937 dead bodies of Christians that were dead. Now we could say, because of the stats that show up, we now have a rational explanation on why to replace this regime or this system and why this system is now defunct. Just like my Unity Through Merit Act, we're now looking at numbers, infractions, and data instead of feelings and preferences. So that's all leaning in my favor for that. So it's like, that's the argument that I wanted to bring up, which I did. And it's like, during debate, you bring it up. You said, well, you at least had something to replace this with. I think that people need to think this through. The best way that I came up with this, Vic, was actually to think about arguing from his position. Well, you don't have anything anyways. Well, shit, what do I say to myself? Because I don't have anything. That's when I was like, well, I need to replace this with the Unity Through Merit Act. And that's what, but we have to constantly work this through, even from our opposition's point of view. I'm not a debate savant. I'm just a lowly D-level debater here telling you this right now. That's just my experience. That's it. Disclaimer, by the way.
Yeah, dude. No, that's actually some good advice. I'm actually going to take that into consideration when preparing for future debates. Cause yeah, that's an excellent point. Like you said, you know, you need to beat them twice and always like come prepared for things like that. So, I absolutely agree with you, Marte. I gotta be, going soon, Marte. I gotta go have dinner soon.
Vic, guess who just so he said, bro, I'm just waking up now. Sorry about that. I said we're still live. It's just like, bro,
dude.
Bro, but, hey, if you gotta go, you gotta go. But he was like, I'll message you, man. I'm just gonna try to reschedule.
Okay. Yeah, I was just like, oh dude, yeah, I gotta get going soon.
Yeah, I said we're still live. If you want, we can reschedule. But I'll message you, man. We'll figure it out. He said, "Bro, I woke up, bro. The BP time, we got to fix that as a race, man. The Trash Panda News Network is going to work on this disease of colored people time. We're gonna fix this, man. We got to fix this growing epidemic, man. It's going to be solved pretty soon."
Yeah, hell yeah, brother. Got to get fixed. Got to get to work on that. But
yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right, Marte. Are you going to be streaming for a little bit longer? Because if you are, I could rate everybody to you.
Yeah. I'll stream for about a little bit longer, probably like 30 more minutes. Yeah, 30. So.
All right. Hell yeah, brother. Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, I'm going to end everything from my end. Let me know what goes on with Miles and what he says about rescheduling, you know, but this was a great interview, Marte. I think this was a good insight into your background and everything. So at least we got something out of this episode, I say. I don't know what you thought about it.
Yeah, I thought it was a good conversation, man. It could be like a lead up, a teaser trailer for Miles when we have him on the episode next time. But we'll figure it out. Trust me, he's usually good about showing up on time and all this, but he's like, bro, I'm just waking up. I'm like, bro, we planned this like 3 days. Well, no, it was way longer than 3 days, right? Yeah, it was way longer.
Yeah.
It's like a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So I don't know, but we'll get into it, man. No hard feelings for him, man. We're going to try to see if we can get him on, but next week's schedule is already filled. That person's definitely going to show up. He has a track record of showing up 100% of the time for sure. So we'll get him on. But if you guys are tuning in, you want to show up, you don't want to miss this next week's episode of Woke Autopsy. The person that is showing up has got an insane story for you. And it's so compelling. You don't want to miss it. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but be there or be square. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Don't miss this. Like I said, Marte is always hitting me up, telling me, man, you know, I got this guy scheduled. I'm talking to this guy. You don't want to miss. Don't let this episode and you know what happened with our guest today deter you. next week it's going to be a banger. And when we were scheduled with Miles, I'm sure that's going to be a banger as well. So please tune into next week of Woke to Autopsy.
And also don't like Vic tells you like, oh, Marte tells me he's just going to have these people on. Vic, I send you screenshots, right?
No, and I didn't mean it to sound like that. Like, oh, Marte's just making up stories. Like, no. Yeah,
let me clear this up. That's what I'm saying. Let me clear this up, Vic. I send you screenshots of these people that I talk to and all that, right? So yeah.
I didn't mean to make it sound like, oh, Marte is just telling me fantasy tales or anything. No. Yeah. Marte does send me screenshots, or he does send me screenshots. He does send me the messages. I mean that sincerely. That Marte. Sends me messages telling me about the future guests. Yeah, I didn't mean to make it sound like any way like, oh, Marte just tells me, and I'm just like, oh, okay, whatever, Marte. You know?
I caught that. I was like, well, it could be misinterpreted a certain way. Some of these celebrities do. I have conversations with some of these celebrities, and we have conversations, but I also, the reason why.
Uh-oh. Did Marte just end himself? Marte's back? Marte's back. You're quiet. I can't hear you. You're mute. You're mute, Marte.
Okay, hold on one second real quick. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason why I do this is because we know a lot of people in life that tell us things. Well, I met such and such before. Yeah, I've even heard this before in other terms. Like, when I was your age, I used to be just as buff as you were. Yeah, sure, Pops. Like, we hear these things all the time, but no, whenever I'm having conversations with either like this guy who's a future platinum recording artist or other people, celebrities or pro athletes, I always send him this because I know that the inner skeptic lies beneath all of us somewhere, like it does, just to be honest with you. And it isn't just me doing this. It's just that I'm a person that always likes to have receipts about these things. But like I said, tune in next week for your co-host, Cool Vic and Marte Reyes. It's going to be a banger, and you don't want to miss it. This is going to be the episode that you don't want to miss for sure. But anyways, I'm Marte Reyes, and I'm one of the hosts of Woke Autopsies. You guys can find me on The Edge, which is OTE, ran by Marte Reyes, and this is my co-host, Vic, right here.
Yeah, that's right, everybody. And I'm Cool Vic. You can find me on my YouTube channel at Cool Vic, KEWLV1C. And if you look that up on any other platforms, you'll find me there too. So, yeah, this has been a great episode.
Yeah, not too bad, man. Yeah, we'll talk and we'll get everything together, man. I look forward to having next week's episode. It's going to be a good episode. But like I said, be there, be square. But yeah, signing off. Well, I mean, I'll still be here, but Vic will be signing off.
Yeah, I'm going to rate everybody to do Marte. So everyone go to Marte's channel. Make sure you like that like button or else you're gay. And also send some donos as well. So have a good night, Marte.
All right, take care, man.
You too.
All right, guys, we are going to venture off real quick into my channel real quick. We're going to do some coverage. This isn't going to be like normal P&M coverage, but this is going to be some coverage nonetheless. And as much as I want to, I don't want to get into beef right now. But yeah, very funny stuff that we got into. But I think patrolling through YouTube, there's a lot that we can get into. I know last night's podcast, we got into like a lot of beef that was happening and why we shouldn't partake in beef. I think that we should stay away from beef regardless. And I think it's not conducive to channels. Not only this, but I think it's just all bad. I need to go ahead and clip that up from last night's episode and make sure that this is all done. But anyways, I'm going to hold a short panel if anybody wants to come up and kind of shoot the shit a little bit, man. So I'm going to go ahead and offer a quick link. I know that Bandit was on the stream last night, and it was a pretty long conversation. I didn't plan on being online that long, man. Let me see if he texts me back. Yep. Oh, man. Okay. So that's one celebrity that didn't show up. That's our first person that didn't show up. We're going to see if we can run this episode back so that way this guy can show up because, I mean, he's amazing. The guy's an amazing artist and has an amazing, compelling story, man. So in the future, we're going to have some celebrities that are going to show up. Great episodes, and you don't want to miss this. Hold on real quick. I think I could crash Speakeasies and snipe his channel real quick. Let me see. Hold on. I think I'm probably going to show up. Let me crash Speakeasy's channel real quick. I'm going to see if I can get on real quick. Bear with me for 1 second. Damn, they're letting everybody up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter Speakeasy's stream. Give me 2 seconds. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Share screen. All right. Let me take that off. Damn, I have all these things up because we're supposed to have the woke autopsy interview. All right, bring that up. Here we go.
And also, they've already activated over, there's so many cells here now. They're going to activate them. And if our guys leave here to go there, we're going to be fighting right here on our own soil, them, because they're here in large numbers.
Yeah, they just had 4 years of basically open borders, advertised open borders.
Jay. Nice to see you.
How's it going, Predator? Good to see you.
Hi.
Yeah, we're just talking about the stuff going on in Iran. What's your thoughts?
Talking about World War III. Give us thoughts.
You're talking about the World War III thing that people are fear mongering over.
Yeah.
Talking about what's going on in Iran and all that. What's your thoughts on it?
And the combination of everything.
I'm not so skittish over the sleeper cells that Premonition is saying, although I do agree that they've had a lot of training. I believe that could be happening because with the 9/11 incident that happened, they were given a lot of free reign to train under the guise of like, I'm just a person who's a normal person trying to integrate into the American system. The problem with this is we've seen this road happen before. We've seen all this story happen before, but moving forward, it's like it's harder to repeat the same mistake because we're more vigilant than we used to be. Although I'm not that skittish, I do also have to address the fact that people are saying, well, China could attack us. Everybody else could attack us. The problem with that is our positioning on the scale of continents. They have to cross all these bodies of water, which means that if you have like an 8-hour flight to get here or whatever that is, for your bombardier jets to get here, like we got a heads up. That's the distinct advantage that the United States happens because of our placement around these bodies, amongst the bodies of water. Like not only does it give us a heads up, but it's harder to attack us from some external source like a country, something like that. So Premonition's right to assume that maybe there's sleeper cells, but I'm not so skittish on thinking that that's probably going to be the thing that's going to happen.
I'd be more worried about China taking advantage of the moment and attacking Taiwan.
So
more than them attacking us.
That's most likely probably going to happen, to be honest, before we get attacked by some missile or something like that.
I would agree. That's much more likely. I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that would be my concern.
It's more likely.
What's your opinion on what is happening in Iran with us?
I think that, so if your previous, I'll give you a demonstration. Let's say that you have a tenant that lives in an apartment across the street. They need rent paid, but you keep bailing them out every single month and giving them boxes, and suitcases loaded with cash. And all they do this and they keep spitting on your shoes every time you show up. Well, how ungrateful of them to do so. We're just going to keep giving them cash. Well, Trump turned around and said, we're not giving you cash no more. That's not what we're doing. It's like, but at the same time, not only this, but the Ayatollah has done something. And to be honest with you, this is crazy. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, But if their women do not like wear their sheaths up, whatever they wear in their heads, right? The burqas, and if their hair's showing,
The hijab.
the hijabs, right? They'll get locked up in prison or be sentenced to death. Now, speakeasy, I'll even tell you this is very gruesome. But they'll sentence them to death. Well, they can't exactly kill them or sentence them to death because they don't believe in killing virgins. So guess what they have to do to the women before they kill them?
Yes.
Right. So they have to do these horrific things to these women so they're not virgins so they can kill them. Well, what a horrible ideal for them to have this. This is among 7 things that I can present to you on why the Ayatollah was bad. But if you kill one person, I guarantee they're going to replace the head of the 7-headed dragon with something else. But these are all bad ideologies. I think that we should have bombed them and killed this guy in the first place, but that's just my opinion.
So then do you think we should also bomb everywhere else that has bad ideologies? Like, are you holding that same stance for everywhere else?
I think it just depends. Looking further into this, think about how long this has gone, where we've just given endless amounts of money. Now, one can say we've done the same thing for Israel. I don't condone that at all. We can conflate this and say, well, hold on. Well, how come you just don't do the same thing to Israel? Well, at least Israel isn't exactly like blatantly spitting on her face. I could say that. There's maybe a slight distinction. We could say there's a difference. Well, although we could say that is happening, but I can't really put a finger on it. But I can say that with Iran has been bad, totally bad, especially with the belief systems, us giving them money. And I mean, that's just blatantly ungrateful.
From my understanding, we don't give Iran money because we have a holy hell ton of sanctions on them.
Yeah.
And nowhere near as much of Israel as if we do. If anything, it's humanitarian aid.
Are you saying we haven't funded them by some proxy in the past?
I know Obama gave them their money back during the deal when they were letting us inspect them, but we haven't given them direct money. We just released the money we had frozen of theirs. Agree with it or not, I'm not saying it was necessarily a good thing, but it wasn't like it wasn't our taxpayer money. It was Iran's money that we froze, which, you know, again, I'm not saying they should have got the money back, but it wasn't our money.
And like what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, like places like we bring up all the time, Papua New Guinea, the cum warriors. Should we be going and taking that out and stopping all that? Or how about like the North Sentinel Island where they're like practicing cannibalism? Should we go stop all that too?
We've done it.
Like, if we're gonna be the world police, I'm for it, but I want to do it everywhere.
I agree.
Right? That's why I was saying I think we should be telling China that they need to give us their nukes, or we fuck them up too. Russia, same thing. Everywhere. We should be the police everywhere or nowhere.
I think it's kind of rough because it just depends on like how big of an adversary do you want to pick a fight with? Because think about it, the Christians in, where is it, Nigeria, that are getting slaughtered? We came in and intervened and just said, no, you're not slaughtering Christians. We literally sent special forces out there to stop that. And then the Venezuela thing that happened, we came over there with 7 soldiers and we had like hypersonic weapons and basically just took their Maduro got taken. So it's like we kind of do semblances of this. But if you notice, we're also picking and choosing the size of our enemies that we're doing battle with. China's a massive, you're talking about a big kid on the block. Venezuela, not so much. The Christian countries that were, the countries that were massacring these Christians, not so much. But China, so different.
So it sounds to me you're just like, hey, you're weaker, we're stronger, we're gonna come bully you and make you do what we want.
Kind of what's happening.
And then this is
that.
Are you crazy? Comes in with this. Are you crazy? How come every time I criticize things about America, it's anti-America? I thought of being American, part of being American was being able to criticize your government. I thought that's like a part, like a foundational part of being American, is being the ones that criticize their government and are skeptical towards the powers at hand. I thought that was like a foundational part of being American, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're not.
Part of it. Speakeasy, you're right. That's a part of it.
I think it was in one of the amendments. I can't remember which one though.
The right to bear arms was to make sure that you don't have a government that's weaponized against you. We could fend that off. So it's like, I mean, it's already built in somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's inherently true. Yeah, to some degree.
And when it comes to Venezuela, I was for that.
Yeah.
When the way we did that, the way we handled everything around it, I was for this. Right? Because that was it was more than 8 guys. 8 guys is who like entered the building, but it was like 200 troops in total that were sent there. And I
was paraphrasing, but yeah.
And I think we had 2 injured people in the operation. It was smooth in, out, get out. You know, we killed a few of their soldiers and we captured and we didn't like continue bombing them. We said, okay, now's your time to let democracy be the thing that gets your new elected president or whatever.
No, it didn't happen. But now the new lady took over. So I don't think there was a lot of change there, but it was so effective that it doesn't even matter. And you took out a bad guy, it doesn't even matter. This has now caused a regional war.
That's what I'm saying.
So like even though technically like I kind of the Maduro thing, I'm like, it was kind of risky. I don't know if it was worth it, but hey, it was effective. No big deal, no harm, no foul. This is like, come on, guys. There's a lot. This looks like it's going to spread far, wide, and have a lot of implications.
Like when you have them saying Turkey is the new Iran already.
What
are we 4 days in? We're 4 days in. Another country's already the new fucking place to bomb.
We started with Iraq and then we went to Afghanistan. So it's just history repeating itself.
I don't understand the meaning of that.
Hey, shout out to Rob Nor for the raid. Thank you very much. I appreciate you big time. Welcome in all the Norons. If you guys would like to hit the link and come bitch at me because I'm against what's going on, hit the link. All right.
Shout out to all the folks that just rated me too. Cool Vic. Shout out to you guys too. Yeah.
Based.
I don't understand what you mean when, I'm sorry if I sound ignorant, but I don't understand what you mean when you're saying Turkey is, and I have a Turk. Well, I won't say.
Let me get the.
I got a Turkish blinker, but what I don't understand what you mean when you're saying Turkey is the new Iran. What do
I'll get it for you.
Mean? Not that it really matters. I don't think we should be over there at all. You know that you're right. The Venezuela thing was a good idea because it's on our side of the planet and it's connected to our body of land. You know, therein we should be interactive. But on the other side of the planet with people who don't have the same belief systems at all.
It's because Turkey is saying that they're violating international law, right?
That we're violating
because of them bombing. That we're violating it right now because we're killing a bunch of civilians.
That's great.
As well.
So, you know, Turkey is very old. So the Turkish people are going to be mad at us now too?
Yeah, but Obama has killed a ton of civilians with drones. This has been something as old as time itself, especially with his administration. He was notorious for this. That was a big major proponent of his war strategy, is like bombing civilians by accident.
He hit a wedding. I know.
Oopsie.
No, I remember that, but I don't know where that was. I don't know. I know actually on a map, I know the region quite well. I know where things are placed, but I don't know their schism.
Okay, under the Obama administration, drone strikes resulted in massive civilian casualties occurring in Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan, Libya, and more. This is crazy. If you just Google this is insane. So it's like, if we're going to make a distinction, like, you know, right now you can say civilians are dying and all this other stuff. Well, where was the outrage when that happened? It's the same thing with the whole ICE argument. It's like, well, we had more deportations happen underneath the Obama administration, but how come nobody was going on strike against ICE? Because 57 people under his administration were shot during ICE too. But it's like, they just want.
There wasn't mass agents stopping my mother-in-law.
They just want to be mad. They just want to be conditional about this whole shit. It's like, I don't know.
My feelings.
Yeah, it's just feelings moving.
No, for me, it's not even about
Tayyip Erdogan speaking at the conference of major American Jewish organizations in Jerusalem. Bennett said, Turkey under Erdogan is a sophisticated and dangerous adversary who wants to encircle Israel. And Israel must not turn a blind eye again. Literally fucking targeting another person already. Like,
wow,
what are we doing here? And we're just going to back them up through all of this, right? We're just going to say, yeah, you go ahead. You keep bombing people and we'll just keep having your back there, bye. Like, what are we doing here?
Just for yourself in the future. I think it's Erdogan. The way the G is spelled, it's like more like a W.
Oh, okay. I just read it how it's.
No, I know. I was
not my fault. They have a stupid
hey,
language.
I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know
Yeah,
for the future. I wouldn't know other than I've heard his name enough that.
Okay.
You know.
Cross, good to see you, man.
We must act in different ways, but simultaneously both against the threat from Tehran and against hostility from Ankara.
Yeah,
when it goes on to continue saying
they're going to be on.
So Turkey,
they're Russia's ally. They're Turkey and Russia, Iran. They're all going to work together 90% of the time. So,
Marte, do you think this could go badly? Like really expand? Like badly?
Here's one thing that's a universal truth, and even I even think Speakeasy will agree with me on this. I think that nobody really has all the information that goes on behind these doors of like our commander in chief and everybody else. I think I'm just like everybody else, waiting to see what the next development happens. I don't have all the answers or all the truth. So I don't.
But we can speak on what we do know.
Yeah, there's what we do know, maybe, but it's like, I mean, there's so much that's missing. I'm still waiting for further developments, just like everybody else. That's what I'm saying.
This just feels so eerily similar to 2008.
Oh, what's up, Mo?
What's up, fellas?
One of the only
it makes no sense to me though. Like the wait and see thing is what we've done every time, and we always end up finding out we're there for some fucking money, and we've been lied to about shit.
What's your opinion, Mel?
Not surprised. Actually, I remember going back to when Trump ran this last time when he picked his running mate, JD Vance. JD Vance had an interview that night, and we were all watching. And one of the first things he started talking about was how much of Iran was a threat, and we have to hit them hard. He was using language like that. So I told my family that night, with JD and from everything else I'm seeing, this all looks like it's sooner or later the U.S. is going to get involved in a conflict for Israel involving Iran. And then you look at like last 30 years, Bibi's been on a grand tour. Every other speech, he talks about how
since the year I was born, he's been saying it's fucking Iran has nukes coming.
They're almost going to have a nuke. They're almost got it. They've got it. It's right. And he's been saying that for like 30 years. So it's not a surprise to me that this is happening. Now, whether Congress declares war or not is a different question. I'm skeptical if that will happen. Hopefully it doesn't, and this is just turns into a more aggressive version of Venezuela. But no, I'm not too keen on it. It just is more Zionist push, Zionist power grabs, in my opinion. So, but it is interesting to see everyone else. This is just the latest manifestation of the Zionist control in our government through things like AIPAC and everything else that people are seeing in real time, and it's really waking people up to maybe we shouldn't do everything they want and just follow in step and be their attack dog.
Remember, last time we sent bombs into Iran, we were told that it was because of nuclear facilities once again, and we were told we decimated it.
Yes.
There's no chance anymore. Any chance they had is set back years.
Yeah, I think it was
not even a year later.
Yeah,
now they have nuclear facilities again. What are we talking about?
Like, they claim that.
Bro, I'm being lied straight to my face, bro. That's what's happening, and I'm not okay. I don't like. I listen. I'll still say Trump has been the greatest president we had, but I can also say simultaneously he lied. Either he lied about decimating them before, or he lied about them being here again. One of them has to be a lie. It can't both be true.
He lied about no new wars at the very least, right?
Well, we're not in war yet.
Well, I will say this. I disagree with you.
That's where I disagree. This is a war.
It's really true.
I will disagree with one thing. The working with Israel, I'm not so keen on, and I don't like that, especially when it comes to Trump being in office right now. I think we should pull away from Israel. We shouldn't fund them or give them money. I think we should somewhat disassociate to some degree or pull away. None of that's happened, and I'm not happy about that portion of it. There's my disagreements.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't understand the control. I don't understand.
I think more and more people are coming around to that idea.
I don't get it.
I just want to say real quick, thank you to Hellstorm for the $10 super chat. Normals check in. What flavor is the juice speak? It's one of them is a pina colada and the other one's a blue raspberry.
If you like pina coladas.
I love the flavor of pina colada. It's just so good. But yeah. And then also Hellstorm has a question. Why is it Zion when Iran immediately attacked 4 other Islamic countries nearby that were friendly to the West? They had it all pre-targeted. Well, I think I think what we're seeing is that they're in full out war mode. This is why I don't think we can say this isn't a war anymore. They're attacking everyone around them now. They're like, fuck it. Everyone's getting it. Anyone that's got American embassies in them, any fucking American bases, they fucking went for it. And this is the problem. Now there's reports that say Israel did this without our permission first.
Oh, there's also
so if that's the case, Israel knowingly, willingly put a bunch of Americans at risk.
Well, there's also sub-wars that are happening. They're not exactly wars, but remember this right now. In Mexico right now, we have cartel action that's happening.
Yep.
If you're an American and you're caught in Mexico right now, and this is not even tangential. This has nothing to do with externalities with the nation. Even in Mexico, as we speak right now, they're giving warnings to American citizens. If you're caught there, you have to seek safe passage. Your life is going to be forfeit. If you're out in the open, if cartel sees you and they recognize you in America,
you're screwed.
Deleted on site by cartel members.
Yep.
Yeah, not too long ago, there was a Canadian dude that was connected to the Sinaloa cartel that he handed himself in, probably because of how crazy everything has gotten. He doesn't want to get killed. He fucking handed himself in. He's like, fuck this.
Crazy. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So it's not just that. Everything's going crazy right now, and it just happens to be this.
That's what I'm saying. This is World War III, bro. We're in it, bro.
It's the end of the world.
I
wouldn't say that. I'm not convinced on that part now.
Well, Mari Emanuel.
Not the end of the world,
thinks
but
it.
I do believe we have
Chicken
initiated
Little.
World War III officially. Like
At the very least, I see a proxy war in the Middle East with a whole bunch of us supporting Israel while other Russia supports Iran, and I think this is going to drag out.
No, I don't see it turn into World War III. I don't
know if it expands to the
I
world.
don't.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think that's a long shot. I think Taiwan's going to be attacked, like he was saying, Cross Current saying, and I think that we're going to have to deal with Mexico right now at the same time in this cartel issue.
Yeah, that's our most important.
We have so many other more important things like Mexico going on right now that's closer at our front door than everything that's going on in Iran right now. That's the least.
And maybe like our own country.
That's why we shouldn't be fucking wasting millions of dollars and American lives over there. That's right. We should be fixing what's going on over here.
Yeah,
we should be utilizing that equipment. And
Yeah, it is. It's the main priority. Like Mexico's military is infiltrated by cartel members already, so they know all the secrets. So our military is helping Mexico's military, fortunately. And now the cartels are desperate and they're like trying to they don't give a shit about anyone's lives in that country right now. And
a leader was just one of their leaders was just killed. So like
the biggest leader of the biggest cartel that was there. And they're panicking.
He was just newly a leader too. Like I think he was like somebody's son or something like this. And they killed him.
Yeah, things get messy when a leader gets killed.
But since they can't infiltrate our military, we're just going to go and help their military. Their president is trapped, so I don't know shit about that. Like, it's just fucked up in Mexico, and like Marte said, they're at our back door. So that's way more important.
I think it's also important to kind of put
chaos.
things. I think it's also important to put things in perspective. The U.S. being the power structure that it is, you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine and how much of an issue they had with just Ukraine getting supplies. I think the idea that Russia is like this, other than nukes, of course, is like this crazy threat, or is it going to willingly want to go to war with the U.S.? Same thing with China. Also, when you take into account that, Venezuela, they've proven they can go in, black bag a lot of people and remove them from existence. And then the thing with Iran, they went in there and bombed them, but they just deleted their entire upper echelon leadership in moments. I think that puts a little bit of a hesitation on anyone who wants to actually go down that road, because the really the black and white of it, whether you like it or not, the U.S. can pretty much kill anyone they want. I mean, that's just how it is.
Well,
so
Mo, you bring up a good...
I disagree.
Then
if that were the case, then America would have done something when they found out China was fucking intentionally spying on them
you have to take into
everybody had on their phone.
Yeah, you have to take into account like actions versus consequences. Just because they went into that, they're not going to go and delete their leadership over it necessarily.
No,
they're going to take regulation against it, like they did, and they banned the app, right? And then they bought the app.
On American officials, they're not going to kill people over. Another country is at war with them, they're going to kill people over it.
I'm saying you have to look at the action versus the outcome. Are they gonna choose that to be the hill to die on? I mean, maybe not. I mean, that might not be the one to die on. Besides, also, well, hold on. Here's the thing: we're also assuming that the U.S. intelligence agencies don't know exactly what they got access to. Maybe they were trying to spy and they really didn't get anything. Who knows? We don't know. We don't have the full context. So maybe they saw it. Okay, yeah, they were attempting to spy. They're doing cyber attacks. Did they get anything? Not really. Okay, are we really gonna go to war with these people over this? We don't know. We're just speculating.
It's because you don't want to. Again, China's got a lot more opportunity to retaliate against us than Iran does. That's
sure. That's my point.
My main point of this is that America can't just kill whoever they want, dude. That's not.
But in the Middle East,
reality of it.
Wait. Can and will are two different things. Yes, they can.
No, they can't.
Okay.
All right. Well,
they could. They would.
The repercussions.
No, that's assuming. That's assuming.
Well, I'm going to agree with most of
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you will do it or you should do it.
Why wouldn't they?
Well, you have to make outcome. You have to make a case for just because someone can do something, they should do it.
If they had the control over the countries that have the control over most of the production in America, wouldn't that be a good thing?
Outcomes. You have to look at outcomes.
Yeah,
you're talking about something.
Yeah.
You're looking at something far more of a bigger thing to tackle than just bombing a few buildings in Iran.
China are far different from Venezuela and smaller countries like
that. I thought we could do it though.
Yeah, just because you can doesn't mean you will.
Yeah,
the U.S. could launch nukes all over the world. Doesn't hold on. That means the U.S. could launch nukes everywhere, but
have
they don't. So that means it can't.
So when you say you can, it doesn't mean that you can have dire consequences towards yourself and the country for doing it, right?
Does the U.S. have nukes?
I don't understand how that answers my question. That's a question.
It's also a power structure. They have nukes. They can launch them anytime they want. Doesn't mean they're going to.
Without dire consequences?
Exactly. My point. That's
my point.
No, that was my point. I said it from the start.
When we make statements like America can kill whoever the fuck they want,
they can.
This is a statement usually made with following and nothing bad's going to happen.
No, I never said that.
Then it doesn't. When you say they can, okay, cool. Iran can kill whoever they want too. Then
no, they can't. They can't kill.
See how stupid that is, dude.
Well, no, I just refuted it. They can't.
Capability versus
fucking idiots
capability.
In that same part of the fucking world,
yeah,
we're able to fucking fly planes into buildings in America. They can kill Americans if they want to.
Well, now you're saying Americans. You're shifting the goalposts.
They can, right?
Yeah, you're shifting the goalposts here.
They can
Let
kill
them try
whoever
to.
they want, right?
No. Let them try to go kill the president. See what happens.
Well, I
you
want to
guys.
hear assessment, but
How do
my
you know anything
overall,
will
Bye,
happen?
gentlemen.
You're
Bye.
acting like a president.
God bless.
Have
Bye,
a great
Grandma.
one, premonition. You're acting like a president that hasn't been assassinated before.
Yeah, but having
what
a
happened?
situation.
What happened?
Yeah, and that was from someone.
What
that was
happened?
a citizen, right?
And
Yeah. Okay. So you're kind of like proving my point. If you have the force to do something, you can do it. Should you? No, not necessarily.
but you can't do it. But saying you can, when you say I can do whatever the fuck I want, usually that means like without consequence.
I didn't say that. I said my statement was
Like,
the
if
US
I
can
was-
kill anyone they want.
Yeah, if you say I can kill anyone I want, that usually means like you're not going to face
Well,
a consequence for that.
I didn't say that. That's
You
not.
didn't say that part, but that's usually the implication when someone makes.
Well, that's
that
not what
statement.
that's
Right,
not
like
what I
when
said.
somebody when people are on your channel and they say, "Oh, don't do that," and not you say, "Oh, I'm on my channel, I can do whatever I want." That means without any fucking repercussion from anyone.
I said the U.S. can kill everyone. That's a factual statement.
Yeah, but they'll face dire repercussions for killing certain people.
Some places
they went and killed
more of a
Putin,
degree
see
than
what
less of a degree than
happens.
others. So,
See
like
what
in
happens
Venezuela,
if
they went there
America
and
was to go-
blackbagged a guy,
If
and nothing
America was
happened.
to go try and do that to Putin, what would happen?
We don't know.
You think America could do it?
I don't know. I think they can. Yeah, if they wanted to. But
highly doubt it.
No.
See, you just
Actually,
went
can they
from
do it? Yeah, they can.
Now I think they can.
Well, no, you're asking for repercussions.
But
You're asking repercussions. So no, can they kill? Yes, they can kill Putin. They can probably blackbag him too.
Probably
Did he
not.
get out?
I don't know.
I think they'd get killed on the way.
Yeah, I think that's a little more
No. Okay, but no.
I
This
think
goes
they
back to my
mostly
other
get
point.
killed on
This
the way
goes to my other point. Look at how hard Russia struggled with Ukraine, and Ukraine only had support of other countries.
but I think attacking another country is totally different than protecting your president.
Well, when it comes to the U.S. force and who has the biggest stick, it's factually true. They can kill whoever they want. Now, the repercussions from it will be more or less a degree depending on who it is.
I'm gonna get out of the semantics here because I agree with you. The United States clearly has the best military force in the world. What my concern would be is not us being hit, but China sees, hey, we're really occupied. We're wasting a lot of our munitions. Why don't we go take Taiwan right now when the U.S. can't do anything about it even if they want to, or it's going to be a lot harder for them to stop us now. That would be my concern about it.
Yeah, the concern for me, especially with Iran, is not really from them, from a military structure, because I don't really think that's much of a threat, honestly. I think it's more of the outcall for terrorist attacks that could come from it. So we, especially considering our border policy it's been with all the illegals, we don't know who's really here. So a number of people could be here, and that would be my concern. Retaliation and terrorist attacks.
No, yeah, that would obviously. I'm just talking about how I would see it spreading to a World War III. Wouldn't be from the U.S. fighting Russia. It would be from Russia deciding, hey, we can go after a couple more countries. The U.S. is distracted right now. Taiwan, China goes after Taiwan.
Oh, I see.
While we're distracted. Yeah. I think so. I don't think it would be the superpowers going after us. I think it would be the spheres of influence.
That would be interesting on Russia's part. They're already involved in a war, right?
I agree.
So
they
would be splitting.
That's our problem as well too. They're going to cut us off at the limbs.
But China wouldn't.
Countries, they're not going to do a direct attack. I agree with that.
Yeah, that would be ballsy if they tried something like that.
That would
be repeat.
Yeah, I don't see a better time for China to take Taiwan in my lifetime than this moment right now, personally.
That would put them in direct conflict with the U.S.
Yeah, I don't know about that though. Yeah.
Would the U.S. come to Taiwan's defense right now with everything going on?
Can I ask when you guys are sitting here saying?
I agree. I just don't know that we would.
It's going to be another fight against communism.
You guys say that America's the most powerful or greatest military power. What is the metrics you mean?
How about the The largest air force in the world is what is it? The U.S. Army. Second largest is the U.S. Navy. Third largest. You get the point.
So they have the most money and technology.
Yeah, we have the most technology. We have the most nukes. We have the most weapons. We have the most bases throughout the world. And I mean, Europe basically conceded this to us. They said, "You guys go police the world, essentially, and make sure everybody's safe. And we're gonna, after World War II, we'll let you do it. We'll use your dollar." And that was kind of the deal we made: is we'll protect you. You deal with us, and we're your superpower. But but then we went with NATO. So when we go in, you guys come. If one of us gets hit, so you guys got to come in with us.
So like,
that's why we should be the ones with the nukes only.
But sheer numbers.
So the war that went on in Afghanistan for 20 years, America won that, huh?
I wouldn't say that.
No,
there's a difference between
they lost the 20-year war.
That's not a W. I think we lost so much soldiers' blood.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean we can do whatever we want.
But if we're in another country fighting a war that we lost,
we bled dollars.
Greatest blood.
I agree.
Ever.
We lost. We'll never get back in war
because we didn't have a plan. It's the same thing now. We didn't have a plan. We tried to go in there and build a nation. We can't build nations.
Yeah, the nation building is where we went wrong.
It was failed, right?
Yeah, but if you fight us if you want to go to war with us one, I don't think America versus anybody.
It's not good. What about the Iraq occupation? How's that work?
Again, I'm going to be against any occupation. You know that
that's not a W.
Right. It's not about it being. I'm not looking for W's here. I'm looking for the metric we measure this shit by, because I'm sick of hearing all the time that like we have the greatest military force, but we're doing a bunch of stupid fucking shit with it.
Oh no, I agree with that.
We have the greatest military force. Why are we losing so damn much?
Because
why are we listening? Why are we listening to fucking other countries about what to do with our military?
Well, yeah, just because you have the biggest stick doesn't mean you're using it effectively, especially the people in charge are morons. So if you're going to try to go into this culture over there, if you're going to try to go into the culture over there and try to nation build and
back to the main point.
No, they can't.
Anyone, right?
Yeah, they can. They can. Factually, they can.
Cards in lead, right?
No, factually they can. Anyway, going back to the situation, the situation you gave up, going in there and doing a nation building and trying to force democracy into a people who really don't want it. I mean, and they aren't going to
keep going. Osama bin Laden again? Who found him? Some news guy, not the military, right? Some news guy.
You mean they found him in the hole?
Yeah, who found Osama bin Laden again? Who found him? Not his location.
I don't remember actually.
Oh, that's right. Took forever for our military to find a donkey rider in a hole. It's crazy, bro. Crazy.
I mean, yeah, but you can say what you want, but over the last 50 years was a lot more peaceful than the 50 years before it when America was running it. 2 world wars, multiple other wars throughout the world. It was America and Europe has been a lot safer over the last 50 years than the 50 years previous. Now, we did go into fight some stupid wars. Totally agree with that. And that's what we need to stop doing. Hence why I'm against this.
Yeah, they just US has like an abundance of power and they're just like using it, you know, however the wind blows, it seems, especially when it comes to Israel.
Depending on who's in charge,
yeah.
We need to back up from Israel. We need to detach and actually let them handle their own shit. I think, and let the sand people fight their own shit. That's what I'm saying. To be honest, that's just my thoughts on the matter.
Well, first thing is to get AIPAC to register as a foreign entity.
I was just going to say, don't vote for anybody who
that would be great.
That's a tough thing to get. Is for you.
Well, it's actually law. They should be.
Yeah, but it's still going to be tough. You're talking about you're going to fight people who don't want to budge, and that's going to be another war in itself.
Well, yeah. Good luck. I can argue. I'm an American. I can use my money to support Israel. That's my freedom of speech. That's the balance of it. Not that I don't agree with you. The argument is the tough one to win.
Yeah, I just don't see.
Last president to do that, by the way, was JFK. He wanted them to register. And I mean, that would happen.
I don't see the justification here.
The inside job.
To starting another war in the Middle East. That's just going to be another long-term occupation for no fucking reason.
Yeah, I think everybody's waiting to see if we put boots on the ground. I think that's kind of the turn. I think that's kind of the for a lot of people that I talk to who are Trump supporters.
What's the goal?
That's kind of
what's the goal, Mo? What's the goal with what we're doing over there?
Zionist propaganda.
I don't.
Oh, okay. So
report to know either. So
see, thank you.
I don't.
At least you're honest. That's
well, no, I said
bullshit,
that,
bro.
I said that. I said that when I first came in here. Look, man,
like,
my intro to debates is the goyim your rabbi warned you about. What do you think my opinion is going to be?
It's bullshit.
The beautiful boy.
It's fucking. And boots on the ground is literally the only. What they say that. Let's go with this then. What do they say the goal is?
Well, the stated goal is to for preemptively defending against nuclear, armament. That's the.
And then what did Trump call for? A regime change, right?
Yeah, that was the other thing. Yeah, regime change. Yeah.
Right. So how is that possible without boots on the ground?
Well,
it's never.
Did they put boots on the ground for Venezuela, or did they just go in there and grab them and leave?
It's the same regime.
Boots on the ground. They had to put boots on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, but boots on the ground in my mind is like an extended war, military occupation. That's
boots
in my
on the
mind.
Ground just means you're sending in troops.
So this is why
right now what we're told is there is
because what's troops?
US
is SEAL teams troops
in Iran? We're told right now that there's no U.S. troops there.
No, but this is irrelevant because you can't go in there and take one guy out now. That guy's already dead. It's now a power struggle. So you can't just go in and take one guy out like you did Venezuela. You got to control the situation.
I know what the goal is, so I just looked this up. I'm using Google. It says the primary stage goal of the U.S. military's action against Iran is Operation Epic Fury, which is to permanently disable Iran's nuclear weapons program. That's 1, to destroy its missile capabilities. That's 2, and 3, to eliminate its naval strength and sever ties with regional military proxies. Those are the 3 goals that were stated on Google. But that's what
now it's not regime change.
I thought they mentioned regime change.
Trump mentions regime change. All those things would be a part of regime change. The only thing is you need boots on the ground too.
Systems, eliminating systems. But
yes, you would have is like for a regime change, you would have to eliminate these systems.
Yeah. Well, let me be clear. When I say boots on the ground, in my mind, that it means an extended occupation. Setting up for like a war, right? Going in there with like a Delta Force in a small group or just bombing from the air, I don't consider that boots on the ground.
And then he made an announcement. This is your chance to take your country back and make it peaceful again. This is your chance now. I'm calling on all of you to lay down your arms or face horrific consequences.
Well, that's a regime.
And they will be horrific.
That's a regime change. Actually, the statement you just made is a regime change.
That's exactly what it is, and that's what they want. Yeah. But let me explain. Let me ask you: when we're just bombing the fuck out of them, taking away their ability to even watch fucking any announcements happening on television, how can we have a regime change without putting men on the ground? Like that's literally the only possibility. Unless we're going to be like, okay, Israel will send their men in and we'll stay back. But do you think that's really going to happen? We didn't let Israel do this by themselves. Why are we going to let them do anything else by themselves? Like, I just have no fucking trust anymore for this bullshit. And Israel seems to have control over the whole fucking, they have say over everything.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds.
Yeah, I don't have the answers either. Yeah, I actually don't. I'm waiting like everybody else. That's my answer. It's gonna happen,
bro. I get it. I do get it, and I do want. I don't want this to be the case. Like it would be great if like there was some evidence that came out and like they had a planned attack on the U.S. in the next week, and here's all the information. We had to make sure that didn't happen. Okay, good. Fucking level it. Okay.
Glass factory. Yeah, I agree.
But what are we doing here? we're here for this other country that wants to bring on their fucking messiah and bullshit. Get out of here. Fuck out of here.
Okay.
Goofy. And that's part of the whole thing, right? Is the whole Persia is going to be in a great war and it's going to be allied with people against Israel. Now they're talking about how, they're trying to do a 7-front war. They're in Lebanon, they're in Turkey, they're in this, they're in that. We need to take out all these places. Like they're literally just trying to bring on the fucking prophecies that they believe is going to happen. That's what's going on. And we're sitting here for the fucking ride. We're sitting here, yeah, send our millions of dollars. Let's go. Yay, I paid those taxes for this.
Yeah, but Speakeasy, like, let's just say that this is all propaganda. And let's say that hypothetically in some real world that the government was truly honest with us. And
What's up, Indian?
They're real.
Why are you following me?
Let's say that they told us the reason we were going to war with them, or hypothetically going to war with Iran. But the reason why they told us would piss off liberals and conservatives at the same time. If they were truly honest, do you think that that's probably a possibility that if we found out the real reasons why we were doing this, everybody would be pissed at the government?
That's why they lie.
Tinfoil hat time. I'm just saying. What if that was the case?
It is the case. That's why they lie.
The case.
That's what I mean. That's why they can't.
That's one of their main tactics.
That's why they can't. And like, do you think that, like, so my wife mentions there in the chat about what happened there in Texas. Dude was wearing a property of Allah shirt. Okay. And it happened right the day of the bombing. He went out and shot a bunch of people.
He had an Iran flag T-shirt underneath.
And what do you think's been happening for that 4 years we had of open borders? You don't think there was a bunch of these people that were fucking, this is the sleeper cell idea, right? That there was a bunch of people that seen something big coming and said, fuck it, we'll be in the country when this pops off so we can fucking take out shit inside. Right?
Yeah, that was the point I was making earlier. That's what I'm worried about is the terrorist attacks.
Yeah,
you got all those people selling the inside information. From
that can't and then this again. Oh, it's going to be 4 to 5 days. Now it's 4 to 5 weeks, and we will lose more Americans.
2 weeks to slow the spread, right?
Excuse me. What? You're gonna just declare we're gonna get more of our guys killed? How are you planning that ahead of time? Exactly. Who goes to war thinking, yeah, we're gonna die? Like that's your plan to die.
Soldier understands the risk.
Not thinking not the idea of we can die. Who goes planning to die?
Oh, because the virgins, all the 100 virgins waiting for you.
No, it's because they know
those fucking crazy fucks. But I'm like
virgin goats.
Who in the military goes, I'm going to, and I want to die. Like that's my plan. I'm going to plan to die.
No one. But what the generals are telling them is some of these attacks we have planned out are going to get. They're risky. Some people are going to die if we do this because we're going to.
Right. That's my point. What attacks do you have planned out that are going to have our troops dying? And then is the boots on the ground, bro? It's the boots on the ground.
At this point,
I know boots are going on the ground. They're fucking lying to us right now. That's why he won't say no. They know they're gonna send men in
because there's a chance planes don't get shot down, right? Like all the time, we fly in there, bomb them, and the planes don't get shot down. How would they know people are gonna die unless there's going to be people close enough to the situation where they're gonna die? Especially if we're evacuating people right now. If we're evacuating people and they got to shoot down our planes, or we can fly unmanned drones at them. Why would someone have to die unless they're going to be being shot at?
And I've seen some video of like the military, the U.S. military working on those little drones. They're like probably like, almost like my arm lengths width. They're not big things, right? With the rocket in the front of it. And like they had fucking lines of them, man. Like hundreds, if not thousands of them in a line. So
tons, yeah.
Why are we flying us in there, bro? We can just fly those in there, right?
Well, yeah, until they get EMP'd. But
that sucks. But I predict we're gonna send troops in just by the way everything's going. And if the goal is a regime change, the only way to get that change is with people there. Or else it's just going to be a vacuum. We're going to create a vacuum, and then a bunch of Taliban or ISIS or the next fucking terrorist group is just going to take over again.
Yeah.
Hamas, they're right there.
You leave a country with half peaceful people and half people that are willing to fucking rape children and fucking kill anybody to get their way, and think that the peaceful people are gonna be able to take that country over. That's not what's gonna happen. The people who are willing to do whatever are gonna win every time.
So just not to go back too far, but Easy, you asked who found Osama bin Laden. It was CIA.
Yeah, no, I was wrong. It was Saddam
tracked,
I was thinking of. Yeah. I said Osama bin Laden.
They tracked a carrier.
Yeah, one of his dudes. Yeah.
One of his dudes. Yeah.
I mixed them up.
Hey, I gotta
Saddam
go.
Hussein. It was a news reporter that found out where he was, and then they tracked one of his friends to find where he was.
Okay.
Hey, yo, I gotta go. I gotta go.
Found him in a hole, didn't they? Later.
Nice to talk to y'all.
See ya.
Thanks for coming through, bro. Thanks for coming through.
Good shit.
Yeah, didn't they find him like in a hole or something? Like they found him buried in a hole or something? Yeah. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was like,
yeah, the fucking idiot.
Like a rabbit.
He looks
hanging
way
out there.
different than he did when he was fucking.
He pulled him out like a mole man that came out. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
How effective do you guys think the liberating the people of Iran propaganda is on just like regular people?
Well, listen, I'll tell you this. In Canada, right, there's a lot of people in Canada that are Iranian, right? That's a big amount of Iranians in Canada. And a lot of them were celebrating in the streets because they were under this regime. They came here from being under that fucking regime, and like they experienced it firsthand. And they were rejoicing.
That's happening.
But then there's other people
It was
that
pretty
are
cool, actually.
gambling and wishing death to America because of it. So like you have this Iran is so split, man. It's such a diverse place.
Yeah, there was also that. Did you see that video? Did you see that video of one of the planes that got? It was actually turns out it was friendly fire, but the pilot got out and he parachuted in, and then like people ran up to like help him. Like, are you okay? You know, there was Iranian people. Are you okay? You know, they were talking, and they're like, yeah, and they're thank you for helping us. They were telling him like, oh yeah, of course, and but they all survived. It was interesting.
Oh, it was crazy. If you see, I watched that Asmongold video today, and just seeing the stuff that they have to go through. I mean, they've got, limited what they can watch. You can't even go out the streets. If you talk about doing something different, they fucking just kill you. They're one of their
but
leaders.
that's what's happening in China and fucking Korea. Like, this is happening there. We're not doing anything about it.
I think
that's actually so easy. Let me ask you this, Easy. Like, let's say we get to the end of this and it doesn't turn to World War III and it just kind of, let's say it settles to some stable point, right?
Yeah.
How do you think negotiations moving forward goes with North Korea after seeing Venezuela and all this other stuff? Right?
That's what I'm saying. When you have a show
like,
of force like
I think it might be one of those situations like, oh, you want to, hey, we want to come in and inspect. Well, yeah, sure, go ahead. Like, fine, go inspect.
Or they fucking, dude, they are constantly, like, I think it's like once every like 2 years or something. They just fucking launch bombs to show off that they have mad power. All the people there are in like this like tranced mind, dude. They literally believe like history started with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
Everybody outside of their country has it worse than they do.
They believe
they're all fucked up, right? So they're just gonna
Christians.
fight. They're gonna fight for their country. They're gonna those
they'll
people are
die.
like, zombies.
Yeah, but I meant the guy that's in the people that are in the know, right? Like their relations. I wonder how that dialogue will go in the future.
Just how many North Koreans like actually buy into it versus just saying that they buy into it so that they don't get shit from the government.
Exactly.
I think
well,
how much control they have over them. A lot of
they
them
have crazy. Even their cell phones are have special software on it, and you have to apply to even connect to their internal Wi-Fi. It's crazy. Like they don't have access to like the internet that we do. So it's locked down.
So Mo, you bring up a good point. So China is threatening us right now. As I look on Google right now, the tensions remain high. China is weaponizing its control over critical mineral supplies, and they're engaging in cyber warfare against us right now as we speak. That just came out.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what that's like.
China's going
about
this.
Venezuela, big oil supply for China and Russia. Now what are we doing? Another one of their oil supplies. How many of their? How many do we get to take before they're like, wait a minute here?
Maybe we're trying to take out communism.
And that would cripple
Get
their
rid
military
of
right?
the Red
Taking away
Menace.
their or limiting their oil supplies would cripple the military.
Yeah.
A lot of these things need gas.
Just a little context though, that like cyber warfare is a constant thing. Now they might be upping their efforts. But
Increase. It's been amped up.
Yeah,
More
right.
so from
Okay.
the usual. That's what they're implying.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
probably because they're panicking.
I don't know. I'm worried about what, like, specifically where is this gone? Like you guys were saying, boots on the ground. That's why they won't answer. I think you guys are right, but they're like they're telling us that there's a way out, and I want to stay hopeful, but I don't know. I don't trust the government. But if anybody's going to do it, it's Trump's administration that's going to be able to do it. Like I wouldn't have thought Venezuela could have gone that way.
Wait,
but it did.
Wait, what are you saying? Who's telling us we have a way out, Indian Jesus? Who's saying that?
Trump's giving this plan about, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And
I heard that language. We're going to find a way out. I've not heard that.
Not find a way out in terms of a way that you and I would agree that, that was close. We didn't go to war. But in terms of they have a plan to go in and
Iran has a chance now to like be free from these regimes.
I don't have a specific verbiage that they use, but like they're telling us that they have a plan. Whether or not we agree that plan is realistic is another question.
Yeah, I think that'd be awesome if we could, liberate Iran and then get them out of that.
I don't think we have a real full plan that's displayed out to the public. And like I was telling Easy, if we found out the truth, if that was the case, tinfoil hat, I think that Republicans and conservatives would both be pissed, to be honest with you. But I don't know. I'm just speculating.
See, and I'm thinking the opposite end of the spectrum, though. I think we have a detailed plan, but we can't release any of the information because we literally have our government torn in half right now.
Both things you can do.
There's a lot of top secret stuff.
That could also be too. Yeah.
Yeah. Long term, there could be a plan of like, all right, here's where we want to end up. But in terms of like, okay, now we bombed Iran. Like, what are we going to do next? Both things can be true. like, they have a narrative and agenda, but also they don't know what the hell they're doing.
There's communications with Iran for them to move from one of the strikes that they had put in place for the Americans for one of the spots they were trying to hit. It already got leaked. So one of the spots just dropping that little crumb out there. And it's like, oh, look, now all of a sudden they're moving missiles. Like, so, I mean, you can't even, and that's the thing, trusting the government. It's like, I feel like you can trust half the government, but then the other half is going to stab you in the back.
Not even.
Half or
anybody.
That sounds like a lot.
Unfortunately, it's more, just because we're a two-party system. I mean,
yeah, more like a two-head, one-body system.
Yep. I don't know. I definitely. Easy. We're talking before about people in America, like the untold numbers of people that have been let in, and now that there's a reason to, not that there wasn't before, but now there's an explicit, direct, recent, current event reason to while out. Like we assume that the property of Allah guy was doing. I've been saying for a minute that we should expect more of that. And it just based on the numbers, it doesn't make sense that we wouldn't have people like that willing to do wild shit.
Here's the big problem. And I'll tell you, this is the big ass elephant in the room that I don't think anybody, people have pointed this out, but you guys have been around the bush on this. America's got our own problems. We have an immigration problem right now with ICE. We have Mexico right now at the bottom of our border states infiltrating our government right now, as if the previous administrations didn't allow this infiltration. We have cartels, a cartel war right now that's going on. And we're thinking about sending some segment of special forces in there to save some Americans.
We're already doing that.
It's like, even though we already have our own problems, we're just going to police the world at the same time. It's like, can we just compartmentalize this and fix our own problems before we externalize this and go out to the rest of the world? That's what's crazy to me.
And I try, foreign affairs is not really my strong suit, and so I try to listen to a range of people who have opinions on this stuff. And it's so weird how we were all about no new wars, but then so quickly people will justify this and justify that. And like personally, when it comes to Venezuela, and capture Maduro. It's like I would not have voted for that. Like I don't really think we necessarily particularly needed to do that at that time. But I woke up and it was over, and nobody on the American side died. So like I'm not going to be mad about it.
I would have voted for that.
You talk mad shit, I'm coming at you strong, and then that was literally.
I would have been happy if we just would have taken Greenland next and called it a day.
That was the next thing I was going to say, Mo. You stole the words right out of my mouth. Greenland is the next move we need to make, aside from our own problems. Yeah, I agree.
A peaceful purchase.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I was trying to find what I was looking at earlier. Just listen to this real quick. Oh, Leafy's here. What up, Leafy? Just give me a sec. Listen to this real quick, boys.
Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country.
Regime change. So the goal was stated clear as day right there. Regime change. All right.
But he gave him a peaceful option. Though. He says, "Hey, just lay down your guns, surrender with full immunity, or if you want to fight, you're gonna."
My point. That's fine. I'm not saying anything about that. My point is, you can't do that without boots on the ground. It doesn't happen. It's never happened in the history of ever, and you can't even logically give me like how that happens.
And I agree with you, but just to steel man the other side, I think it's a matter of, I don't know who just said it, but that he gave them the peaceful option, and they can take that. I think that it's kind of a thing where they can't, fumble that, and so like we're here now, and we are
going to deal maker.
But yeah, if things ever was an opportunity to. Like I was
when those 40 leaders
is up, people.
When those 40 leaders.
How you doing, Marte?
What up, Avarice? What's happening? One second. When those 40 people, those 40 leaders were meeting up with each other, how do we know they weren't meeting up to try to to figure out a regime change? We don't, right? We decided fuck it, we'll take them out too. And we just blew them up too.
That's why
how can they have a regime change if we're taking out all the people that meet up to do it?
That's why I was asking Marte to kind of square that circle as someone who voted for Trump as like an America First, no new wars guy. Why should I be, whether it's Venezuela or Iran right now, why specifically should I be in favor of where we're at? Not necessarily why I shouldn't want Iran to have a nuke or any of those things, but how it's played out. Why should I be in favor of that?
Also, Lethy, look what I can do.
I'll let you guys. I'll let you answer that, Mark. I'll be right back, boys. I gotta piss, but let each other talk. Don't all talk over each other.
Bring me back. You should have waited to bring me back before, like right now, right? Then you could have got what you said. Then I could have said hi while you're taking a piss.
I know. I bring everybody as they come up.
Speak easy.
How it goes.
Well, I wanted to make sure
it was your time.
I'm not a pussy to call Marte to his face right in front of him, Tanuki Mario.
So what was the question?
Wait,
I don't just as an America, like, because I really like
Black Mario.
I really like Dave Smith, but
is he like a plumber?
Ideology. As someone who voted for Trump as an America First, no new wars president,
lay pipe. Yeah.
Why should I be in favor of Venezuela and what's going on with Iran?
I can make a case for.
Iran to nuke.
I can make a case for Venezuela, but I can't really make a good case for Iran. That's not just Zionist, nonsense. No, Venezuela, you look at things like the Monroe Doctrine. You look at things like, hey, they kind of kicked us out and U.S. oil companies. So we had stuff that was kind of owed to us to go back there and reclaim. He was a fucking, commie dictator. So fuck him. So yeah, I can make a really good case for Venezuela. Iran, not so much.
Wait, is Iran? Hold on. Is Iran a commie dictator?
Is a Muslim nation commie dictator? Interesting question. I have to think about that.
Now, next question: did they not do gun running and drug running in Iran?
Who?
The government.
Which government?
The Iranian government.
They did drug and gun running.
Do they not? Okay, so the poppy
I don't know.
fields in
You mean the
Afghanistan,
guns
do they
that
not run?
we also sell them, or
Yeah,
what ones?
well, hold on. It doesn't matter right now. I'm just trying to equate us to Venezuela here. So speakeasy.
Oh, are you
this is
making
an
you making the
A-B
case for
conversation.
Iran?
Okay,
See
sorry,
yourself
I
out of
just heard
here.
that part. Go ahead. Keep going.
Get out of here, speakeasy.
He's like pissing while he's leaning over.
I want to say on both ends between Iran and Venezuela, this is for planning for regime change.
So, Lee, what are you talking about when you call me a trash pan? Are you calling me a coon?
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, set up a debate so I can demolish you.
Whoa.
So let's go back.
Wait,
to this
aren't
whole
you?
conversation.
Don't you wear? Hold on. Don't you come from a place that wears rice hats?
I'll message you both.
I actually called him a Sambo super soldier at one point.
Annihilated. Anyways, going back to I am a coon, by the way. We have the Trash Panda News Network coming out, but I see what you're doing. You're gonna get demolished. Set up a date so you can get fucking.
Well, just call him Flaming Dragon. Doesn't like he comes right from that, right? I am Flaming Dragon.
Hey,
Right? Tyler one, why do you always do this?
You know, because we can, I can donate some hair if you want some, bro. You know,
that makes Marte less
Oh,
gross.
no, I like to be more aerodynamic.
Can you though,
More
Marte?
aerodynamic.
That's
He's
okay.
gonna lay down
Like a
some
ball
sword shirts on your.
Star Trek. That's okay. We can fix that, bro. You know, it's really quick.
How did this conversation devolve into this? What are we talking about?
I have not yet told him to get that damn yam off his face.
Because Leafy Kai threw out an ad hoc and Marte responded to the ad
Leafy
hoc.
bald.
Yeah, I was responding to an ad hom. That's all. So back to this.
Okay.
Indian Jesus just wants an answer to his question.
Yeah, I mean, again, just to say, like, it's difficult for somebody who doesn't really know the specifics of the history of these other countries that well. This was the No New Wars, America First president. How we're now getting into new wars that aren't defending America.
Did you know? I mean, we actually brought this up earlier. Did you know that at one time, Iran had a Shah, was a king, and they were very westernized. They focused on things like women's suffrage.
I didn't know.
They focused on things like democracy, these type of things.
He was exiled.
You know how that stopped?
From the whatever regime they came in and took over, right?
Well,
in the
the
1979.
CIA helped
Oh,
America.
Is that
Britain
Contra shit?
Both helped them overthrow the king because they didn't want so much oil in one person's power that wasn't theirs. Britain had a lot of control over the oil there, and if this guy was to stay king, he would have been the one that controlled all the oil there. So,
yeah, well, I mean, we need all the oil.
CIA went and said, "Yeah, let's help them overthrow the government." And look what has happened. We've had 50 fucking years more of just fucking
So are
bombs over there. That the whole place is just bombs and mountains.
So are you saying because we caused it, we should then fix it? Is that essentially what you're saying?
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, no. All I hear is that he's anti-oil.
If we could.
Yes,
So
if
you're
we wanted them to be westernized, we would have left them alone.
Wait, you're anti-oil then?
No, anti-oil. What?
Well, that's what it sounds like.
No.
Well, yeah. See, well, then it was good that we did a regime change, right? So we should not fix it. We should just keep going for more oil.
That is not no. No, that's
well, they
not
were
what I'm saying either.
The guy was getting more oil than America, and we couldn't let that happen.
Why?
Well, because we need more oil.
Yeah, I thought they raised the prices on us or something.
Oh yeah. So we don't want to pay more for it.
No, I just want more oil.
All.
He just wants it, man.
So you want more oil for what?
Just to have it. I have reserves of it in
Yeah.
Alaska, Montana, Texas.
Resources.
In America.
Yeah.
Based. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want it.
Homegrown, baby.
I mean, oil is power in these days, right? I mean,
But again, we should just take over everywhere that has oil.
no,
I
Probably.
like
you're
to.
asking
We
why.
tend
You
to.
were asking why, and I was
Whenever we run out.
Hold on. Again, I would like to, and we tend to, right? Like if you look at lots of places that have oil, we tend to want those places. The Alamo for Texas, Alaska, Panama and that area, Lower Venezuela.
Don't we have plenty of untapped oil in Alaska?
if again, so we tend to want the areas that have oil. So yes, and if you mean ought we take them over, I actually have said this before in previous debates. Yes, I'll just rather take Iraq over and claim it as a new America, or I like to call it Middle America.
Government?
No.
Well,
Europe can stay up there. What? Well, because
you do all that.
No. We still have allies. I just want the places with oil. All right, just the places with oil.
So we want a monopoly on resources in mineral oil.
Just oil.
Little devil's advocate here, but I'm just saying you want a monopoly on oil worldwide.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not mad at it.
And nukes, nuclear weapons too.
Want it? No
At least you admit to it.
You're willing to do whatever to get it?
Well, I have lots of reason for wanting the oil.
Are you willing to do whatever to get it?
But avarice, if we did have all the oil, don't you feel like there might be some other jealous countries that may want to?
Yeah, and I'll explain why. Let me explain why. With all the oil, I maintain air superiority throughout the world.
So how many American deaths are worth all the oil?
I don't see the benefits to this.
Supply systems. Then I own all the supply systems as well.
Okay, so what's the American?
Somebody takes you out, then what?
Well, no, they're not going to take me out. I run everything. I run this bitch.
Until you don't.
JFK thought.
Like,
yeah.
I just have a big army, right?
If the president can be assassinated, anybody can be assassinated.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, if I'm assassinated, but I've at least done the best to my ability to take all the oil while I can.
No, but I think he's asking where would the oil go if you were no longer there? Like you're eventually going to die
again, right?
Yeah, but we have a replacement. We have predecessors. We have a vice president. Like we have, we have fallback plans for this.
So wait, so
don't worry though,
for the president,
Canada,
then?
you'll be safe, and we'll let you refine the oil. How's that?
What?
I'm not worried about.
Okay, yeah, because
Canada can't refine their own oil. That's why it's something to the U.S. It's too crude.
Oh, you know what? Tell you what.
This is why you guys end up making me sound anti-American, because you got to go there with it. Listen, you guys were in a fucking donkey riding desert for 20 years and did fuck all. What are you gonna do to Canada? All right, come fight in the snow where we're living, bro. Like,
I love the snow. I can make a snow cave like no one's business.
You know why Russia doesn't actually
you ain't Russia.
anything
Come on,
towards,
bro. You ain't Russia.
You know why Russia doesn't actually send anything towards
you
America?
You ain't Russia.
They wouldn't get past Canada.
You ain't Russia. You ain't Siberia.
Our air defenses would stop them before they get to you.
Quebec is not Siberia.
Look at, I love snow warfare. All right, that's like my best warfare. I can snow cave and tunnel like no one's business.
That's what you're gonna do right now.
I'll be like a snow mongoose.
All right,
you know what I mean? Just burrow.
Right.
What?
I'm just saying. You guys couldn't even handle a desert.
Well, we handled it. We did what we wanted to do. We took the oil.
It took a really, really, really long time.
We took a lot of oil.
And a lot of American deaths.
Did nothing with it?
Well, we did do something. It's in reserves.
It
all through Montana.
It's not
savings.
Oh wait, I got somebody in the back there. Zombie. If you do you want to just throw on your cam, give me a peace sign, and then you can turn it off before I bring you up. So I know
I
there's
came
someone
in
there.
here to say
Right,
something entirely different. That's like
you're good. You're good. I'll bring you up now.
But I wanted to see if anybody noticed what the Ayatollah was saying, like around mid-February.
They're not saying anything now. They're dead.
Well, yeah, that's the end of the story. So, like, don't skip to the end of the story. So,
you just need to go through semantics before we get to the whole point that the whole premise.
In early February, there was talks that some Iranian hackers got some documents, something on the lines of Epstein files, and was holding that. And then some people here, I want to say Mudahar and CoffeeZilla, ended up getting some of those leaks to show that it actually happened.
Well,
so
I just want to tend to speak. Hold on, Speakeasy's over there. This is before we go off topic here. Sorry, Speakeasy. I just want to say the big difference between like the desert in Canada, really quickly, is that the desert actually had air defense when Canada just borrows ours. We could just take it back.
You guys borrow our air defense.
Hear
too.
this.
No,
That's
you
how it
borrow our
works.
air defense.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, no.
No.
Your air defense is borrowed.
No, we share air defense.
No,
we literally communicate our air defense.
Your weapons control systems is controlled by
literally
American
not true.
systems.
You just made that up.
I did not make that up.
Yes,
it actually came in from another American buddy.
Search it up. Search it up if Canada has an air force.
Oh, I know they have an air force. It's called the snow goose
Yeah,
or
so
the snowbirds.
Yeah, I know. Air defense.
Yeah, but those birds are old birds. I'm not talking about the birds with the air defense systems. Yeah, we're talking about the missiles that take out the birds.
Yeah. You have what is it, like 300? You got 300 planes, fighter attacks. 300. That's cute. That's pretty nice.
You got a cute little air.
300.
There, bud.
How many Mounties do you guys have?
You guys.
I think their active personnel is like 70,000. So that's pretty good. 70,000
quantity.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Come on, Easy. Like you know that the U.S. civilians, armed civilians alone can take Canada.
You know what I mean? Speakeasy, you guys use F-18s with the electronic package from the 90s.
The U.S. civilians, we have the largest standing army with U.S. civilians. They could take Canada.
Absolutely. Fair point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just sheer numbers.
That's why back in the World War, more Canadians volunteered than Americans that were sent over.
Per capita?
Yeah.
Per capita?
Yeah.
Per capita?
Yeah, it has to be per capita. You guys,
I know, because you only got 70,000 troops.
You have way more people, obviously. And you know what's funny? It took Canadians to take territory that you guys took weeks to fight and couldn't take it over. Like,
yeah, actually, we should just take Canada and Mexico with the U.S. civilian population.
Might as well.
I call Speakeasy's house.
We just gotta be realistic about this. Last time that happened, what happened? The White House burned down. Let's be realistic.
I knew it was.
Well, technically, yeah, you guys suck for that. But technically, that was when it was like wasn't necessarily Canada. It wasn't technically Canada.
Yes, it was technically Canada. It wasn't officially Canada, but it was technically.
That wasn't Canada.
That was sneaky. That was a sneaky move too.
It was technically Great Britain, right?
It was your one crowning glory that you go back to.
Say we're technically Great Britain now.
Like the hockey game,
right? Okay, and he still lost.
No, we already established sovereign. No, don't.
And he still lost.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't lose. How did we lose if we burnt down your shit and you guys left? You tried to take territory and you guys left. How does that make us lose?
We ended up getting.
Is that why you guys think you won in Afghanistan? You guys laughed and you're like, yeah, we win.
Yep, we won.
You lost.
We got to be careful. I just looked up. They have 74 tanks
going on when we talk about the wars America's involved.
That would be 74 tanks. That would be pretty hard,
bro.
To deal with.
I'd say Afghanistan won. At least the terrorists there.
Afghanistan definitely won. 20 years.
The terrorists won for sure.
I think everybody fucking lost that one.
For 20 years and left with no change, dog.
What do you mean? We left with the oil. We left with the oil.
What was the oil?
Not enough.
We left with the oil and the drugs.
The only thing that we're going and killing fucking civilians for is oil. Then I think that
drugs.
The whole of the American
poppy
army
fields
is just all pieces of shit. Then.
We left with all the drugs too. Don't forget about that. We took all the drugs.
If the only reason for the war is to capture possession of oil and drugs, it's all pieces of shit.
Speakeasy, the only reason for war ever has been a fight over resources. We are nothing but warfaring tribes over resources for our entire life. Yeah, since the beginning of time.
That's not true.
That have been fighting for resources.
Not really fully true.
That's all we've been fighting for is warfaring tribes that fight over resources.
So there's never been religious wars?
I mean, if you look at those religious, I mean, I think it as territory wars for, again, resources.
It's just not true.
Yeah,
why
like-
did America? Why did America
Like you
step
wanted the
in
resources
when
of the city
Adolf
of Israel,
Hitler was
right?
fighting? Then why didn't we go for resources then?
What?
When Adolf Hitler was taking over everything, why didn't we fight him?
We did
resources.
take resources during World War II. We took prisoners. We took like things of war, extra their guns on the
Things
ground.
of war? No, we
yeah,
just
like
stole
guns
a
on the
bunch
ground.
of
And we
shit.
also, and if you don't remember, the Berlin Wall. We took part.
We didn't go take resources. We were selling resources.
We took part of Berlin.
Many places.
Yeah, we took mineral rights.
Why did we fight? Because they attacked us.
We got attacked, yeah.
Not for resources, not because he was
No,
killing
that was a
millions of
happy ending.
people.
Well,
Because they attacked us.
That's exactly why
Germany
because they threatened. No, we
attacked
attacked them because they threatened our resources.
No, they attacked
No,
us.
they threatened our resources. They threatened our resources.
No, we declared war on Japan, and because of
Japan
that,
threatened our
Germany,
resources.
Hitler declared war on America. What are you talking about? It had nothing to do with resources.
What do
It's
you
because
mean?
of Pearl Harbor.
They bombed Pearl
Because we got
Harbor.
attacked after it.
They bombed Pearl Harbor, which was the major military supply line for the Pacific Theater, which was our resources. That was our supply.
No,
it was because
Americans died. That's why.
What was Pearl Harbor?
Resources.
What was Pearl
No,
Harbor?
Avarice.
What
It
was Pearl
because
Harbor?
Are you serious right now?
What was Pearl
Japan
Harbor?
attacked
Cut off the military
and then
resource
we
line
went and
for Pearl
attacked
Harbor.
them. Then we got the resources. That means that we were attacked. Then we got the resources.
Yeah, we were attacked because they
We
wanted to
went-
cut off our military resource
We were
line, which was
selling
in
them
the Pacific
shit.
Theater.
No, what are you talking about? We were selling massive amounts of fucking guns, all fucking
Dude,
anything they
massive
needed,
amounts.
military personnel, or not personnel, equipment. Like we were selling all of this shit to them. And
Yeah,
we were
but
letting
what-
Hitler
I know,
kill
but
millions
hitting-
and millions of people. Say, yeah, whatever.
I know,
He's
but
picking
hitting-
over another country.
Listen,
Yeah, whatever.
Listen,
We
tell you
didn't
that
bomb ourselves
Hey, the
until
Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor so
That's
they
when
could
America
get,
was
they wanted to
America
take the
first.
USS Nevada, the
Now we're
Pennsylvania.
Israel first.
Listen, but hitting Pearl Harbor was
Bullshit.
literally- was about cutting off the ability for our expansion into Asia, right? About supply expansion, right? Being able for us as Americans to expand into Asia. That's why they hit Pearl Harbor.
You're tired.
Average, you're kind of covered small. You're trolling right now, dude. I can see that.
Even if you're saying,
I think Avarice is just
that doesn't
fucking
mean you see it.
rage baiting me right now.
No,
Oh,
you
he's
don't want
that's
to be
what's
wrong.
going on.
He knows
He's
he's
got his
wrong.
face
There's
He's
no
gonna cover
fucking
his
way.
mouth.
There's no fucking
Hold on.
way.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think
We were
America would
selling
have
them
attacked
both shit.
Japan?
We were selling
if they
everyone.
didn't
The Nazis, all of our allies that were being attacked. We said, fuck them, let them be attacked. That's how it used to be. America used to be able to be a nationalist type of country. Right? We were like, yeah, fuck it. You guys got to do it yourselves. You need some more, you need some gear. We can sell it to you, but that's it. Do it yourselves. And then they attacked us. And we said, all right,
listen,
fuck
they
you.
own most
That's
of
when we
Vietnam.
should
They
be
own most of
attacking, not just
Indonesia.
fucking
They
for
held some parts of China.
oil,
Listen, Japan was
for
in control.
resources.
They needed to make sure that they were cutting off our resource line into Asia and our expansion. So they hit Pearl Harbor, right, so that they could take over the Pacific Theater, so that they could take over resources. We've been.
Are you aware that Japan was?
I think he's fucking with me.
Yeah.
I think he might be,
They
but
wanted to take,
that
they wanted
wasn't
to take the
even
big ships, man. That's all it was about.
that's not even the way the shipping routes went.
Then how do you explain Midway as being a supply route for America?
Yes, that is some. Look up the percentage.
Again, they cut off the Pacific Theater of
Oh.
our whole entire military movement when they hit Pearl Harbor. We had to re-engage. We had to move the whole fleet up from Alaska down and then re-engage. They wanted to cut off so that they had time to take out all the military bases, all the American military bases around the Pacific Theater. That's why they hit the head, which was the Pearl Harbor first, so they could cover the rest of the islands and take over the resources. Hey, just because they weren't successful doesn't mean that that's what they were doing. Again, they were trying to take resources.
How does that mean that we?
They did not try to
They were
take
trying.
resources. They damaged shit. They blew up fucking most of the bunch of the Pacific Fleet. They killed a bunch of people.
No,
like
they did that in
3,000
order.
Americans
They did that.
died, bro.
They
That's
did
why
that.
we went to war.
They did
That's
that
why
in
we
order
said,
to take
"Fuck
the other
this."
bases, though. They did that in order to take the other bases in the Pacific Theater. That was the diversion, right?
That doesn't mean that we entered for resources, bro.
No, but now we entered so we can get our supply line back, right? That's why we went back into the Pacific Theater to regain.
Okay, so why did we pick then? Why did we pick then? Why did we pick then? Why did we pick then?
What?
Why did we get in the war earlier then?
Again, because our supply line wasn't cut off. We were actually doing trades and deals at that point with all nations of all different people.
Are you making this up as you go along?
Yep.
Yes,
think
he's fucking with us right now.
I think I'm gonna knock out.
Dude, we were giving all the resources: food, tanks, planes, weapons, fucking industrial supply. We were giving all the resources. We were taking resources. That had nothing to do with taking resources.
Again, yes, we were giving
we were
resources
until
they cut off our
supplying
resource
everybody's
line.
war. We were like, yeah, let's make all this money, buddy. Look at this.
Which
and
was
then
what
they
we were
attacked
doing.
our shit.
Our resource line from
No.
us making money.
No. What is Pearl Harbor?
Avarice, you're putting up a good fight there.
What is Pearl Harbor, Avarice?
What is it? It's a Hawaiian
Yes, what
military
is it?
base.
What's the fucking, what is it?
A Hawaiian military base.
Oh,
You mean in American territory?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is a major shipping route for our military ships, supply, even has our customs there. Lots of
You mean American soil?
Lots of strategic resources happening there, right? Catching and receiving.
American resources?
I mean, Avarice, what do you not do when you deal with America?
What?
How do you not piss off America?
How do you don't touch a boat?
There you go. And what did they do?
Well, again, because boats are our resources, right? That's how we do our shipping,
God
our
damn
supply
it.
lines.
Hey, Avarice, can you?
That's our
Google-
money. That's our money, right? Resources is
Those
money.
boats were anchored there. What are you talking about? Those aren't the fucking resource boats.
Again, those are boats that protect.
No, those are anchored there.
Boats that protect.
Fuck off, Avarice. I know you know this. Shut up, bro. Shut up. Fucking dickhead. I know you know this. They're anchored. They're not fucking moving shit, bro. It's not a fucking resource line.
Again, because we weren't at threat at the time, but those were protection boats for when our resources were at threat, which would happen.
Bruh. Fuck off. Those...
Oh man.
Oh man. Someone fucking.
Again, it's about the oil. It's about the oil, Speakeasy. It's the oil.
No. It's not about the fucking oil.
It's all about the oil. Drill, baby, drill.
That is the most effective strategy to extract oil.
This
Is to ram a fucking airplane into
This
a
is
boat.
the biggest
That is for
cope I've
sure.
ever heard. All right.
Drill,
I
baby,
know how
drill.
much it hurts right now to think of the United States of America turning into the United States of Israel. But that's what's happening if we don't fucking actually stand up and say shit about what's going on. That's what's going to happen. We're going to send a bunch of our young men over there to get killed for some fucking asshole's fucking prophecy that he fucking thinks he's bringing on.
Speakeasy, we've
That's what
always
we're
been-
doing.
We've always been a nation evolving
we're
into
funding
Israel.
and sacrificing our men for some fucking asshole in another country that doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Speakeasy, we've always been a country evolving into
You
Israel
can,
because we love
Zombie.
our oil and
I
we
welcome
love
the
our immigration.
disagreement. Tell me how I'm wrong.
We love
I
our
welcome
religious
it.
battles as well. So, I mean,
Yeah,
this
once
literally
they're
is what
done.
we've been evolving into as a nation.
Go ahead, Zombie. Go ahead. What is it? How am I wrong?
Well, real quick, I'm a hop off, guys. It's been fun. But yeah, I look forward to seeing how all this develops and having more conversations about it. But God bless. Take care. Later.
Take it easy, Mom. I gotta hop off.
Have a good night.
Sorry, I got school in the morning, but you guys take care, and I'll see you guys. Great.
Later, Marte.
Hold on. I have to say something.
I will talk to you soon, Tanuki Mario.
What the fuck? Anyways, you're gonna get
He's the best Mario.
back to this. This chat is better than Grid One's chat. Anyways, on that note, I'm out. You guys take care.
Later.
All right, here we go. Yes, I know I had to take the freaking hat off. This guy really wants to get fucking destroyed. Whoever this leaf water kai guy, he's gonna get annihilated. I will see you very soon. This guy's so gay. And he said, "Oh, Marte's a plumber." Are you trying to say that I lay pipe? Like, this is crazy. So gay. The innuendos that this guy's giving is massive gay vibes. So, anyways, I think that guy's really gay. So I'll just say that. And the way that he said, "I will see you really soon, Marte." Ugh, gross. Fucking, I got to take a bleach shower for my ears after hearing that shit. Anyways, that guy looked like he was like a gay Klingon. I'll say that. Okay, that's all. All right, I'm not gonna attack people anyways. God, I was gonna turn over a new leaf. I wasn't supposed to be attacking people. That's not what's gonna happen. Let me stop, Marte. Just shut your mouth. Anyways, when he said that, I just had really creepy vibes. And I'm not talking about like I'm scary, Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees. I'm talking about like you're in prison, shower number 6, and he's happy to see you. Those kind of, and he leaves prison and he's not changing those activities for the world. He's going to be the same. "Hey, Marte, I'm happy to see you really soon." Like, did he literally just say that? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm just saying he didn't sound very straight when he said that. That's I'm just going to leave it right there. Sounds very gay for him to say this. Super mega gay. "I will see you very soon." And then Konishiwa, whatever the fuck he said. Does anybody know what he said? I don't know what he said before he left, but I feel like these were grapey vibes that he was giving me. Like, he's the kind of guy, like if I see him at a party and all of us debaters are going to meet, I would cover my drink when I walked past him. Because what would happen though is if I met this leafy water kai guy, if I don't cover my drink, I'm going to wake up and my farts are going to smell like Vaseline, if you know what I mean. So people like this, I'm really cautious around anyways. But you know what? The reason why I exist is to destroy the shit out of these guys in debates, especially people like that. Really, I don't know if he can be within 10 miles of a school with kids. I'm not going to read into it too much, but I'm just saying maybe he should be around somebody else that isn't so based and conservative as myself, because I'm definitely opposed to whatever that is going on over there. All right, enough about this leafy green water guy, whatever his name is. So weird. Oh man, so crazy. I don't know. So was this guy Nigerian, Mr. Miyagi? Yeah, so weird. This guy's, but you know what? I knew he was going to be a shit talker. Right when I got on panel, how did I know? I just felt it. I'm not liberal, but I just noticed this because, matter of fact, let me be honest with you. I remember showing up on a panel in comments, and this guy called me a panda bear or a trash panda. And I was like, what the hell does he mean? So come to mind, I was like, okay, what does he mean by that? And I called him out on the panel because Mo was like, what is this about? I said, are you calling me a coon? He said, yeah, that's what I'm calling you. Now, I'll call myself a coon all day long. I can poke fun at myself. I don't think that that's what he was doing. I think he was really talking shit when he said that. Now, it's one thing to call people from the Trash Panda 2 News Network coons. It's another thing when creepy, weird guys like this say that. That I'm not okay with. Because when he said that, yes, maybe I'm tone policing a little bit, but his tone is very soy. I don't like the soy tone coming from this guy. So because of that, I said, set up a debate so I can annihilate the fucking shit out of you. Okay, enough of that. Let's get back to this World War III debate or this conversation where I wanted to move past that. So freaking weird. Nails on a chalkboard. I will see you very... Anyways, I'm not going to say anymore. That's crazy. That's just insane. Relentless. I'm not reading that comment because that's freaking gross. Just not going to say that. Dagon says it's one thing if it's a friend and in on the joke. Yes, but it's another thing if he's a liberal, not a conservative. and probably not the straightest arrow in the quiver. Saying that. It's totally two different things. Relentless, bro, you gross me out with that comment. I'm not even going to read that. So gross, bro. I got to bleach my eyeballs after reading that comment. Can't believe I even read that. That's insane, man. Yeah, Peach on a leash is right about this. Even men have to deal with men being creeps nowadays. Yes, you're totally right about that. You can't tell me that wasn't creepy when he said that. Now I have to, like, I feel like I'm in the Me Too movement. I feel like he violated me verbally right before I left. I look forward to seeing you too. Whatever word he said, and then said Marte. So weird. And that's why I had to leave. When Mo left, I was like, all right, my boy left. I'm leaving with him too. We're out of here. But then creepy dude had to just say the last word. Ugh, so weird. Ugh, weird. Now I have to be around a bunch of gorgeous, beautiful women to shrug this off because that's such a weird vibe that dude gave. It's so weird. Crazy, man. Peach on a leash says, I feel for you, man. It sucks. Yeah, it does, man. It totally does suck, especially when a man is telling you something like that the way he did. So crazy. Did anybody see the Andrew Wilson thing? Like the new clip that he put out? Matter of fact, it was really weird. Let's see if I can bring this up. Hold on. AJ's rants. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, did you see Jasmine Crockett got obliterated in their Texas Senate race or whatever, and she like acted like a 12-year-old on stage and left.
Wait, hold on. Are you showing this on your channel? Where's this?
No. Here. I'll find it on Twitter and drop it in the private chat. Let's go.
I gotta see this.
Hold on, dude. Here it is. It was the first thing that I pulled up. Let's go, guys. Christmas came early. Came early, man.
Jasmine Crockett is so ghetto, and she's fake.
Let me get the copy link. Here, pull this up it's in the private chat.
Man, he put it in the private chat, so I have to go. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess I have to check this out. Hold on, let's go check this out.
I didn't mean to derail the show, but guys, you can.
No, you're good. I gotta check this out. Hold on, real quick. Let me
obliterated, dude. Wait, so it's too. They say it's too early to call, but it's 50. The one guy got 53.9%, and she got 44.8. But that's the early votes. She got obliterated, dude.
We're gonna have to check this out. Hold on, let me bring this. I'm gonna bring it up on screen real quick because we gotta check this out. Somehow it says breaking news. We definitely have to check this post out real quick. Let's go bring it up on screen real quick. And I'll even play it real quick.
So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So.
Wait, is she trying to blow the race card? Is she blowing the race card? What the hell? Hold on, I got to hear the rest. This is such good cope. I know that this is cope I'm hearing. Let's continue.
I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because
yes, W. Yes.
because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love you.
Such cope. That is crazy, man. I won't be back. Yes, I love to hear it, man. That's the best.
So I'm reading the chat. What did I miss on that panel earlier? Dudes were being creeps to you or what? I mean, what's going on here?
Oh, man, Dak got this right. At least after that weirdness, we can get a funny palate cleanse. Basically, there's a guy that, you know what? Let me play it. Gosh, you know what? I'll play it for you real quick. I think I can rewind this a little bit. Need 2 seconds real quick. We're going to play it. This was really weird. Hold on real quick. Damn. This is really weird. So there's this guy. He looks like he's not really straight. I'll just say that. And he was making fun of me. He was calling me a coon. It was another black dude, but he was calling me a coon. You know, I'll call myself a coon to make fun of myself, but it's another thing when a liberal calls you a coon. I don't like it when that happens. But
is it this bald guy?
It's this bald guy. I'm gonna show him right now, real quick. This is what he said. And
is he mixed? He's like half black and half Asian, or he's half black and half
I don't
white,
know
right?
what he is. He's like a Mr. Miyagi mix.
He's mixed. So half black, half Asians, and half black, half whites. Those are the ones that have to lean into the I'm black and he black, we're black, y'all, to try and prove a point. Because you're half Hispanic and half black, right?
Yeah, well, my dad is half Dominican and black, and my mom's black.
So you're black, right? You're actually black. So you don't feel this insecurity in you to actually
I don't feel it. I don't care.
Into the Tariq Nasheed, Israelite, all that crap. That's what his problem is. He's in that whole
But AJ, this is what he told me. We're gonna play this real quick.
Mario.
Back to this. This chat is better than Grid One's chat. Anyways, on that note, I'm out. You guys take care.
Later. God bless my take. Actually.
And a shot across the bow.
It's true though.
Hold on. That's not what.
That is the most effective strategy to extract oil. Is to ram a fucking airplane into a boat.
The biggest cope I've ever heard.
Because it was like right before I was gonna leave, he said the weirdest shit to me, and this was the crazy
as well. So I mean, this literally is what we've been evolving into as a nation.
Go ahead, Zombie. Go ahead. What is it? How am I wrong?
Well, real quick, I'm a hop off, guys. It's been fun.
And then I hop off right after that, but he says this, and I'm like, oh, this is so gay.
But yeah, I look forward to seeing how all this develops and having more conversations about it. But God bless. Take care. Later.
Deuces.
Take it easy, Mom. I gotta hop off. Sorry, I got school in the morning, but you guys take care, and I'll see you guys. Great.
Later, Marte.
Hold on. I have to say something.
I will talk to you soon, Tanuki Mario.
Yeah. What was that? What was that? I will talk to you soon. Like, bro, we're not doing this.
I would say that like mixed race people, they're like redheads, where they're like half black, half whites, and half black and half Asians are either attractive or they're gargoyles, kind of like redheads. There's no in between. You know what I mean? And this is like both on the men's side and the women's side. You know how there's an objective standard of beauty and ugly. You know what I'm saying? You can just look at a person and be like, God, homeboy just got the bad genes and he's just pissed off. You know what I'm saying? Like he's probably the goofiest looking half black, half Asian I've ever seen in my entire life. You know, so like someone like Pharrell, you know, he's half black and half Asian, or like Tyson Beckford. You know what I'm saying? Homeboy didn't get those genes. You know what I'm saying? He's mad. You know what I'm saying? And hey, Marte, I'm jealous of your hair too. All right, so shut up.
I told him, I was like, so I was on the stream and I heard him call me a trash panda before, but I was like, oh, I think he's talking shit. So as soon as we got there, I took my hat off and I said, look, Water Keithy, whatever his name was, I was like, look what I could do. So I went like this. He was like, I don't need it. I was like, if you want some, you can borrow some. I can give you a loan if you want one. I was talking shit because I knew that he was about this bullshit action and he was going to talk some shit. I was like, okay. So then I told him, I was like, all right, set up a debate. We'll do a debate and I'll demolish you and I can move on to bigger and better things after that. So,
okay, there's one thing that you had said to Vic earlier that I'm going to tell all you guys that might want to get into the YouTube thing. You had said that you want to go outside of YouTube.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and it's good that you can jump on like Tim Pool and other things, but your YouTube is going to be the most consistent way to keep a really good income going, because all those things lead. So like Pearly Things has been on CNN. She's been on Fox News. She's been on Piers Morgan. She's been on all these things, but that directs people to her channel, and then which leads to her TikTok, her Instagram, and all of that. But YouTube itself is the best paying social media platform that puts you in the algorithm. And then plus, once you hit a certain a certain number of subs, then doors start to open up for you. Anton Daniels has been on Fox News. He's been on CNN, and a lot of that, but they still keep that YouTube presence going because ultimately that's where the most revenue goes. When there's certain people out there, I mean, that got monetized. They were making $300,000-$400,000 a month off of YouTube and then ruined it. But you'll see Andrew Wilson's doing really, really, really good, but he still keeps the Crucible around as the main way for people to find him. Why? Because it's the best place to list his comprehensive list of all of his work, right? So I think that you have this really fantastic opportunity to spread your wings, go out there and make yourself known, but it should be to direct people to this community that you built here, because you have your hardcores in the comments, right? And as you get bigger, you're going to need this core group of people to fight off the trolls and back you up and all that other stuff. So
true, yeah,
you're doing a really, really good job of building this community here. You got to make sure that this is your kind of foundation for the
trying to do it. Yeah,
you're gonna build. Yeah, but yeah, man, you got big things coming in the future, man. I think you on Tim Pool would actually be like a really, really, really cool thing, you know. So
it'll be interesting because I think I can build a good dynamic and then also build a strong presence on Tim Pool as well too, amongst other things. Like my goal, to be honest with you, now that I think about this, I do want to get on Piers Morgan, and it will eventually be on Tim Pool. I do want to get on 2 more episodes of Jubilee debating these guys. So that's, I mean, the sky's the limit. I'm also going to have more celebrities on the podcast. I got an email from, I don't know if you know who Mass Pike Miles is, but he was a part of Maybach Music. He was supposed to be on tonight, but he overslept. He just sent me a text message. So I have a few more celebrities that are going to be on as well too.
Well, if I could just interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I was ever on with that redheaded guy that was it Andrew who was debating, and it was that redheaded beta male, the long-haired red-haired guy,
Brian, whatever his name is.
That's on the Tim Pool thing, and that chick.
Yeah.
That was Andrew. Yeah.
That guy. Yeah.
I would sock that dude in the face. This is why I can't be you or Andrew or Rachel. Dude, he made me so mad because he was just being so disingenuous, just such a beta male, arguing like, yeah, but you're acting like it's not possible that women couldn't or that aliens couldn't come down and be the ultimate force enforcers. Just like, shut up. Why are we even doing this? Why? Like what peyote is this dude smoking before he comes to work?
Yeah. That's why. So they wanted me to get on Tim Pool, and I have all the receipts on this. Matter of fact, I'll send you a conversation. There's more to this conversation, but we'll have this conversation. I'll text it to you later. But the original thing that I wanted to have on YouTube was, I don't know if you know a guy named Eleazar. He does debates in streets on college campuses.
Yeah. He's
right.
a shorter Hispanic guy, but he's the only one. He goes, look, you touch me and I'll throw hands. I like him. I like him because he's like, you got the wrong one. He goes, you touch my sign again, I'm gonna lice you up. Yeah, because him and his friend both train. Like they both do jiu-jitsu, and they actually train.
The reason why I brought up Eleazar, he's a good friend of mine. So me and him were talking during the time that Tim Pool wanted me up, but because I started stalling because I couldn't talk about Christian nationalism because I didn't want to have a debate with Tim Pool on theology because I was a catechumen at the time. They put Eleazar on the episode instead of me. That's what had happened. So the episode of Tim Pool where Eleazar was on, that was supposed to be me on that episode. So now I have to reach out to their booking. By the way, they fly you out. They take care of everything. They're good, hospitable people. But I am going to reach out to their booking and see if I can get on. But I just don't want to do theological arguments when I get into Pool.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about politics. I do want to talk about family endeavors to leaning towards traditional families. And maybe in this Iran conflict that we have right now, I can even sparse words back and forth. But when we come to this, it's like, I don't want to do theology. That's the thing I want to stay away from. So
yeah, I don't think, that's what, people have their specialties, right? So I think it was like Rob Noor had said like Andrew's much better at debating theology than he is, but then Rob is the best at politics. So they play off each other, which is a really, really, really cool thing to do. I can debate, some politics, but when it comes to like red pill relationships, modern dating, etc., like. But I think as men who have some sense, we can debate basic politics when it comes to feminism, this corporatism, how society's gone to shit. Like because we're thinking men, right? We can actually demonstrate the negative impact of all this leftist ideology. So it's a combination of like politics, relationships, all that other stuff, and people. The fact that they can't connect the dots without you. Him. He's cool, man.
Yeah, this was the episode I was supposed to be on. This exact episode I was supposed to be on, but for some reason I was stalling too much because I didn't want to discuss Christian nationalism, and that's what they ended up talking about. They found somebody else, and it happened to be him. But
here's the thing, Marte, I'm not a Christian. I'm not religious, but I keep telling everyone that if the United States were to embrace Christian ethics, if we were to move more towards Christian ethics, we would all live better. Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around this. And I'm sorry, but the West is heavily influenced or is around Christian ethics. There's no way around that. That's why the West is superior. And there's this one thing that the leftists can't handle is saying that one culture is superior to another. By you saying that, they cringe to the point to where you say, and I'm a red pill guy. I say, look, I would prefer to say that a culture that lets women vote and leave the house so without being covered and doesn't chop off their clitorises is superior to one who believes the opposite. And they'll be like, well, that's not true. They believe in cultural relativity.
Yeah. So they'll fight against their own interests, which is crazy because they'll say that, well, no, we're misogynist and we hate women, but then they'll go ahead and vote for more Muslim people to get in our country. What do you think that religion does most of all? Right. Yeah. So it's like, come on, bro.
I don't get it, man. I really, really don't. But yeah, man, I think that you'll do good. Yeah, the more exposure you'll have, the better. And you had said there was one more place you were going to go, right? There was Tim Pool, and then you had said back on Jubilee. How do you get to be that person that's in the chair being surrounded by people?
You have to be a celebrity of somebody of prominence. Okay. You have to be like the headliner,
Yeah, but once you hit like 100K or 90K, man, all those doors start to open up for you. I actually just talked to someone who had just hit that, and that's why when people say subs don't count, yes, they do. You know what I'm saying? Once you get that first plaque, doors start to open up for you, because you remember, look at your channel now. You only have 2,600 subs, but look at how many people watch you that aren't subbed. Doesn't it drive you nuts? You're like, just hit the damn sub button. I know you guys are out there. Like, you might have 2,600 subs, but there's like 30,000 people who watch you, who just watch, and most of them aren't subbed. So imagine by the time you have 100,000 subs, you have 700,000 people who watch you all the time. So
what's going to happen though is they need to have like a subathon and get on and just have the banger of topics to offer, and then talk about a lot of issues, and then maybe bring you or maybe some other prominent people on who have bigger numbers, and just have a subathon and just say, hey, if you're going to pay attention and watch, it's free to click the subscribe button, and it costs you nothing. But also, I'm also going to have a membership drive when I get monetized later this month, which I'll be free to be able to do. I'm no longer going to make mistakes and transgress my errors. So I learned from that. So let's keep this train moving forward.
Like I said, man, I'll talk to you offline about something, but once again, you're doing a good job of building your community, and I honestly believe, and I think that everyone in the chat can say the same thing, that your intentions are good, and that's what people can see, and that's what keeps bringing them back here, right? And I think that you'll be on these panels, and you're the only sane one in the room who's not being disingenuous. You aren't there to get clicks and talk shit. So I think people will see you on other panels and then be like, who's this guy? And come to your channel to find you, because you're in this weird vortex of idiocy, but you're the only one making sense. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. Like what was the first panel that I saw you on? I don't even remember, but I remember it was you and like 4 other guys, and they were just like da 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 da. And I'm like, who are these people? And then I actually went and found your channel. So, but yeah, man, on the big things, you know. And anytime you need me for anything, just reach out. But hey,
also, can you shout your channel out too, by the way, and tell people where they can find you. Also, let me know when your next live is going to be, so I can join the panel and do some commentary as well too.
Yeah, man. Well, mine's AJ's Rants and Reactions. I go live Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then Sundays at 9. But Marte, we will have another Christian feminism stream, and I know that you couldn't be on the last one because I planned it late. But I do those like once every 3 months, so that the next one I want you to jump on and actually give your feedback.
Of course. So I do have a question, because I know Doug MPA is also somebody that works in conjunction with Pearl. I don't want to dox too much, but I was also wondering if Pearl has open panels at some point or something like that.
Yeah. I can put you two in contact. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Remember,
and then we have a conversation. Like that would be good. So
what would be good for you would be Pearl calls out these TradCon feminists just like Andrew does. You know what I'm saying? The TradCon feminists hate Pearly things, and I know that you hate the TradCon feminists too. So like the whole Nala Ray thing, and how like she's so saved. No, she's not. You know. So that would be an excellent topic. But yeah, man, let's talk about it behind the scenes. And but
I've got a really strong compelling case against the Nala Ray thing. And like, even with my past and stuff like that, and I can tell you why she's different from a lot of other people, and why what she's doing is way worse towards American society as a whole. Why it's really bad.
She has an online ministry she's charging money for.
Yes, that's one part that's really bad. The second part is she was really quick to turn around and turn a new leaf without even being humble enough to lay low for a bit.
Yep, she didn't give the money back.
She has spent no time.
She should have been in the back of the church being quiet, but instead she's trying to get in the pulpit. You know what I'm saying? Still dressed slutty, still making the money. There's all this other crap. Right. It's just, and then has the nerve to talk bad about Andrew and Rachel. It's like, are you insane? Like Andrew, he put it the best. Shouldn't we give people who were never your 304s more credit than those who spent the last 8 years, taking dongs? Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Why? Michael Knowles, a simp TradCon. Matt Walsh, simp TradCon. All these idiots she's doing the whole church tour garbage.
And they're platforming her. But they're platforming her in such a good way that they're trying to make it seem like she isn't nefarious having a ministry online. Exactly. And like she wasn't taking dongs 6 months before that or anything like that. I think that's just horrific.
Andrew and Rachel were the first 3 people to be calling her out, and they got so much crap for it. I remember I think it was Pearl and Andrew at the same time both made videos about Andrew, he was on whatever, but then Pearl had been making videos for a while, and I remember those two were the like getting the most hit pieces in the Michael Knowles TradCon sphere. See, Andrew Wilson's not a real Christian because he doesn't believe in forgiveness and rah. It's like, bro, like faith without works is dead. Like you have to actually show you have to have a body of work to show that you truly are serious about this. So
even silence is a form of works, because it takes work to shut up and sit in the back and not do anything. Because if you're trying to be a leader of a movement, shut up and sit in the back for a while, because we need to get over this statute of limitations from you taking dong 6 months ago. Like, I'm waiting. I'm not holding a ministry or doing any of that. Sterling Cooper isn't having a ministry, but he's working against the pornography industry. He's not coming out and having a ministry. There's some humility in that. And as a matter of fact, me and Rollo Tomasi were supposed to have another episode with Sterling Cooper when he was on last time, but I couldn't make that because of school. But I need to text him so we can run this back, so me and Sterling Cooper can show up IRL in person in appearance, and we can talk about the pornography industry and speak against that. I think that's a show that needs to happen. Matter of fact, that reminds me, I need to message Rollo about that. So
but once again, you don't just become the leader. You don't become a general overnight. You got to join. You got to do your time, and then you work your way up the ranks. And Nala Ray, and then that one chick that Shannon Sharp busted up in, who took his money. She's supposedly saved now. And I would say the Protestant church, the final form of all whores, is a church girl. Like, the final Super Saiyan form for all these 304s is in the Protestant church nowadays.
Yeah, I think it's bad. And not to mention this, but I think Red Pill is right when they warn men about the patterns of behavior of these women. If you're like a 304 before, you have a pattern of behavior. People are most likely like going to fall on that default pattern that they have once something fails. Like, let's say your marriage starts going awry. Oh, you're going to fall on a new penis this week, because that's the pattern that you've shown. I think it takes 10 years sometimes to weed out those bad habits from the system. Hence me telling Nala Ray, shut up for about 10 years before anybody is willing to listen to you. I think that should be the mainstay, but she's not adopting that. She wants to be a leader and tell everybody else who's right and who's more Christian and less Christian. What a horrific approach. So yeah.
But she's sitting on all that gold like Smaug from friggin' The Hobbit. You know what I'm saying? Like that dragon. She made like 20 million bucks. You know what I'm saying? And she hasn't given any of it back. She hasn't shown any type of want or need to do any type of like recompense. I don't know. It's such a big grift. And then they'll call Andrew and Rachel grifters. It's just crap. You know what I'm saying? It is. And it's so funny because people come for Andrew, they come for you, they come for Rob Noor, and it's like people can't refute. I've never seen Andrew get beaten in a debate. I've never seen anyone destroy your talking points. So they always have to go after who says it and not what said. You know what I'm saying? It's who says it and how it's said. And just last thing, I don't know if you want to rot your viewers' brain cells, but who was that long-haired simp that Andrew Wilson put his debate against on the Crucible channel? It was where the guy Andrew conceded all the guy's points and still won the debate because
yeah, that was crazy.
That guy, he was such an idiot. Like, he was arguing against himself. Andrew, he was saying, if A, then B, then C. And this guy goes, yes. No, he goes, nah, but C is after B and B is after A. I win. Andrew's like, exact. I'm saying A and then B and then C. He's like, no, it's C and then B is before that and A is before that. Andrew's like, that's what I'm saying.
That's crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. Andrew walks them through their own logic and just destroys them by using themselves, using their own arguments. So what can I say? I'm surrounded by some good people. So yeah.
All right, guys. I'll dip out. Marte, I'll reach out to you. All right. Sounds good. Probably tomorrow. So all right,
sounds good, man. Easy. Take care. Yep. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm going to wrap this up. This has been a really interesting segment to my stream. I usually don't show my full head of hair, but I had to do that because Leafy Water Kai, whatever that guy's name is, with his bald head was having really creepy vibes. And I just wanted to get online on the panel and just be like, look at what I can do. I can run my fingers through my hair. Full head of hair. Good. Not balding. Nothing like that. So it's like, yeah, I can at least brag a little bit. Believe it or not, Andrew Wilson said the same thing. Look at what I can do to my hair. Well, Andrew, everybody that represents the right side doesn't lose their hair. I'm just going to tell you right now. It's a non-proven scientific fact, but I'm just going to claim that right now. But I'm looking forward to getting into the talking points that I even have and seeing what this idiot Leafy Waterkai has to say about that, because the way that he says that, the way that Speakeasy was promoting this, it looks like there's going to be a showdown between me and this idiot. I look forward to destroying him. I've seen his debates, and like I tuned in for like 10 minutes to hear his version, and then I just switched to another channel because there's such shitty arguments this guy has. I'm not saying that just to be attacking him as a person. I'm attacking his arguments. His argumentation style isn't really that good. So if you think about this, his line of logic doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense. So I honestly don't understand. The Socratic method doesn't exist when he's having an argument. I was listening and didn't hear a good argument. Sounded like he was getting destroyed. And it was like the second debate I've heard. Mind you, if we're going to do this whole conversation with Leafy, I'm going to have to rot my brain and then research and then look at debates that this Leafy guy's done. It's going to happen. So I'm doing all the hard work that you guys don't have to do to give you guys an entertaining, good debate next time. Let's see. Leaf is generally a really good dude. I'd like to believe so. Just a bit misguided on a bunch of political topics. Yeah, that's what I gathered, right? I'd like to think he's a good dude, Grumple, but here's the problem with this. He came right out and attacked me and called me a coon. That's what he did. Like, this was even before this panel. I got on like a comment section of a panel he was on, and I was just having conversation. And he said, oh, Marte, he's a trash panda. What? You calling me a raccoon? And then I thought about it for a minute. I was like, oh, this guy's probably calling me a coon. Because I'm pretty perceptive. So guess what happened? On this panel, I automatically, because I like to poke and prod a little bit and see where people's heads are at. So then I said, look at what I can do to my hair. I did all this. And he said, oh, no. And then I heard him say trash panda again. Then he called me something Mario or whatever this is. And I think it was like an ad hom. He was ad homming me. Oh, so really you're ad homming me? Because what I like to do is test the waters. If I think you were ad homming me before, I'm going to poke a little bit and see what you do. He ad hommed me again. So now this gives me all the justification I could do right now. Just tell him, hey, let's set up a debate and I will annihilate the shit out of you next time we have a debate. That's how I came to this conclusion. And when I said this, I didn't say this in anger. I didn't say this in haste. It's almost something I've been waiting to tell him, right? Because of the first conflict we had. And he ad hommed me before we even had a conversation. Then he ad hommed me in the panel. And I was like, okay, you're asking for it. Then I just told him, set up a debate so I can annihilate the shit out of you. And I'd love to do this. But that's how we arrived at this conclusion. So I look forward to seeing this. Emmett, what's up, man? We have it on record, boys. Marte accepted he is a trash panda. Yeah, I know. I did. But when a liberal calls me a trash panda, it's different. Because when a liberal calls another black person a coon, oh, them's fighting words. Now I got to destroy you in a debate. That's definitely different. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. PNN exclusive. The TPNN, not if the TPNN doesn't have anything to say with this. Interesting. He may have been messing around, not making excuses for anything. That's weird to do to somebody you don't know. Where was this at? It was on a panel. I think it was either Emmett's panel, maybe it was your panel, or Grid One's panel. It was somebody's panel. And I made a comment about something else. And then what he said on the panel was, oh, Marte? Oh, he's a trash panda. Don't pay him any mind. That's what he said. And I never made a comment toward him. So that's what happened. So that's how they came about. So now we arrive at this panel with Speakeasies, where he yet again called me a trash panda again. I said, look at what I can do to my hair. Can you do that? And I just like playing around with him. Then he ad hommed me again and called me a something lookalike plumber or whatever it was. Forget what it was. You guys can rewind the tapes and see this. But Avarice had reconfirmed this and said, oh, Marte's just responding to an ad hom that Leafy Waterkai did. So then I'm like, I'm not the only one. I'm not going crazy here. Avarice is saying he's ad homing me too on this panel. So once I heard this, I was like cracking my knuckles. I said, okay, set up a debate. Let's set up a debate so I could wreck the shit out of you. It's like, no homo, by the way. So you can get your arguments wrecked in real time. That's how we came to this. No, that was when you say like earlier today. No, that was on the panel that just happened. That was on the panel that just happened. The early run-in the comment section where I was talking about Leafy Waterkai. This was like probably like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. But I remember that he was ad homing me and just talking shit to me when I wasn't even talking. I was I think making comments toward the conversation that he was on, but I wasn't making any kind of interjection towards him as a person. But then he mentioned my name and he said, that guy's a trash panda. What? So then I asked him a question today on the panel. I said, when you called me a trash panda, Leafy Waterkai, are you calling me a coon? Then he thought about it for a minute. And guess what he said? Yeah, that's what I'm calling you. You're a coon. Okay. Set up a fucking debate. Let's that's this. See how I ask questions because I don't want to assume anybody's ad homing me. But I was like, oh, so you are calling me a coon. He told me himself. And then Avarice had heard it himself. He said, and Avarice responded to Mo rebuttal by saying, yeah, Marte's responding to an ad hom that guy gave him. Because Mo was like, why are we talking about this right now? Because we were supposed to be talking World War III on Speakeasy's panel. And Avarice was like, well, because Marte was responding to an ad hom that guy gave him. Yeah, so that's why I'm responding. Hold on, Dagoth, you're of House Dagoth. So I see your name. I'm beginning to. So is that Lovecraft like a name in relation to Lovecraft? By the way, if it is, that's a badass name, by the way, because I'm a H.P. Lovecraft fan, by the way. I also love Lovecraftian horror. There's a lot of movies out there that I love. The Color Out of Space is one of them. The book was even better than the movie, by the way, with Nicolas Cage. The Thing is a Lovecraftian thriller. Not to mention that, The Thing Out of Time was a good movie too, or not a good movie, but a good. The Mountains of Madness was good. I think Guillermo del Toro should come up with a movie. Anyways, let me stop. I'm geeking out over horror right now. So yeah, we'll think about it. But what is Tanuki Mario? I don't know what Tanuki Mario is. Because I got sidetracked. Let me Google this. What is a Tanuki Mario? Let me Google this. Tanuki Mario. Oh, this guy's really talking shit. Hold on. Not only... Hold on. Let me show you guys. This guy's really talking. Look, Grumplestiltskin. This guy's really talking mad shit. He called me a Tanuki Mario. Let me show you what he was calling me. Remember, he called me a coon earlier? Just remember, he called me a coon, right? This is what a Tanuki Mario is. A Mario coon. He called me a Mario coon. That guy's crazy. That is insane. This guy's really talking some shit. This is what he called me, a coon. Another version of a coon. Oh, Tanuki Mario. This guy's talking shit. Okay, I have to annihilate this guy. This guy's got to get destroyed in a debate. That's what's going to happen. You know what? At least I'm a good sportsman about it. I'm not ad homing him and talking mad shit. Well, I did call him like a bad version of like a Klingon, something like that. I was reaching here. I didn't really feel like ad homing that much. I wanted to get back to the World War III debate or the conversation we were having on the panel, but I couldn't because he called me Tanuki Mario. Then he called me a raccoon. Then I asked him, a trash panda. And then I asked him what he meant. He said, well, yeah, I'm calling you a coon. So he called me a bunch of ad homs. Then he said, I can't wait to see you again, Tanuki Mario. Like, what? So creepy, bro. But this is what I'm dealing with. I got all the receipts on Speakeasy's channel. You guys can rewind it for yourself if you guys don't want to see this. So Tanuki is like a raccoon dog thing in Japan. So, that doesn't make it any better. If he's calling me a raccoon dog thing, Manar was calling me a dog at one point during a debate, or calling all of us on a panel dogs. So it looks like I have to really destroy this guy's talking points. If he's going to call me a coon, it's whatever. I don't take anything personal. Mind you, so if he calls me a coon, a Tanuki Mario, and all this, I don't take anything personal. I just want to let you guys know. Leafy Water Kai, I have nothing personal against the guy. But when it comes to debate, it's business. I have to wreck the shit out of his arguments. That's what's got to happen. There's no way that I'm going to let this guy beat me in a debate. Can't happen. Can't happen at all. Grumple Stillskin says, Manar is completely unhinged. Yes, he is. Extremely. I believe it or not, I did a 1v2 debate against them. I did a debate against Mr. Work and Manar. Of course, I won, but I wanted to test my might. Like, in Mortal Kombat, when they have the little test your might thing, I just wanted to do a handicap match and see how it would do. Turns out my argument was more compelling that night. But now that I'm going to debate Leafy Water Kai, and this beef is happening right now, it's a little bit of a debate beef. It's not like the Panelstein verse beef or whatever. This is just debate beef. I like this. This is kind of healthy. To be honest, I think it is. Because now I'm becoming a fight promoter for myself at this point. Because I don't have any debates planned from here on out. I had a debate damn near every single week, either on Speakeasies, Cool Vic's, or somebody else's, or I had something else showing. But I was like, I'm going to take a break because I don't have any debates. Let me just take a, load off. Nope. Leafy Water Kai shows up with the smoke. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe a break after this. So that's what's going to happen, man. Beef, no beans. I don't know what that means, but it's making me hungry because it's about that time I should have another meal. But anyways, Tanuki this thing real quick. Tanuki Mario is a new thing for me. This thing is brand new. I've never heard of that before. I've seen Mario, but I just didn't know what the name was. This guy is probably a video game super geek when it comes to Mario or anything Japan related. He looks like he's Asian and black, so maybe that's where it comes from. I don't know, but I can say one thing. I'm the more handsome of the bunch. That's what I think. All right, you guys in YouTube land, in On the Edge land, this has been another episode of Non-Woke Autopsy, the non-celebrity edition. I'm going to pack this up and just show this as an interview for myself. That's all we had. So we'll see. IIRC, he's a bit weebish. Yeah, we'll see. Choosing your protein. Yes, choosing my protein. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I got to get some rest. I have school in the morning. And you guys take care. I might show up tomorrow, I might not. But we'll see. I need a break. I've been debating every week, nonstop. And not taking any L's, strangely enough. I haven't taken any L's lately. But I look forward to getting into more debates. Leafy Water Kai thing, I'm going to update you guys soon. And we'll see you guys soon. You guys take, let me get my outro music and fix that because it was going to be the Woke Autopsy music. Let me change that. Got to remove that. The outro music has to be on point. All right, you guys back out there in OTE land. You guys take care and Christ is God.